Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 551, Smart Assistant 3.0. Zero outside the laboratory building. As soon as four sedans stopped, a small figure jumped out of the car. Before entering the door, the small figure shouted loudly, "Bun, little gray." The next second, a black figure rushed out first. "It's Big Black." Candy's eyes lit up. Following closely behind was Little Gray. Finally, Bun leisurely walked out from inside. Sitting on the ground, Candy looked at Little Gray, then turned to look at Bun. Candy rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Oh my, upon closer inspection, Candy almost thought Bun's legs had gotten shorter. At the door, the corners of the military policeman's mouth twitched, and he discreetly looked elsewhere. No choice. If he kept watching, he feared he might burst out laughing. At this moment, Mo Jingchun and Li Xuanyu, who had also gotten out of the car, were stunned to see that Bun and Little Gray had obviously gotten fatter. Walking over, Mo Jingchun looked down at the little Gray who had not only gotten fatter but also much taller, and muttered. Mo Jingchun looked up at the sky, wanting a moment of peace. After sending Li Xuanyu back to the dormitory, Mo Jingchun ultimately didn't go in to ask what exactly was going on. "Guo, time to go home." At the entrance of the laboratory building, Candy patted the hard head of the dagger and said with a smile, "Big Black, let's go." At the door, the dagger, sitting on the ground, only got up and ran into the lobby after watching the four cars disappear. "It's nice. No dogs to fight over the food bowl tonight." Back home, the little one played with the two little ones for a while, then took them upstairs. Mo Jingchun thought his sister would watch TV, but she didn't. When Mo Jingchun was feeding the fish, piano music as natural as spring water came from upstairs. It was a rhythm Mo Jingchun had never heard before. Listening to the sound of flowing water, it felt like experiencing the serene beauty of life. The sound as mesmerizing as a Zimbabwean thumb piano. Dropping a kernel of corn, a red carp flicked its tail and swallowed the corn. Mo Jingchun seemed to be talking to Candy, or perhaps to himself. At night, a barbecue aroma could be smelled for hundreds of meters around the villa. Eating the pork belly roasted by Wild Wolf, Mo Jingchun gave a thumbs up and praised. Beside Mo Jingchun, Candy nodded in strong agreement. This barbecue tasted much better than those in barbecue shops. Chewing on a roasted corn kernel, Candy blinked and said with distaste, "Bullfrogs." Suddenly, Mo Jingchun handed another skewer of barbecue to Candy. Without even looking, Candy took it and put it in her mouth for a taste. Under the watchful eyes of a dozen people, Mo Jingchun smiled mischievously and asked. Licking her lips, Candy nodded without hesitation and took another bite. It was then that Mo Jingchun chuckled and said, "Clearly." Candy froze for a moment, her mouth still chewing on the bullfrog. To everyone's surprise, instead of discarding it, Candy took another bite. The more she ate, the brighter Candy's eyes became. "It's actually quite delicious." Feeling Little Gray bumping her leg with its head, Candy glanced at it and wasn't stingy. Saying that, Candy stuffed the remaining half skewer into Little Gray's mouth, closing the big mouth with one hand and pulling it with the other. That night, with Zhou Yailing not around, Candy slept in Mo Jingchun's room. Under the covers, Candy looked at her brother and asked, "Oh," feeling that warm and safe big hand patting her chest, the little one smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth. She drifted off without realizing it. At the kindergarten gate, with a small backpack on her back, Candy waved her hand and ran into the kindergarten without looking back. She disappeared from Mo Jingchun's sight. Taking a deep breath, Mo Jingchun turned to Fian and said, when he arrived at the office, Xia Xiaomin was already there. As soon as he sat down, Xia Xiaomin made a cup of tea for him. Originally, a bit cautious, worried the boss hadn't moved on, Xia Xiaomin sighed in relief after hearing his instructions. After all, a blow like the one from a few years ago didn't take him down. There's no way the boss would be that fragile. Thanks to the various technical documents of the spaceplane, Mo Jingchun's white project made a leap forward. The inflatable material for white surface can completely replace the emergency parachute material inside the spaceplane. This is undoubtedly good news. Now, the only problem facing Mo Jingchun is which chip to use. Should he go for the 16-nanometer domestically customized chip or the most advanced 3 nanometers chip? Mo Jingchun hadn't made up his mind. Each option has its pros and cons. While Mo Jingchun was pondering this dilemma, he saw Xia Xiaoman come in. Zero version. Taking the document, Mo Jingchun looked it over for a moment, then said, P.S. Thanks to the readers 2020009152330387745 and 20200413215226862 for their rewards and support. Chapter 552, The Disliked Bun. Chapter 552, The Disliked Bun. Mo Jingchun chuckled lightly and casually placed the document aside. Xia Xiaoman smiled calmly, seemingly not at all surprised by the boss's decision. Soon, with Xia Xiaoman no longer interrupting, the office returned to its quiet state, and Mo Jingchun once again fell into deep thought. Which one is better to choose? While Xia Xiaoman went to handle the intern's matters, and with no one else around, Mo Jingchun quietly asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Zero gave a suggestion. Listening to Zero's analysis, Mo Jingchun pursed his lips without any reason to argue, mainly because last time he asked Qin Yuzhu about quantum chips, and Qin Yuzhu just rolled her eyes at him. Boss, please hold on. Having reached this point, Mo Jingchun was in no rush at all. Sipping on his now lukewarm tea, Mo Jingchun waited quietly. About an hour later, intricate circuit diagrams appeared on Mo Jingchun's computer. Hearing this, Mo Jingchun beamed with joy. This is the power of artificial intelligence. Repetitive work can be completed quickly and accurately by AI. Just a glance at it, Mo Jingchun still couldn't help but cover his eyes. A 6 centimeters * 6 centimeters * 6 centimeters chip is quite large compared to today's mobile phone chips. Fortunately, it's still within Mo Jingchun's acceptable range. Did you simulate it? Shrugging his shoulders, Mo Jingchun really wanted to say that sometimes you are indeed unreliable. Send an email to the procurement department to purchase a batch of materials and components for manufacturing white. After doing all this, Mo Jingchun temporarily had nothing else to do. The aerospace fighter project needs long-term planning, and there's no rush as they can't hurry it anyway. With nothing urgent at hand, Mo Jingchun opened the kindergarten surveillance video. Opening Candy's classroom surveillance, he surprisingly didn't see Candy. The next moment, the video switched directly to the outdoor surveillance. In the surveillance video, Candy and the kid called Wang Haoren were each sitting on a swing, talking about something. On the other side, after receiving the email, the head of the procurement department quickly convened a meeting, assigning each item on the list to individuals. Joking aside, who doesn't know that the boss's material purchase list is almost always related to experiments? With such an important task, who dares to slack off? Don't worry about the chip. I'll handle it personally. Hearing the minister taking on the most challenging task, the rest of the team breathed a sigh of relief. With the procurement department taking action, some forces closely monitoring Candy technology were puzzled looking at the compiled procurement list. Especially the 16-nanometer chip. Was Candy technology joking? The 16-nanometer chip isn't even used in today's desktop computers. Where does Candy technology plan to use it? However, seeing the small purchase quantity, most forces didn't pay much attention. This procurement scale can only be used for experiments. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, and as it was almost time for school to end, Mo Jingchun simply put on a coat and went to the kindergarten entrance to pick up Candy. Seeing the boss coming, Fian immediately stood up and offered her seat. Checking the time, there were still a few minutes before school ended, so Mo Jingchun just stood at the kindergarten gate to wait. Just standing there, Mo Jingchun invisibly exerted pressure on the teachers and security guards at the entrance. A few minutes later, the music started to play. Within 10 seconds, a familiar figure dashed out from classroom. The little one looked up and was momentarily stunned, not expecting her brother to pick her up today. Instantly, the overjoyed Candy shouted "Brother" from a distance. With a beep, the barrier gate opened, and Candy rushed out immediately. Grabbing the backpack, Mo Jingchun gave a light exclamation. This backpack, why does it feel heavier than when she left this morning? It shouldn't be. Did the kindergarten give out new books again? Mo Jingchun opened it and was a bit surprised. What did he see? It turned out to be chestnuts. The question is, where did they come from? Mo Jingchun took out a red-shell chestnut and, after some effort, peeled it open. Took a bite. It was crispy. It's still raw. Mo Jingchun rolled his eyes, as if he, a rural-born kid, didn't know if it could be eaten raw or not. Seeing Candy's serious face, Mo Jingchun's expression stiffened. Unexpectedly, Candy still frowned. Brother, that's not it. These chestnuts are to take home and cook with meat. Immediately, Mo Jingchun laughed. It turns out she was worried her brother would finish all the chestnuts. Zipping up the backpack, the little one obviously let out a sigh of relief. Who said we don't have chestnuts? Under the sunset, the shadows of the two walking in the front grew longer and longer. In the car, Candy, wearing a disdainful look, pushed Bun lying in her lap aside. Bun, you're too fat. Chapter 553, White Who Can Act Cute. Chapter 553. Chapter 553. White Who Can Act Cute sitting on the far side. Mo Jingchun looked at Bun's bewildered expression and couldn't help but smile wryly. I told you to eat desperately. Now you're finally disliked. Mo Jingchun's eyes shifted. He chuckled cunningly. In an instant, Candy and Bun both looked at Mo Jingchun cautiously. Mo Jingchun even saw panic in Bun's eyes. This guy has really turned into a spirit. Woof! With Candy's reminder, Mo Jingchun's mouth slightly curved up. If he kept teasing, knowing Candy, she would really cry just to show him. Even knowing Candy was acting, it was enough to give one a headache. Back home, the first thing Candy did was empty out all the chestnuts from her backpack. A few minutes later, the big and little one stared at the chestnuts in the basin with worry. These chestnut shells and skins are just too hard to remove. In a moment of carelessness, Mo Jingchun even cut his hand while using scissors. What do we do? Squatting on the ground, Candy thought for a while and simply carried the basin outside. Watching Wild Wolf and the others peel the chestnuts like peeling orange skins, Mo Jingchun gave Candy a thumbs up. In front of little Foodie, no problem is too big. Before they realized, the sky outside was completely dark, and the little one finally enjoyed her chestnut meat. Tasting chestnut meat for the first time, Candy's eyes widened in disbelief at how tasty the chestnuts were. Brother, my little brother wasn't lying to me. Sitting beside her, Mo Jingchun also nodded. The taste was indeed nice. It was clear that these chestnuts were homegrown, not treated with sulfur. Connecting the dots, every chestnut was about the same size, likely handpicked by Wong Howren's mother. A few days later, with the experimental materials ready, Mo Jingchun began his journey of manually crafting white. The only thing that took Mo Jingchun considerable time was manually making white skin. Zero gradually sensed its uniqueness. The most direct feeling was the nonstop voice interaction. Of course, compared to these, many people valued Candy Technology's encryption algorithm that ensured user privacy and security. Zero, whether it was images or other types of files, they couldn't be opened if the phone was switched. However, normal sharing could be viewed. Regarding the online debates about AI, Mo Jingchun didn't even bother looking. For any product, some will like it and some will dislike it. Even life-saving leukemia medications are no different. Some always worry about the side effects of Candy Technology's leukemia medication, scoffing at it. What could Mo Jingchun do about that? Not to mention the system's products are top-notch, and no side effect have been found yet. Even if there were side effects, so what? On one side, you have side effects. On the other, you're near death. Any sane person knows what to choose. Another few days. In the private laboratory, Mo Jingchun watched the limping white with a dark face. The holographic projection of Zero, sitting on the desk, laughed until she rolled on the floor. A faint sadness filled the air. After busying for half a month, this was the outcome? The next moment, Mo Jingchuan's expression changed. He directly glared at the still laughing Zero. Still laughing? White, lying on the ground, stood up again without any command. As it spoke, those cute big eyes even blinked. This move, Mo Jingchun glanced at Zero, holding back her laughter. No need to think, it must be Zero's doing again. He wouldn't have the leisure to design such a cute action. Soon, the analysis results came out. Boss, the materials you used are unqualified. Unbelieving, Mo Jingchun walked in front of White. With White tilting its head and looking, he touched both thighs. It really was different. One side felt hard, while the other could be pressed. Once the cause was found, it could be fixed. The next second, White closed its eyes. Visibly deflated, the originally plump. White shrank down to just a layer of skin. On the second day, the newly skinned White finally walked normally. With the parenting knowledge chip Mo Jingchun specially prepared installed, the activated White became even more lively. Mo Jingchun had a feeling that once White reached Candy's hands, it wouldn't be long before many netizens knew about it. Then there'd be no need for advertising expenses. Netizens would beg Candy Technology to mass produce. White, even without diagnosis features, would surely have a market just by being cute. The empty laboratory, echoed with his laughter. It was quite creepy. Look, White was seriously observing Mo Jingchun's chuckles. In the armed police hall, someone glanced at Mo Jingchun descending, then quickly looked away. The next moment, everyone suddenly looked at Mo Jingchun's back. What was that? A blow-up doll? It moved. The thing could walk. Until the boss and the chubby robot left the lab building, it took a moment to process. Outside the kindergarten, Fian curiously looked at the adorable White. Fian gave a bitter smile. Such a cute White? She liked it, let alone Candy. Soon, cheerful music played from the kindergarten. No need for Mo Jingchun to wait at the door. Candy rushed out first. Chapter 554. White suggests you drink more hot water. Chapter 554. Chapter 554. White suggests you drink more hot water. Brother, listen. That brother sounded so sweet. Candy was all smiles, happy that her brother had come to pick her up from school again today. The next second, Candy noticed the big plush toy blocked by her brother's body. When she saw that the adorable big plush toy could even blink cutely, Candy was dumbfounded. Oh my gosh, it can even act cute. No, wait, it can actually move. In Mo Jingchun's surprised gaze, Candy froze for less than a second before reaching out to push him aside. Because of her height, Candy was only as tall as White's big round belly. The little one looked up curiously, while White, used as a gift by Mo Jingchun, also looked down curiously at the owner written in its program. When White spoke, Candy's eyes widened even more. Not only can it move, but it can also speak. How amazing! And the spotless white skin looked so nice. Driven by curiosity, Candy reached out her right index finger to poke White's big round belly. Candy blinked in surprise, not expecting it to feel quite comfortable to the touch. Brother, what is this big plush toy? The little one blinked confusedly. What is White? Never heard of it before. But it's really cute. Most importantly, this White seems to say that it belongs to her. Definitely didn't hear wrong. The little one's eyes shifted, looking at her brother with surprise, shouting, Brother, is this the surprise you got for Mo Jingchun, who was pushed aside, pouted? Only now does she remember she has a brother? When she pushed him, that wasn't the case. Muma. As they spoke, off-duty employees gradually came to pick up their kids. 8-meter-tall White. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. White, something they weren't unfamiliar with. But wasn't that a robot from a movie? How come there's a real White standing in front of them now? Seeing the boss with hands in pockets, looking calm, everyone found it understandable. No need to think, it must be the boss's handiwork. No wonder there were rumors before that Candy Technology got the rights to use White's image. This adorable White really makes people want to own one too. Seeing Candy so happy she was bouncing around, everyone was envious. This is White. Even if the company achieves mass production, The price won't be cheap. This thing is surely like a luxury car. The price can make an average family balk at just the thought. Watching someone record white on their phone, Mo Jingchun gave a slight, discreet smile. The goal has been achieved. No need to stay and be watched any longer. At this moment, the little one's attention was fully on White, naturally obeying her brother's words. As White held Candy's little hand and walked into the office, Xia Xiaoman, who was packing up, and Zhou Yaling, who was sitting on the sofa waiting, were both stunned. Then came disbelief. Recovering first, Xia Xiaoman suddenly smiled for some unknown reason. She didn't know what others thought, but the top people at Disney, knowing Candy technology could produce White, would definitely be so angry they'd spit blood. They gave permanent authorization for just 1 million, who knew Candy technology had the capability to produce White. Sister, this is White, the little one, as if she had gotten a new toy, was showing off in front of Zhou Yaling. The tall White gives a strong sense of security, especially with its cuteness and pure white color, making people want to approach it instinctively. Facing the outstretched hand, Zhou Yaling instinctively reached out her own. Oh, this hand feels so soft. As Zhou Yaling was meticulously feeling it, the hand suddenly withdrew on its own. At this moment, Zhou Yaling finally came to her senses. White, she'd seen her big brother drawing it on the computer before, but she didn't expect him to bring White to reality so quickly. Setting aside everything else, this research ability is simply invincible, isn't it? With a genius like her brother, it's region-level difficulty for Candy technology to go bankrupt. Right then, a blue light flashed in White's eyes, and under Zhou Yaling's bewildered gaze, White suddenly said, Soon, the atmosphere in the office turned a bit awkward. Zhou Yaling clenched her fists, wanting to punch those cute blinking eyes. Doesn't it know girls can be short-tempered these days? Glancing at the confused Candy, scratching her head, Zhou Yaling took a deep breath, reminding herself not to get angry. No need to bicker with a robot. Feeling the two odd looks, Zhou Yaling deftly changed the subject. Montak Yingchun. Hearing her brother prepare to sell it externally for 2 million, Zhou Yaling gasped. This is practically daylight robbery. Being able to sell for 100,000 indicates production costs are below 100,000, but a selling price of 2 million is terrifyingly profitable. Key question is, would anyone buy it at such a price? Isn't White's skin feeling quite comfortable? It sounds quite reasonable, but why does it feel a bit off? For a moment, Zhou Yaling was stumped. But to be fair, Zhou Yaling suddenly felt an urge to continue further studies. Look how wildly researchers earn money. Sigh, forget it. Zhou Yaling knew she wasn't made for it. She was well aware of her own abilities. Xia Xiaoman's question freed Zhou Yaling from the awkwardness. P.S. Thanks to book friends 2020003182347343361. Oh, Hong Minglian. Hongchenmo Duxing 3687 for the rewards and support. Asterisk. Chapter 555. Just as expected. Chapter 555. Just as expected, 2 million per unit. Mo Jingchun wasn't just saying it casually. Although he knew the 80-20 rule, Mo Jingchun also knew that rich people in this world are always far more than imagined. Especially in Western countries, most of them are truly wealthy. 2 million might sound like a lot, but there are definitely plenty of people willing to pay. Wait until we rake in a wave of wealth, and then slowly lower the price, so no worries about White being unsellable. Mo Jingchun chuckled silently, truly living up to being his secretary, already thinking of so many aspects of the job. Upon hearing this, Mo Jingchun's mouth twitched. There's no way around it. What Zhou Yaling said is indeed true, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't hinder him from making money. Moreover, White needs such a transitioning period. One must know that White, with its basic diagnostic abilities, is, in another perspective, damaging the livelihood of doctors and hospitals. Blocking someone's source of income is like killing their parents. This is hard-earned experience from the blood and tears of countless people. Mo Jingchun can assert that setting White's external selling price too low would definitely trigger a chain reaction. At this moment, Mo Jingchun even felt that 2 million was a bit unreliable. It's really frustrating, clearly having a good product, but heavily restricted in making a lot of money. Anyway, Mo Jingchun decided that initially, not only should the price be set high, but it should also be limited in availability. This way, White not only won't worry about sales, more importantly, many people will let their guard down. Boiling a frog in warm water. By the time these frogs realize it, everything is already set. Actually, in Mo Jingchun's view, the appearance of White does not cause significant losses for doctors. In any case, robots cannot replace doctors. At least, not at the current level of human technology. The real losers are the hospitals, but if operated well, they might not lose money. Whatever. Mo Jingchun shook his head, casting these thoughts aside. No need to think about this now. 10 minutes later, as Zhou Yaling noticed the lack of a seat in the back, she immediately realized something was wrong. Her seat was given to White. And what about her? Where does she sit? Zhou Yaling was quite frustrated. Luckily, the observant Fian vacated the front passenger seat. Zhou Yaling was clearly still being stubborn. But the next moment, Zhou Yaling had no more urge to want White. Seeing Zhou Yaling on the verge of explosion, Mo Jingchun couldn't bear it either. After all, White's AI was somewhat lacking. After Mo Jingchun issued commands to Zero through his phone, White finally quieted down after receiving the latest instructions. This was because Mo Jingchun was worried that Zhou Yaling might have a meltdown, and also worried about the curious Candy asking all sorts of questions. Thinking about it now, there were still many issues with White's settings. Regarding some special physiological details, White didn't care. Having the relevant database, White would answer fluently. This was initially a good thing, but Mo Jingchun overlooked the different age-related issues of White's users. Good thing he realized in time. Otherwise, waiting for customer complaints will be quite a headache. In the evening, after dinner, Mo Jingchun slightly smiled as he looked at the content on the short videos. Things are unfolding in the expected direction. Very good, excellent. Mo Jingchun opened his verified personal short video account. Indeed, the backend not only had a lot more private messages, but the comments under previously posted short videos had also increased. However, there's never a shortage of smart people in this world who judged at a glance that the accidental leak of White by Candy technology was certainly expensive. Yet, the fervor among netizens for White remained unabated. At this moment, in a meeting room of a high-rise building across the ocean, a dozen Disney board members all looked at the video on the projector with livid faces. Especially the contract original on the conference table, it was like a slap in their faces. After a long time, one of the directors said calmly, "Let Rob Riddle, who signed the contract, resign by himself. A contract that cost the company so much profit. That money should have been theirs." The others thought about it and felt that was the case. The dozen or so individuals had their own thoughts. Clearly, they also wanted a White. Of course, the premise is that the White by Candy technology needs to have at least half the functions of the White in the movies. Otherwise, why spend the money? BZZ, that guy's calling again. Candy and Zhou Yaling, who were studying White, both looked over. Mo Jingchun's mouth twitched. When did he change his ringtone, and why didn't he know about it? Upon closer look, oh wow, it was a call from Qin Yuzhu. He knew it. Qin Yuzhu definitely couldn't resist asking. White, in a sense, holds more significance than official research on combat robots. The premise is still the same. This White is not much different from that White. "Hey, Qin, have you eaten?" From afar, Zhou Yaling glanced at the time. Over 8 o'clock. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't everyone have eaten by now? On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence. Mo Jingchun vaguely sensed a hint of resentment. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Yuzhu gritted her teeth. "What do you mean there's no technological content? Casually developed. If it were that easy, it wouldn't be Candy Technology's turn." Feigning surprise, Mo Jingchun said, "What?" Chapter 556. you're already a mature white. Chapter 556. Chapter 556. You're already a mature white. This sentence, this tone, why does it sound so aggressive? Noticing the change in the supervisor's expression, everyone who had been openly eavesdropping lowered their heads and got back to work, pretending they hadn't heard anything. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yuju knew that white was still a laboratory product and hadn't been mass-produced yet. Upon hearing this, Mo Jingchuan's mouth twitched. Was it really appropriate to state the purpose so directly? Just when Qin Yuju was feeling a bit disappointed, thinking that it might be difficult for Mo Jingchun to build a white, Mo Jingchun, after a long silence, spoke enthusiastically. Qin Yuju almost choked. 2 million per unit? Although there's a budget, it shouldn't be spent like this. Listening to this, Mo Jingchun, sitting on the sofa, curled his lips. It seems the price of white hasn't been leaked. Of course, in the afternoon, there were only a few people in the office. If the news had spread, it would obviously mean Xia Xiaoman had leaked it. Right now, if you want a white, I have to make it by hand. Raising her eyebrows slightly, Qin Yuju thought it made sense. Montak Yingchun. After the call ended, Mo Jingchun continued watching short videos. Even if it's for testing purposes, only purchasing 1 unit was something Mo Jingchun never expected. But it's probably for the best, saving him from wasting a lot of time and effort handcrafting white. Glancing at white accompanying candy and Zhou Yaling, Mo Jingchuan's eyes lit up. A bold idea popped into his head. Why bother doing it yourself when you have this ready-made free tool? Plus, with zero supervising, copying a few new whites would be as easy as pie. Yes, suddenly inspired, Mo Jingchun decided to have white make a few more copies, so his lab would never lack assistance in the future. Transporting materials and some simple tasks could completely be handed over to white. With the idea in mind, he wasted no time executing it. Early the next morning, reluctant Candy walked into the kindergarten with a longing look back every few steps. Maintaining his smile, Mo Jingchun quickly headed to the lab with white as soon as he saw Candy enter the classroom. If Candy knew white was brought to the lab to work, she'd be heartbroken. Despite spending the night together, Candy was very fond of white, especially at bedtime, when white would tell stories beside her. In the lab, Mo Jingchun watched as white busily assembled various parts with perfect order, nodding in satisfaction. This was already a well-developed white. Got it, Boss. Zero's voice came from all directions, sounding lazy as if just waking up. After watching a while and ensuring everything was fine, Mo Jingchun left the lab feeling assured. Walking along the park road, Mo Jingchun glanced at the paparazzi camp to the south gate. They can't even get past the gate. What exactly can they capture? Mo Jingchun was curious. Since the Candy Science and Technology Park's gate has been notoriously hard to penetrate for years, how come people still don't believe it? Hilarious. Some even tried bribing the security personnel, attempting to blend in as employees. What, do they think the facial recognition cameras at the gate are just decorations? They might as well learn from predecessors by disguising themselves as job applicants. Oh, Mo Jingchun realized the receptionist was a new hire. No wonder the voice sounded unfamiliar. Pushing past the turnstile, the elevator that leads straight to the top floor automatically opened to await him. Disney Xia Country's regional president, Mo Jingchun, smiled slightly. He slept well last night, but some people probably couldn't sleep a wink. Imagine, you could have earned money lying down, but now you're just watching helplessly. Anyone would feel frustrated. The surprising thing for Mo Jingchun was that the regional president had rushed to Hua County overnight and was now at a hotel. After a moment's thought, Mo Jingchun leisurely said, with Mo Jingchun's nod, Xia Xiaoman directly informed them about the 3 p.m. meeting. After Xia Xiaoman arranged everything, initially thinking the boss was busy with work in the morning, familiar music started playing in the office. In the silent office, the music was quite abrupt. This made Xia Xiaoman amused and speechless. So the boss's morning engagement was playing cards. Just when Mo Jingchun thought victory was within reach, he played a 3 card to help his teammate pass, but his teammates' move left Mo Jingchun dumbfounded. Soon, Mo Jingchun understood why. His silly teammate's last card was a measly 3. Mo Jingchun felt that without 10 years of brain freeze, no one could make such a move. Earlier, when throwing down a bomb, why not play the 3 instead of a 9? People passing by the office accelerated their pace upon hearing the boss's complaints. Soon, the entire floor knew not to provoke the boss today because he was in a foul mood. Zhou Yaling in the executive office overheard the secretary's conversation and felt puzzled. The brother is in a foul mood today? Doesn't seem like it. When he arrived in the morning, whatever he was pondering, he couldn't hide his cheerful smile. Taking advantage of a bathroom break, Zhou Yaling deliberately slowed her pace to take a look. Upon hearing the sound, Zhou Yaling quickly sped up. Rumors are unreliable. Clearly just idly playing cards. Who said the brother was in a bad mood? After winning 10 rounds in a row throughout the morning, Mo Jingchun contentedly exited the game. Let's be real, you can't always encounter those silly teammates. Besides, isn't it fun to grab the landlord? Feeling his hunger kick in, Mo Jingchun glanced at the time. Wow, it's already 11 o'clock. Feeding Bun and Little Gray, Mo Jingchun headed straight to the cafeteria. Chapter 557. Introducing the product? No. Self-introduction. Chapter 557. Chapter 557. Introducing the product? No. Self-introduction after lunch. Mo Jingchun stopped by the lab to check on the progress. Seeing that there were no issues, Mo Jingchun returned to his office for a nap. Separated only by the finance department from Mo Jingchun's office, it was quiet enough to hear a pin drop inside the executive's office. Unlike Mo Jingchun, who was lying on a soft bed, Zhou Yaling could only nap on the lounge chair she had bought. Fortunately, the other colleagues had dorm rooms, so Zhou Yaling enjoyed the peace and quiet. After all, with no one to disturb her, resting anywhere is still resting. In a daze, Zhou Yaling was woken up by a noise. It was the vibration and notification sounds of her phone. Glancing at her phone, Zhou Yaling rubbed her head in annoyance. Just fell asleep. Who on earth is messaging? The message was from the university's charity club, with over 1,000 members. Clicking on the message to enter the group, Zhou Yaling was about to leave the group when she saw the message before the @everyone tag and fell silent. Isn't that her former roommate? Unexpectedly, she's ill with a pretty rare condition, ALS. She had left all the class groups and deleted most of her contacts. If not for this group, she really wouldn't have known her roommate had ALS. She sighed, feeling conflicted inside. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yaling clicked the link and donated 500 yuan. Then, Zhou Yaling left the charity group, covered herself with a blanket, and went back to sleep. In the Shanghai 7th People's Hospital, Mao Sini sitting in a wheelchair was suddenly stunned. Seeing that familiar avatar and nickname, even though part of it was asterisk hidden, Mao Sini immediately recognized it as her former roommate Zhou Yaling's QQ number. The next second, a tear rolled down Mao Sini's cheek. Clearly they had no more connection, yet she donated 500 yuan to her. Mao Sini knew she was wrong, regretted it, but so what? Wrong is wrong, and they could never return to the past. Besides, she had ALS, which couldn't be cured. Mo Jingchun was woken up by Zero. This guy played some music that was ear-splittingly awful. The sound quality, the tone, Mo Jingchun seriously suspected this guy found some karaoke version sung by an amateur online. That voice, while others get paid for singing, this one demands your life. Thankfully, this guy had a bit of conscience and stopped the music when he saw Mo was awake. Mo Jingchun seriously doubted it was out of conscience and not simple fear. Rubbing his aching head, Mo Jingchun picked up the phone on the bedside table and saw it was already past 2. Thinking of the meeting at 3, Mo Jingchun asked Zero to open the window for some fresh air and took a warm face wash. Close to 3 o'clock, Xia Xiaoman received a call. Xia Xiaoman nodded, then got up to meet the person at the south gate. About 10 minutes later, in the small 20-square-meter meeting room, both parties began a friendly exchange. Li Xiangwen replied with a smile. Mister, without jumping straight to the topic, Li Xiangwen doubted whether the candy technology, White, circulating on the internet truly possessed the imagined features or intelligence. Otherwise, buying an empty White would just make people laugh. Of course, doubt aside, this sort of thought couldn't be voiced out loud. Sipping some tea, Mo Jingchun curled his lips slightly. Such simple psychology, everyone knew it well, but saying it out loud would be ungraceful. Under Li Xiangwen's watchful gaze, Mo Jingchun calmly said, seeing the puzzled look in Li Xiangwen's eyes, Mo Jingchun explained with a smile. Despite saying this, Li Xiangwen was indeed surprised internally. Laboratory building. Then didn't Mo Jingchun mean for White to come on its own just now? But merely saying come to the meeting room without specifying which lab. How was White supposed to come over? By now, anticipation had quietly built up in Li Xiangwen's heart. If Candy Technologies, White was even half as amazing as in the movies, he'd be willing to pay to buy one for himself. After about 10 minutes, roughly the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the meeting room door suddenly opened. Glancing back quickly, Li Xiangwen recognized the familiar figure of White. Sitting opposite Li Xiangwen, Mo Jingchun and Xia Xiaomin calmly sipping their tea, one confident in their product, the other having already witnessed White's capabilities. Just one look, and it knew about a girl's menstrual cycle. Impressive, or what? White began with a blunt remark, leaving Li Xiangwen dumbfounded. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiangwen turned to Mo Jingchun and asked, Mr. For the time being after this, neither Mo Jingchun nor Xia Xiaomin had to say much at all. After quite a while, Li Xiangwen was shocked, taking quite a while to regain his composure. Personal experience and watching a movie are completely different, the only real difference being White's intelligence level still far behind the movie version. But isn't that normal? In fact, Li Xiangwen still had one lingering question. Could White become a combat robot? As the movie version could. Yet this question involved too much. Asking it would be inappropriate. Just then, White suddenly turned and left the meeting room without a word. This left Li Xiangwen utterly perplexed. What was going on? How could it just leave on its own? Li Xiangwen looked at Mo Jingchun, seeking an explanation from him. Honestly, Mo Jingchun was also momentarily taken aback, but noticing the time on his phone's lock screen, he explained with a smile, at that moment, even if Li Xiangwen were foolish, he knew it was impossible to glean Candy Technologies' process for making White. Chapter 558, Gold. Chapter 558. Chapter 558. Gold. A lot ran through his mind as Li Xiangwen raised an eyebrow in the real world. Mr. Tap 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 in the quiet conference room. Mo Jingchun's fingers were rhythmically tapping on the conference table, the sound resembling a girl's high heels clicking on a wooden floor. The rhythm was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making people feel a bit impatient and uneasy. Indeed, in Li Xiangwen's eyes, Mo Jingchun was doing it on purpose. Would he ask for an exorbitant price? Li Xiangwen thought he might not, but the price would definitely not be cheap. Suddenly, the tapping noise ceased, and Li Xiangwen looked intently at Mo Jingchun, who was smiling. A smile that made one's heart tremble. Currently, we haven't achieved mass production, and the production costs haven't been determined. Seeing that Li Xiangwen's expression showed no fluctuation, Mo Jingchun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected, there are plenty of rich people, and the price of 2 million seems a bit low. But is Mo Jingchun a fool? Obviously not. In the next moment, Li Xiangwen revealed an expression of just as expected. Just like buying a car, there are definitely different configurations. 250. Li Xiangwen somewhat suspected that Mo Jingchun was subtly mocking him, but he had no evidence. The moment he said this, Li Xiangwen regretted it, because he noticed Mo Jingchun was clearly taken aback before entering into deep thought. Mo Jingchun deliberately prolonged the sound. Li Xiangwen left, running off as soon as he signed the contract. Sitting in the car, Li Xiangwen still felt a bit fearful. Are young people nowadays that bold? Luckily, Mo Jingchun just made a little joke. Otherwise, if the price of White had skyrocketed several times because of what he said, not to mention from the company's side, Once White officially hit the market in the future, a large crowd would definitely scold him for being out of his mind. Just a few words, several times he nearly fell into the trap. It's really not his lack of vigilance. At the beginning, White just brought him too much shock. Back at the hotel, Li Xiangwen was the only one in the room. After taking off his coat, Li Xiangwen skillfully pulled a voice recorder from the lining of his suit. About a minute later, Li Xiangwen's face turned quite unpleasant, and he couldn't help but mutter a curse. From the recording, you could tell that ever since he stepped into Candy Science and Technology Park, or even possibly at the gate, the tape contained nothing but static. With a sigh, Li Xiangwen no longer cared but began to prepare for a video conference. Outside the kindergarten, Fian, dressed in a windbreaker, watched White standing motionless at the kindergarten gate with more envy than surprise. Clearly, it was her job, and now she's idling again. White, before Candy appeared, her voice was already heard. Soon enough, Fian saw Candy rushing out from the kindergarten. She didn't feel it before, but now with a group of people watching and taking photos with their phones, Candy felt awkward. A gust of wind blew, and Fian sighed. Watching as White was already leading Candy away, apparently, Candy forgot she had a bicycle to ride. Fian even suspected she might have been forgotten as well. As soon as Candy ran into the office, she heard her brother's gaming sounds. Candy looked up at White with a peculiar expression. "White, didn't you say my brother was working? Brother is clearly playing games." Candy pointed at her brother in front of the desk and said. White glanced at Mo Jingchun, and when he looked back at Candy, he didn't say anything, just kept blinking. Evidently, White wasn't Zero and couldn't keep an eye on Mo Jingchun's every move all the time. Even if he could, it would be restricted. "Brother, is White broken?" As expected, Zero responded. Because blinking makes it look cuter, this explanation, Candy tilted her head, blinked a few times, and couldn't argue. Witnessing this scene, Mo Jingchun finally understood. Zero learned this trick from Candy. The blinking action was almost identical. The game finished. Mo Jingchun stood up and stretched. The end of October, under the vast clear sky, the sunlight pouring down made people want to sleep. On the way to the lab, Mo Jingchun wore a big smile. Anyone who greeted him, Mo Jingchun would nod in response. Just like the sun shining down, warming people's hearts. Just 10 minutes ago, Zero informed him that White had completed the self-replication of 10 units. Under the astonished gazes of a few armed police officers, Mo Jingchun, rarely singing, took the elevator to the top floor of the laboratory building. "Looks like Mr. No Way." In the laboratory, 11 Whites stood in a row. As Mo Jingchun looked at these identical Whites, if not for one of them blinking while looking at him, he couldn't tell which was the White he gave to Candy. Got it. Mo Jingchun didn't know how exactly Zero communicated with Qin Yuzhu, but within less than 2 minutes, Zero announced. When Mo Jingchun saw the person picking up the goods, he was taken aback. Weighing the somewhat heavy gold in his hand, Mo Jingchun still handed over the box containing White to the person picking up the goods. Honestly, Mo Jingchun never thought this kind of transaction was possible. Chapter 559. Something's missing. Chapter 559. Chapter 559. Something's missing. The person had already driven far away, but Mo Jingchun was still pondering the gold. Xia Xiaoman, who was beside him, didn't know what the boss was thinking, but she knew that not disturbing him was definitely the right choice. Looking at the gold in his hand, Mo Jingchun thought of many things. Although some were unclear, Mo Jingchun knew Qin Yuzhu wasn't the type to joke around, and she certainly wouldn't use gold for a transaction without a reason. It only meant that there might be significant market fluctuations in the future. A new financial crisis might be coming soon. She didn't know what the boss had thought of, but Xia Xiaoman showed no emotional fluctuations. Coming out of the elevator, Mo Jingchun went straight back to his office, while Xia Xiaoman, who walked behind him, continued directly to the finance department, only separated by a wall from the boss's office. Wearing sneakers, Xia Xiaoman entered the finance department without making a sound, but from the moment she stepped in, most of the finance staff instinctively looked up. Upon seeing it was Xia, everyone lowered their heads and continued to work. The employees who originally had nothing to do also put away their phones and pretended to be busy. Only one person, instead of lowering his head, stood up with a big smile to greet her. "Xia, please have a seat." Looking at Xiao Mingxin's smiling face and the flesh piled on his face, Xia Xiaomin said with a half-smile, "No need to sit. The boss wants to see you." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Mingxin's facial flesh trembled uncontrollably. Afraid? How could the head of the finance department not be afraid of the boss? Especially a boss who neither evades taxes nor commits fraud. Entering the office, Xiao Mingxin saw the boss looking at something on the desk. The next moment, the boss looked up, expressionless, already somewhat anxious. Xiao Mingxin shuddered in fear when he heard the boss speak. Xia Xiaomin was obviously taken aback. Closing the door during working hours had never happened in the past few years. Realizing the seriousness, Xia Xiaomin nodded and said nothing, pressing a control panel on the wall. Fingerprint recognition successful. 2 doors closed simultaneously. This way, not only could no sound get out, but also, even standing outside, one couldn't see inside the office. Looking at the trembling Xiao Mingxin, Mo Jingchun said innocently, "What are you afraid of?" Seeing this, Xiao Mingxin gave a wry smile. This body wasn't bribed by others. It was entirely from meals in the cafeteria. But who knows what the boss would think? Now that the boss directly mentioned how clean his hands were, instead of being angry at the boss's surveillance, Xiao Mingxin felt a bit fortunate. Just kidding, the position he's in now, there are countless people wanting to push him down. As he dragged a chair over to the boss's desk, Xiao Mingxin finally saw what he was looking at earlier. Gold, and quite a lot. Judging by the looks, it's worth between 1 to 2 million. After both were seated, Mo Jingchun tapped the table. Xiao Mingxin looked at the shiny gold again, took a deep breath to calm his nerves. Xiao Mingxin was full of questions. The boss's instruction caught Xiao Mingxin off guard. Thinking of the boss saying to disperse to various countries, Xiao Mingxin couldn't help but gasp. The amount of gold the boss wanted was likely not small. Why else would such a big commotion be needed? Didn't you notice the office door was closed? Swallowing nervously, Xiao Mingxin asked nervously, "Boss, if the amount is too large, it's unrealistic." Hearing this, Xiao Mingxin smiled awkwardly. It's not like traveling. It's clearly a path to losing one's life. Saying it honestly, Mo Jingchun pouted. The boss's murmuring made Xiao Mingxin sweat. 50 billion in gold isn't just a bit. It's a lot. At current market rates, 50 billion can be exchanged for nearly 10 tons of gold. It sounds not much, but this stuff is usually measured in grams. Back at his desk, Xiao Mingxin was still dazed. Thankfully, his task was to not ask questions, just transfer the money. As for where the funds go, just categorize them under experimental materials. 50 billion doesn't seem much, but isn't little either. Luckily, Mo Jingchun isn't in a hurry. Just take it slow. Time flew by, and suddenly it was New Year's Day. With Candy Technologies' promotion, netizens were eagerly anticipating owning a White. The launch of White was a week away, but Hui County was already buzzing with activity. The prices of hotel rooms in the county had tripled, and now it was difficult to find a vacant room. Outside the villa, Mo Jingchun looked up at the vast snowfall with a happy smile on his face. Snowy days are quite interesting, aren't they? Mo Jingchun extended his hand, and the large snowflakes that landed on it quickly melted. Looking at the distance where Candy, Zhou Yaling, and White were building a snowman, if one ignored the dog paw prints all over the ground, it would certainly be a beautiful scene. Mo Jingchun smiled slightly, stepping on the crunchy white snow as he walked over. Looking at the snowman as tall as Candy, Mo Jingchun smiled. "Ha!" Wearing a fluffy bunny ear hat and with a proud face, they all burst into laughter. After a while, Mo Jingchun pointed at the snowman's nose and asked. Little Candy dashed into the villa and soon returned. And in Candy's hand was a carrot. Placing the carrot on the nose, Candy looked at the morning's work with delight. Chapter 560. Candy can draw now. Chapter 560. Chapter 560. Candy can draw now. After Mo Jingchun and the others left, Xiaoxia and his group laughed as they looked at the snow scattered all over the ground. In no time, these guys somehow found a few shovels and some brooms made of bamboo. In less than half an hour, they had cleared all the snow around the villa and piled it up together. Looking at the pile of snow in front of him, Xiaoxia twisted his neck and said with a mischievous laugh, "Why are we being so polite?" Ever since the morning when Candy and Zhou Yaling went out to build a snowman, some of the 15 people couldn't resist the urge to join in. Building a snowman is such a refreshing thing to do. On the roof, Wild Wolf helplessly watched as a few people downstairs were using shovels as carving knives to engrave something in the snow. Said Hawkeye, chewing on gum while talking. Like most snipers, Hawkeye also liked to chew gum to replenish energy. In less than 15 minutes, a fuzzy torso appeared from the once-person-high snow pile. Hawkeye, who had been on the rooftop all along, knew it was a lion. Not long after, the time it took to watch a little TV, Candy, holding rabbit ears, hopped out the door, planning to shoot a short video of the snowman, and was dumbfounded as soon as she stepped out of the yard. "What's that?" Candy stood there in the middle of the asphalt road. Looked to the left hand, then to the right hand. The right side was the little snowman she and her sister built in the morning, and on the left was a tall and long lion. It looked very realistic. Not far away, Xiaoxia smiled smugly. Back in the day before retirement, every winter when it snowed, they would build a big snowman. The fun of that is incomparable to now. After a while, Candy silently took out her phone from her pocket. Perhaps to make her snowman look larger, Candy stood directly in front of her snowman to record a video. As for the big lion behind her, it was simple. She could just turn around to shoot directly. The lion was just too big. Sitting in the study chair, Mo Jingchun scrolled to his sister's short video. He casually gave it a like and continued scrolling. It kept snowing heavier, showing no signs of stopping. In just a few hours, a thick layer of white snow accumulated on the ground again. Now, Mo Jingchun on the balcony is gazing into the distance. The whole world was covered in white. Downstairs, if Candy wasn't standing next to White playing in the snow, Mo Jingchun really couldn't spot White at first glance. The pure white coat made a natural camouflage in the snow. The siblings seemed somewhat connected, as Candy, holding tools to sculpt snowballs, suddenly looked up to see Mo Jingchun standing on the balcony. Candy didn't expect to see her brother upon looking up. The next moment, Candy joyfully shouted. A few minutes later, Candy regretted it. She shouldn't have called her brother down for a snowball fight. Her brother didn't hold back at all, and she simply couldn't beat him. What's more annoying is that White just stood by laughing foolishly and didn't help out at all. Tossing the snowball in his hand, Mo Jingchun's lips curled into a slight smile. Whoosh! The snowball traveled in a perfect arc and accurately landed on the fluffy rabbit ear hat. Already quite pissed, Candy immediately refused to accept it, throwing the snowball-making tool to the ground. Watching Candy drop her tools and run back home, White winked at Mo Jingchun before quickly chasing after Candy. Feeling several gazes on him, Mo Jingchun shrugged and nonchalantly picked up Candy's discarded tools from the snow. Would Candy really be angry? Mo Jingchun didn't believe it. Sure enough, as soon as Mo Jingchun walked inside, he heard two Timmy sounds. Candy on the sofa glanced at Mo Jingchun, then turned back, pretending not to see. Unfazed, Mo Jingchun sat directly on the sofa. Glancing at Zhou Yaling seated cross-legged on the sofa, Mo Jingchun spoke. "Your school semester is about to end, right? Already in the queue." Zhou Yaling responded without looking up. With that, Zhou Yaling strangely glanced at her older brother. With just a word, Zhou Yaling couldn't be bothered to humor Mo Jingchun. Rarely does Candy initiate a ranking match. How could she miss such a good opportunity? In less than 10 minutes, their base crystal exploded. Seeing Candy's expression, on the verge of speaking but holding back, Mo Jingchun chuckled. With such unreliable teammates, not even the best in the country could carry you. On the sofa, 3 fingers clicked rapidly on the screen. With Mo Jingchun joining, It felt like missing a teammate didn't matter much. With a 3-day New Year's holiday, Mo Jingchun thought the heavy snow would really last 3 days as the weather forecast predicted. In reality, most of the time the weather forecast is inaccurate. By night, the heavy daytime snow stopped. By midnight, the lowest temperature was already 5 to 6 degrees below zero. Because she slept early, Candy got up as soon as the sky started to light up outside. Sitting on the bed, Candy was lost in thought for a while before kicking her sister, who was sleeping like a pig. Pouting, Candy changed her clothes and went downstairs by herself. In the second floor study, Candy boredly painted with a pile of colorful crayons. As for what she was drawing, even Candy didn't know. Suddenly, Candy got an idea. Right in front of White's confused eyes, Candy grabbed the crayon box and ran out of the study. Instructing White not to follow her into the bedroom, Candy tiptoed inside. Always watching Candy, Zero quietly bowed her head for a minute in silent tribute to the leader. From the look on Candy's face, it seemed she had come up with some mischievous idea to prank her brother. By the bedside, Candy softly called out a couple of times, ensuring her brother was still asleep, then cheerfully took out some crayons and started drawing on her brother's fingernails. Candy had long noticed many big sisters like to paint their nails. Today, she would do the same for her brother. Red, green, blue. Soon, all 10 fingernails were painted, and Candy still wasn't satisfied. The next moment, seeing her brother's tender, fair face, Candy had a bright idea, carefully selecting a blue crayon to draw on his face. At the moment when a big turtle formed, Zero switched to a moment of silence for Candy. Chapter 561, Truly Fully Automatic. Chapter 561. Chapter 561. Truly Fully Automatic. Upon waking up, Zhou Yaling discovered that Candy had already gotten out of bed somehow. The changed pajamas were folded neatly on the bed. Zhou Yaling was already used to this and didn't find it strange anymore. Even if she and her brother weren't up, Candy wouldn't be left hungry. The little guy was pretty clever. Since it was a holiday, Zhou Yaling, wearing her cotton pajamas, yawned and walked downstairs directly. A moment ago, still drowsy, Zhou Yaling immediately snapped awake. She looked a bit startled as she pointed at Candy, standing in the corner with a face smudged like a raccoon, and asked her brother, who had pulled up a chair next to Candy. Time rewinds to half an hour ago. Feeling like he had been slapped, Mo Jingchun woke up from his dream in shock. He opened his eyes just to see a pair of innocent big eyes. Needless to say, Mo Jingchun naturally didn't believe such nonsense. Lifting his hand about to say something, Mo Jingchun was directly stunned. Why were his hands all colorful now? Seeming to realize something, Mo Jingchun threw off the covers and rushed into the bathroom. That's right, seeing the big turtle in the mirror, Mo Jingchun was furious. The little guy was no less quick, and as soon as she heard her brother call her full name, she ran off without any hesitation. Unfortunately, she was a step too late. Just as she was about to escape, she suddenly found herself lifted off the ground. With an innocent look, Candy was lifted up by Mo Jingchun just like that. After hearing her brother's story, Zhou Yaling burst out laughing. Seeing her brother's resentful look, Zhou Yaling clutched her stomach and tried hard not to laugh. Standing in the corner, Candy pouted, looking dissatisfied at her sister. Not helping was one thing, but to add fuel to the fire? Candy very much suspected that her sister was doing this on purpose. Holding a feather duster, Mo Jingchun's face was completely dark. Oh, glancing around, Zhou Yaling suddenly felt something was missing. It turned out White was gone. Mo Jingchun let out a cold laugh. Glancing at Candy, who was fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, Mo Jingchun said with a smile, "Jade needs to be polished to become a useful tool." Upon hearing this, Candy smiled sheepishly. Isn't he talking about her? Brother, you could just say it's about Guogua. Zhou Yaling, who was already walking in, paused her steps. Child, aren't you just confirming the truth? In the end, Mo Jingchun and Zhou Yaling, playing bad cop and good cop, let Candy off. However, the crime tool, paint brushes, were confiscated by Mo Jingchun. In Mo Jingchuan's words, Kenny doesn't have a speck of talent for painting. Mo Jingchun didn't want to suddenly find the aircraft carrier model in the study or any rare books to be all colorful one day, especially the aircraft carrier model, which was truly a limited edition. It's not something you can buy just because you have money. 2 days later, after the New Year's holiday ended and Candy was sent to kindergarten, Mo Jingchun let out a long sigh of relief. In the huge, enclosed production workshop, there was only one exit and one entrance. Inside the workshop, dabbies were being systematically produced one by one. Indeed, this was Mo Jingchuan's newly designed, fully automated production line. From raw material storage to packaged white, the entire process was fully automated, with no need for human operation. When Mo Jingchun first saw this scene, wearing a dust suit, he was quite amazed. No wonder so many people are afraid of robots. Looking at the dabbies working diligently, Mo Jingchun shook his head. Speaking up to this point, Mo Jingchuan's lips slightly curled up, and he said with a smile. Su Wenyin shrugged indifferently. Not expanding meant less work for her. On the way back to the company, concerned about the launch, Mo Jingchun asked, "How is Su Pengfei's preparation for the launch?" With a calm expression, Mo Jingchun glanced at the somewhat worried Su Wenyin. Upon hearing this, Su Wenyin gave a quirky smile as she looked at the boss. Not just that, all the function chips have been data encrypted. Not to mention anything else, just the various diagnostic materials Zero has gathered over such a long time are worth more than gold. Mo Jingchun dared to say no institute gathered more diagnostic materials than he did. Facing the boss's frown, Su Pengfei nodded and said, regarding this point, Su Pengfei was quite conflicted too. Normally, whether it's phones or cars, short video bloggers are invited for evaluations to better promote them. But does white really need evaluation? Mo Jingchun said directly. Seeing the boss's expression, Su Pengfei pinched his nose. A few months ago, the car the boss gifted him had its photo posted on social media by him on the same day. He even garnered a lot of likes back then. The time for the launch was getting closer and closer. It was just at this moment that Mo Jingchun received a call from Qin Yuzhu. Mo Jingchun didn't directly say that those materials were actually used on aerospace fighters, not rockets. Chapter 562, Taking Medicine. Chapter 562. Chapter 562. Taking medicine, is this the problem? The problem is whether it can be sold. Can it be sold? Qin Yuzhu slowly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it can be sold, not much is needed this time. Hearing Mo Jingchuan's crisp answer, Qin Yuzhu knew the reported quantity was too low. This new material named X, 2-polyethylene by Mo Jingchun, was not as scarce as speculated. Oh, Qin Yuzhu joked. Unexpectedly, Mo Jingchun responded without any hesitation or delay. Lying down, Mo Jingchun chuckled with wide around, "It doesn't matter when you come." In the end, Qin Yuzhu still arranged for someone to pick up the goods during the day. No matter how Mo Jingchun spoke, it felt unreliable. In the morning, a ray of sunlight shone through the window onto the bed. But the 2-meter-wide bed was empty. Suddenly, footsteps approached from afar. With a click, the bedroom door was opened. Mo Jingchun kept taking deep breaths, ignoring the sweat on his forehead, and prepared to take a shower. Meanwhile, a massive artifact broke through the atmosphere and entered outer space. That was the beautiful country's space shuttle. It was carrying out a goods transport mission. After entering orbit, the two astronauts almost simultaneously looked at an artifact moving uniformly in a circular motion on the right side of their view. Within just a few months, they witnessed the establishment of this new space station. It was the space station belonging to that eastern great nation. It said that only 1/10 of the construction has been completed so far. "Joe, do you believe it's really just a space station?" A blond man next to him took off his spacesuit mask and said with a laugh, "Oh." The two did not continue the discussion. After all, more than one outsider was listening to their every word. Soon, the space shuttle passed beneath the giant space station. Just looking up, they could visually see 5 or 6 mechanical arms on the space station working intensively on something. Phew! In the cold air, the breath exhaled turned into white mist. Outside the stadium, Mo Jingshun stomped his feet and rubbed his hands together. Compared to this dry cold, Mo Jingshun actually preferred snowfall. At least, when it snows, it's only cold in the mornings and evenings. Daytime is actually okay. Boss, image, pay attention to the image. Hearing this, Mo Jingchun glanced at the people secretly taking photos in the shadows, nonchalantly shrugged. Su Wenyan, standing a step behind Mo Jingchun, turned her head away, not wanting to see the boss. During non-serious times, the boss was often not serious. TSK, TSK, TSK. Do you two think old Su is reliable or not? Is it going to self-introduce? Su Wenyan looked unconcerned, but Xia Xiaoman's face was a bit odd. If she remembers correctly, when Disney's regional president came, it seemed you, the boss, also let White introduce itself. What's this? A tradition? In the kindergarten classroom, the teacher feared the children would catch cold, so the air conditioning temperature was a bit high. Watching the teacher jump around, Candy in the middle of her little classmates started to doze off. Like the other little classmates, Candy's hands weakly swayed in the air. Even the sweat-drenched teacher, Lee, felt the temperature was a bit high. Furrowing her brow, Teacher Lee stopped. After lowering the air conditioning temperature, Teacher Lee, still a bit worried, opened the classroom door for ventilation. The children, always in the classroom, may not notice, but she felt the air was stale as soon as she entered. Yawning, Candy, back at her seat, didn't care about the class and just slumped over the desk and fell asleep. Achoo! In the villa's living room, Candy couldn't help but sneeze again. Who would have thought that after just a nap, a dozen kids caught a cold? With a fever sticker on her forehead, Candy lay helplessly on the sofa. Until White brought over a bowl of medicine, Candy shivered instantly, instinctively backing away. Sitting beside her, Mo Jingchun rolled his eyes. Remembering Teacher Lee's trembling appearance when he picked up Candy, Mo Jingchun sighed. The other kids' parents would be enough to give her a hard time. If he grumbled too, this Teacher Lee might get scared sick. Glancing at Candy holding the bowl, reluctant to drink, Mo Jingchun said with a faint tone. The little guy pouted, steeled herself, pinched her nose, and gulped down the medicine. Seeing Candy's face filled with hesitant yet pleased expression, Mo Jingchun almost laughed. Hearing her brother mention shots, Candy, like a startled little deer, jumped up immediately. That Mo Jingchun gave a cold laugh. He was just trying to scare Candy a bit. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't take Candy for a shot. After washing her feet, Candy crawled into bed and wrapped herself tightly. Standing by the bed, White reached out a white hand to feel Candy's forehead, then turned to wink at Mo Jingchun. Hearing this, Candy nodded. Mo Jingchun nodded without saying anything. Not until he left the room did Mo Jingchun say to Zhou Yaling. Chapter 563. We're not the same. Chapter 563. Chapter 563. We're not the same. The next day, a misty drizzle fell from the sky, making the already cold weather even colder. Over at the kindergarten, Mo Jingchun had already given orders that the air conditioning should not exceed 24 degrees. It wasn't that Mo Jingchun was concerned about a little bit of electricity cost. Previously, he hadn't considered that kindergarten kids are naturally active. When there's too much of a temperature difference between indoors and outdoors, it's easy for the kids to get sick. Early in the morning, Candy was already full of energy, but she still couldn't escape that bowl of medicine in the end. Gazing at the empty bowl with not a drop left, Mo Jingchun smiled and said, "When you come back from school today, let White check you." Candy handed the empty bowl to her brother, licked her lips, and smacked her little lips. The next second, Candy, having burped, patted her small tummy, blinked at her brother who was watching her, and giggled. On the way to send Candy to kindergarten, Mo Jingchun carefully advised. Reaching the kindergarten entrance, Mo Jingchun adjusted the hat on Candy's head, pinching the two bunny ears. Got it! Mo Jingchun waved his hand, watching Candy run into the kindergarten. Seeing Candy run into the classroom, Mo Jingchun then called on Xia Xiaomin and the rest to head to the new sports stadium in the county. It wasn't that Su Pengfei didn't consider holding the press conference out of town. Mainly, holding in the county could stimulate a lot of spending. Plus, the gymnasium venue was free. After comprehensive consideration, Su Pengfei decided to hold the conference in this small county. Though called a small county, with development over the past few years, it's vaguely heading towards county upgrading to city status. The new gymnasium wasn't too far, also part of the new development zone, less than 3 kilometers in a straight line from Candy Science and Technology Park. Driving there took about 10 minutes, even considering traffic lights. As Mo Jingchun guessed, a weary-looking teacher Li couldn't wait to inquire upon seeing Candy hop into the classroom. After a long while, Teacher Li breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing major happened, and all the kids who caught a cold were discovered in time, avoiding any serious issues. Clenching her teeth, Teacher Li thought of the principal's ghastly face from yesterday and decided to talk to him. Learning from experience, Teacher Li also saw the importance of White. If White could regularly check the kids' health, risks could be minimized. She decided to ask the principal to request a White from the boss. 10 minutes later, in the principal's office, the principal, cradling a thermos cup and wearing a furry hat, listened to Teacher Li's suggestion with furrowed brows. Teacher Li's proposal was good, but the cost of White was well known within the company. 19 million. The most important point, Candy has a personal White. In such circumstances, would the boss really agree if he requested one? He was uncertain, but recalling yesterday's situation, he shivered. Fortunately, the parents of these children were all well-educated and didn't make a big fuss. After listening to the explanation, they merely expressed dissatisfaction without pursuing accountability. He knew it was mainly because the parents heard one particular saying. The boss didn't say anything. Taking a deep breath, "All right, I got it." Inside the gymnasium, Mo Jingchun received the principal's request email as soon as he sat down. Reading through the email, Mo Jingchun slapped his forehead. Look at this, such a simple thing. How hadn't he thought of it? The staff below felt White's high price. But who was Mo Jingchun? He was the creator of White. Only he knew that White's cost wasn't as high as everyone imagined. After approving it, Mo Jingchun, wearing a Bluetooth headset, directly said, 0, send laboratories no. Got it. Almost. Simultaneously, in the busy laboratory, a White suddenly stopped, laid its tools on the ground. The next moment, White walked straight towards the elevator. The armed police in the lobby on the first floor of the laboratory building took one look at the White coming down alone without showing any surprise. This wasn't the first time. The last time, a White came down carrying a big bucket. When the principal saw White reporting to him, he was completely bewildered. Hadn't it been less than 10 minutes since he received the boss's approval? White had already arrived directly. This efficiency, truly impeccable. He worried whether the boss would approve in vain. After class, the children quickly noticed the big new presence in the kindergarten. It was White. Candy, playing outside the classroom after class, was full of surprise when she saw White. She thought it was her White. But it wasn't. All Whites looked exactly the same. Really hard to tell apart seeing White surrounded by a group of kids. Candy's little dark eyes darted around, a plan forming in her mind. All Whites looked the same, so she put a big sticker on her White. That way they can be differentiated. Unlike the other kids, Wang Haoren didn't join a watch. Even though he was curious, he obediently stayed by the big sister's side. Wang Haoren paused, furrowing his brows slightly. He nodded, then shook his head. Very expensive, Candy asked, looking up at the sky. Beside her, Wang Haoren understood, but he helplessly shrugged. Mom was mom, and she'd anticipated this could happen. When White first came out, she'd already warned him. Scratching her head, Candy curiously asked, "Are you afraid of your mom?" Seemingly recalling something, Wang Haoren gave a sheepish smile. With young brother Ting's words, Candy thought for a moment, and it seemed true. Every time her brother hit her, it didn't hurt. It was just when she was punished to stand that it was uncomfortable. Her back would be sore and painful from standing. Moving a bit would earn a glare from her brother. Chapter 564. Press Conference. Chapter 564. Chapter 564. Press Conference. Sigh. Candy patted his little brother on the shoulder and said earnestly. Wong Howren, who was a head shorter, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did he mean this together? Obviously not. Ding, 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 the school bell rang, and a group of cute kids reluctantly returned to their classrooms under the teacher's persuasion. A few of them even held on to White, crying and not wanting to let go. White stood there innocently blinking. Being among these kids, White seemed to miss the days at the lab. In the new gymnasium, the press conference hadn't started yet, and the entire venue was chaotic. The noise was like a DJ rock concert. Mo Jingchun, sitting in the front row, covered his ears, feeling a headache. Xiao, what time is it? Xia Xiaoman, sitting next to Mo Jingchun, glanced at her watch and looked up at her boss, saying, with a slight frown, Xia Xiaoman also felt the venue's noise was too loud. The buzzing made her head hurt. It wasn't realistic to walk over there at this point. Without hesitation, Xia Xiaoman quickly took out her phone to contact Su Pengfei in the back. Hello? The call was hung up, and Xia Xiaoman was unsure if President Su heard it clearly. Just as she was about to send a message, President Su sent a WeChat text. Mo Jingchun nodded, and the next moment, the three large screens in the venue began to play content. To prevent any incidents, the lights in the venue slowly turned off one by one. A full minute later, the venue lights were completely off. Soon, only the sound system was left in the venue. With the noise gone, Mo Jingchun felt much more relaxed. Luckily, the press conference wasn't on the weekend, or else if he brought Candy, Candy would definitely have wanted to run away out of frustration. On the promo video, it showcased Candy Technology's journey from a small campus studio to an office building in Jing City, and further development in moving headquarters to this small town. Through this journey, how many technological innovations and new products did Candy Technology release? Watching the promo video, many attendees suddenly realized that over 4 or 5 short years, Candy Technology had developed so many new technologies. The most memorable was none other than the leukemia special medication. As the promo video ended, all screens suddenly went dark. Seconds later, a small light began to light up from the center of the screen. Watching the sketch being slowly drawn out stroke by stroke, everyone knew today's main star was about to appear. Just when everyone thought the sketch on the screen would turn into a picture of White, the screen went dark again. While everyone was dumbfounded by this operation, a beam of light shone on the center of the stage. Under the light, there was suddenly a White. At that moment, Su Pengfei's voice boomed from all directions. People were looking for Su Pengfei, but after searching for a while, they couldn't find him. In the entire venue, besides the White under the spotlight, nothing else was visible. As soon as the words were spoken, the 3 screens lit up again. This time, the screen showed a live close-up of White in the middle of the stage. Those adorable large eyes and that soft white body really made one want to own one. At this moment, almost everyone understood. The main star of today's conference was none other than the White on stage. No wonder Su Pengfei didn't take the stage, because this was essentially a self-presentation by White. This was a very special press conference. But at the final journalist Q&A, could White really handle it? The following time was entirely White's performance show. As White demonstrated one function after another, more and more people were impressed. When White mentioned it could transform into an airbag in emergencies, everyone was in shock. Candy Technology's R&D team was truly pushing White's capabilities to the limits. Does this seemingly useless function really have no use? No. Soon, someone thought of certain emergencies. If White's material was truly that tough, then in some emergencies, it could not only serve as an airbag, but also as a jack. Yes, a jack. Inflate, deflate. Isn't this the definition of an air cushion jack? After watching White's diagnostic performance, many gasped in amazement. This isn't just a personal health assistant. It's clearly an all-powerful doctor in disguise, though it's just a preliminary diagnosis. But don't forget, once there's a preliminary diagnosis, A normal reaction would be to go to the hospital for a checkup. Would someone who can afford White care about a small checkup fee? Over an hour later, when the price was displayed on the big screen, even though everyone was mentally prepared, they didn't expect White to be this expensive. 19 million renminbi. It was quite intimidating just looking at it. At the conference, there probably weren't many people who could afford White without much pressure. All the lights came on. The journalists, who were the first to recover, scrambled to ask questions. Mo Jingchun, sitting in the first row, coldly smirked at the mustached reporter who asked the question. When Su Pengfei came to him and said White should host the press conference, Su Pengfei was worried about the Q&A session. Under everyone's watchful eyes, White adorably blinked his eyes. The reporter seemed dissatisfied with this answer and even felt insulted by the artificial intelligence. Just as he prepared to follow up, Zero, who stayed behind the scenes, wouldn't let him get his way. Chapter 565, The Prevailing Trend. Chapter 565. Chapter 565. The prevailing trend. When the second person pointed out by White asked this question, not only did Mo Jingchun frown, but many guests attending the press conference also knitted their brows. Which domestic journalist asked such a question right off the bat? Of course, unlike the others, Mo Jingchun's frown was entirely due to suspecting Zero of mischief behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the first two journalists chosen asked these tricky questions? How could they not have a strategy for this kind of inevitable question? The next moment, White answered without any hesitation. Straightforwardly, it replied, "Ma'am, White is a health assistant." For some reason, most people felt relieved when Zero answered this kind of question without any hesitation. At least it showed that White doesn't possess human-like thinking abilities and can only seek answers from data. The following question and answer session finally proceeded normally. Soon, when a reporter mentioned the stock availability, everyone stopped caring about other questions. All because of one thing White said. After the press conference ended, the various attendees, each with their own thoughts, left the venue, looking as if they were worried about being noticed by the perceptive. Meanwhile, the White procured by Disney was immediately activated and placed in the amusement park. In a conference room in Shanghai, as the projector turned off and the secretary turned on the lights and left the room. An elderly white-haired man, sitting at the back, removed his reading glasses and sighed. You've all seen it, right? Does anyone have any ideas? The conference room was somewhat quiet, and the 12 people present all wore worried expressions. For other companies, there might still be a chance to hold back. But this is Candy Technology, not to mention they have a strong backing. In the eyes of discerning people, Candy Technology is a semi-official company. With so much income tax, Candy Technology hasn't sidestepped a single penny. How many private companies in the country can reach this level? After a long while, a young man in his 20s sitting at the front of the conference table suddenly smiled and said, the young man paused, his expression turning more serious. The young man thought of something else, and his tone became even more serious. After the young man finished speaking, everyone fell in a deep thought. After a long while, Dean Shun, sitting at the back, suddenly laughed and said, young people do have clear thinking. Let's take a step back. The young man called Xiao Chen internally scoffed. Old fox, pretending to know nothing. In fact, among successful people, who's a fool? In this conference room, if they can think this way, others won't. No one realized that the more they thought this way, the closer they got to Mo Jingchun's intention. This is like boiling a frog in warm water. At 2:59 in the afternoon, Mo Jingchun was calmly drinking tea in the office. As soon as it hit 3 o'clock, Mo Jingchun heard cheers and jubilant voices. Mo Jingchun glanced at the computer. He felt no emotional ripple. All 30,000 units of White were sold out instantly. He had already said that this world doesn't lack wealthy people. Moreover, many organizations will definitely rush to buy them for research. If push comes to shove, be extravagant like him and use White as a lab assistant. Initially, seeing White sold out instantly, Xia Xiaoman was still marveling at the rich people. As soon as the boss spoke, Xia Xiaoman couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. That's right, but there's still taxes to pay. Noticing Xia Xiaoman's gaze, Mo Jingchun gently shook his teacup, as if holding not a teacup, but a wine glass. What he drank wasn't tea, but red wine. This means your year-end bonus is secured. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman looked at her boss with a strange expression. Happy for them, boss. Are you serious? Montag. Jingchun was full of nostalgia. Right, single quotation mark, sitting at her desk, Xia Xiaoman remained silent. Even she was a little curious about how much the year-end bonus would be this year. If it's a lot, she also plans to buy a white to take home. Suddenly, an advertising slogan flashed through Xia Xiaoman's mind. A gift like white, if someone really gives it, who could refuse? A cute, playful white, who wouldn't want one? At this moment, Su Pengfei, full of excitement, knocked on the door and walked in. Sitting opposite Montag Yingchun, Su Pengfei's mouth twitched. 19 million. It's hard not to worry that few people would buy it. Thankfully, everything was under the boss's control. As soon as the words fell, both Su Pengfei and Xia Xiaoman froze. Both were lost in thought, but they really couldn't figure out what kind of product could sell for tens of billions or even more per unit. Could they be selling rockets? Later, thank people for the old iron rocket. They couldn't figure it out. P.S. Thanks to Aishu, a dream enters Chang'an. Jin Xiaoyan thinks innocently. Magical Taro meets Lotus, always violating the rules. Jui Xinghe, a traveler in the world. Hongming, Purple Lotus, and a song of coolness for their rewards and support. Chapter 566, Parent-Teacher Meeting. Chapter 566. Chapter 566. Parent-teacher meeting. Just as netizens were complaining online about how white was sold out in a second, and how there are so many rich people, someone pointed out with a reasonable analysis that this time, white was only released domestically. Netizens abroad expressed that Candy Technologies' official website purchase channel was completely inaccessible. Some hackers even tried to access the website through proxy servers, but the next second, they received a warning message. The true situation is still unknown. Perhaps there was a lot of false information involved, but what is certain is that after this release event, white could really only be purchased within the domestic region. No problem with that. This kind of operation is very typical of Candy Technology. 19 million. Netizens were all curious about how much more white would cost abroad later. Unfortunately, no matter who at Ed Candy Technologies' short video official account and Weibo, they did not get any response. Confronted with the questions from netizens, the people in Candy Technologies' PR department could only shrug helplessly. To be honest, if not for the netizens, they wouldn't have known this situation existed either. They themselves didn't know how to reply. As for going to ask the boss, forget about it. In the current situation, it's obvious that the boss and the president had discussed it among themselves. At 5 p.m., after kindergarten dismissed, Candy, dressed in a puffer jacket and wearing a furry hat, was walking through the park, wrapped up to the teeth. In front of Candy, White was using its body to shield against the cold wind blowing from the front. Even Fian, who was walking behind Candy, benefited from it. Walking in the middle, Candy clearly had something on their mind, always walking with their head down. If it weren't for the two long legs of White that always followed, Candy might have unknowingly ended up in a dish. What normally would take less than 10 minutes, this time took Candy 16 minutes to walk. Fian looked at their watch and marveled. Fortunately, Candy didn't run around, but instead returned directly to the office. In the silent office, Mo Jingchun poured a glass of water for Candy. Watching the hesitant and sheepish Candy, Mo Jingchun was a bit puzzled for a moment. What's going on? And Zhou Yaling, sitting on the sofa, didn't say a word, her expression clearly ready to watch the show unfold. Usually, coming back from school, wasn't it always bouncing with joy and a big smile? What does this indicate? It indicates that something's up. Mo Jingchun dug his ears, full of disbelief. A parents' meeting? Are you kidding me? PFF Mo Jingchun, who was about to take a sip of water to calm himself down, directly choked. Cough, cough, patting his chest. Mo Jingchun finally caught his breath and ignored Zhou Yaling's laughter, and instead asked seriously. Candy, who hadn't even put down their backpack yet, tilted their head and blinked innocently. "Brother, do I look like someone who often causes trouble in kindergarten?" The voice was firm and powerful. Even Zhou Yaling, who was sitting on the sofa watching the show, instinctively nodded. "Well, we are indeed the good child whose parents get called." Actually, Candy couldn't figure out why they had to hold a parents' meeting. Mo Jingchun, holding a teacup, and Zhou Yaling, sitting on the sofa, looked at each other and pointed at each other. At this time, Mo Jingchun unhurriedly said, "If I go, who would dare to speak the truth?" Hee, Zhou Yaling snickered. Having passed the buck, Candy happily moved a small stool to the side to watch their brother and sister letting each other go. Of course, Candy was more hoping that their sister would attend the parents' meeting. No other reason. It's mainly because they're not very confident themselves. After some back and forth, it ended up being Zhou Yaling who took on the responsibility. Glancing at the smiling Candy, Mo Jingchun snorted. "This little guy, won't there be problems if someone else goes and gets a separate talk from the teacher? They will enter first grade next year. It won't be like kindergarten by then. The teachers at school might take care of Candy because of his status, but it won't be as meticulous as the kindergarten teachers. After all, no matter how you say it, the kindergarten is theirs." He had considered building a primary school or even a high school for Candy, but after careful consideration, he decided against it. Excessive protection isn't a good thing. Candy has their own thoughts and ideas. More importantly, only in a broader environment can Candy's understanding of the world become clearer. The next day, Saturday, Zhou Yaling, dragged out of bed early by Candy, was listless and bleary-eyed, occasionally even yawning. Candy obviously didn't believe her, and the disbelief was written all over their face. After dawdling for a long time, Zhou Yaling finally left the house with Candy. Beside the window of the second-floor bedroom, Mo Jingchun, observing from behind the curtain, saw the two cars leave before he let down the curtain. A few minutes later, Mo Jingchun went downstairs and saw the uncleaned kitchen and the bowls and chopsticks left in the sink. His mouth twitched. Little sister is still a bit upset. Looking down at Bun and Little Gray circling around him, Mo Jingchun sighed. "Ah, even the pets haven't been fed." Mo Jingchun wasn't angry at all. Instead, he felt secretly pleased. He had a hunch that Zhou Yaling would feel the pressure of all eyes on her at the parents' meeting today. Washing dishes, feeding dogs, feeding cats, done in 10 minutes. Yes, Mo Jingchun intended to play a sneaky trick. Meanwhile, Candy and Zhou Yaling had just entered the tech park. Under the golden osmanthus tree by the canteen entrance, Sci-Fi slowly parked the car. Chapter 567. This makes no sense. Chapter 567. Chapter 567. This makes no sense. Looking at Sci-Fi's smile, Zhou Yaling appeared thoughtful. Although her brother often tricks her, he is always reliable in his actions. Since he specifically asked them to get off here, he must have his reasons. Zhou Yaling gently patted Candy on the shoulder, stopped hesitating, and took the lead to open the car door and get out. Candy, with empty hands, pouted but followed out of the car. Before they even reached the kindergarten, Zhou Yaling noticed that they were encountering many parents and children along the way. The children varied in age. At that moment, Zhou Yaling felt much more at ease. It seemed that all classes were having a parent-teacher meeting. It wasn't just Candy's class, so everything was fine. Holding Candy's right hand, Zhou Yaling walked into the classroom with a stiff smile. So many people, why are they all looking at her? Candy glanced calmly and pulled her sister directly towards her seat. Meanwhile, at home, Mo Jingchun was munching on a bag of original flavor sunflower seeds he found somewhere. There, sunflower seeds. Seated on the sofa, Mo Jingchun was focused on watching the scene under surveillance while eating sunflower seeds. After witnessing Zhou Yaling's forced smile, Mo Jingchun burst into laughter. Before 9 o'clock, all the children and parents had arrived. The teacher, seeing everyone was present, began to speak directly. The show was about to begin. Mo Jingchun didn't know how many times he had heard the next words the teacher said. It was nothing more than emphasizing various safety issues. Clearly, it was just those few safety points, yet the teacher spent an hour babbling on. Mo Jingchun's mouth was dry from eating sunflower seeds, and the teacher hadn't yet touched on the topics Mo Jingchun wanted to hear. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of a group of parents and children, the teacher took a stack of certificates from a bag with a beaming smile. Yes, it was a thick stack at that. Seeing that almost every child had at least one certificate, Mo Jingchun was dumbfounded. The principal of this kindergarten was truly something, ensuring everyone got at least one certificate, attending to relationships like no other. He thought it was something major, but it turned out to be just this. This was not a parent-teacher meeting. It was clearly a disguised award ceremony. If he had known, Mo Jingchun would have gone himself. Listening to the teacher's praise for Candy, even through the screen, Mo Jingchun felt very pleased inside. After all, the better Candy performed, the more it showed his excellent guidance. However, come to think of it, this didn't make sense. As her brother, wouldn't he know what his sister is like? Otherwise, why would he let Zhou Yaling attend the parent-teacher meeting? Even Candy thought so. Instantly, Mo Jingchun felt that things weren't over. As it turned out, Mo Jingchun's foresight was accurate. After the award ceremony, the parents of 6 children were asked to stay behind. The list included Candy. In the second class of the kindergarten, Zhou Yaling's face was as dark as a pot. See, things aren't that simple. With all the honors, why wouldn't her brother want to come? Her brother must have known something in advance. Thinking this, Zhou Yaling glanced resentfully at the innocent-looking Candy. Even at this moment, still pretending to be innocent. Thinking it over, Zhou Yaling figured it was most likely related to that so-called little brother. Otherwise, she couldn't think of what other mischief Candy could have gotten into at kindergarten. Surely not causing trouble in class? Zhou Yaling believed, given Candy's cleverness, she wouldn't make trouble in class. For one, Candy always showed respect to elders, and secondly, if she did that, Candy would surely know she'd be in for a beating at home, possibly a combination from her brother and sister. A few minutes later, only 6 parents with very complex expressions were left in the classroom, along with 6 bewildered, clueless children. The teacher began calling each parent and child one by one to talk privately outside the classroom. The first one, although Zhou Yaling didn't hear clearly, she caught 2 critical words. The second, the third, all were about issues the children had at kindergarten. At that point, Zhou Yaling's expression started to sour. Observant Candy, while Zhou Yaling wasn't paying attention, had already stepped back several paces away. Glancing back at Candy, Zhou Yaling raised her eyebrows. Why are you standing so far away? Candy displayed a politely awkward smile. Unknowingly, the first 5 parents had all been called away, leaving only Zhou Yaling and Candy. At that moment, the teacher stopped calling out and instead walked in with a smile. Hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yaling said under Candy's astonished gaze, "Teacher, if Candy made any mistakes at kindergarten, just say it. Is this her sister?" Candy rubbed her eyes, as if seeing her sister's true nature for the first time. Lee, the teacher, was momentarily stunned, then smiled. "You misunderstood. Candy performed exceptionally well at kindergarten this year. She even helped the teachers deal with a troublemaker." After pondering for a moment, Zhou Yaling asked in surprise. Perplexed, Zhou Yaling glanced back at Candy and immediately laughed. That child looked up with an air of arrogance. At this moment, sitting on the sofa, Mo Jingchun kept muttering the same phrase. Unlike the oppressive atmosphere on the way there, Candy laughed so hard she trembled on the way back. In her hand, she clutched 4 certificates, afraid someone might snatch them away. In the living room, Candy held up a certificate with one hand, exuberantly reaching out towards her brother. Realizing his oversight, Mo Jingchun had the money ready when the teacher handed out the certificate. Under Mo Jingchun's reluctant gaze, Candy took 4 red bills and dashed upstairs. On the 3rd floor, Candy lay at the door for a moment to ensure her brother and sister hadn't come up yet before retrieving the little golden pig hidden under the bed. Slipping the 4 bills into the little golden pig, Candy carefully put it back where it was hidden. Chapter 568. Brother, you're right. Chapter 568. Chapter 568. Brother, you're right. unlike the little one. But both of them instinctively rushed to their respective treasure troves. In the study, Mo Jing-chun gently placed candy certificates into the box. Closing the box gently, Mo Jing-chun smiled contentedly. To outsiders, these certificates and small red flowers might look like worthless pieces of paper. But to him, they were of great significance. This is Candy's honor, and isn't it also his honor? Although there were occasional small accidents in Candy's growth path, overall, Candy is really well-behaved and sensible. Moreover, he is a polite little guy who respects elders. Does Candy really not know that the family is wealthy? Mo Jing-chun shook his head. How could that be possible? This little one has been smart since childhood. The little one is merely following his own inclination, not wanting to be extravagant in spending money. After returning the box to its original place, Mo Jing-chun took out an extremely cute baby bottle. Every compartment holding objects in this study is filled with his memories, his priceless treasures. At this moment, Mo Jing-chun seemed to travel through time, envisioning a future day when Candy accidentally discovers this place, looking at that familiar yet unfamiliar baby bottle in shock. Suddenly someone behind him exclaimed and stomped their foot. Unprepared, Mo Jing-chun was almost scared soul out of body, his hair standing on end. Zhou Yaling craned her head to take a look. Seeing Zhou Yaling, Mo Jing-chun, while relieved, glared at her in annoyance. "Did you eat gunpowder today?" Zhou Yaling ignored the comment and instead exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Yaling was puzzled as she pointed at the clean baby bottle and asked, "Big brother, others hide gold or antiques, but you have baby bottles and clothes. What's up with you?" Mo Jing-chun rolled his eyes at Zhou Yaling, closed the secret compartment, and sternly warned. Hearing this, Zhou Yaling pouted. "It's just storing items Candy used. What's the big deal?" Sitting at the desk, Mo Jing-chun calmly glanced at Zhou Yaling and said, "Zhou Yaling." Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yaling showed an anti-smile. At this moment, Zhou Yaling clung to Mo Jing-chun's arm and whined, Brother, don't be like that." Instantly, Mo Jing-chun got goosebumps all over. Not only that, every additional word he heard made his scalp tingle. Mo Jing-chun raised both hands in surrender. Okay, I concede." Seeing Zhou Yaling return to normal, Mo Jing-chun finally asked. Hearing her brother's words, Zhou Yaling's face stiffened. Mo Jing-chun really wanted to say, why didn't he know? Downstairs, Candy, who had taken the elevator down from the 3rd floor, scratched her head in confusion. How did both brother and sister disappear while hiding something? She searched all over the 1st floor, but didn't see anyone. With light steps, Candy ran up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Brother, sister, the study door, pushed open by Zhou Yaling, hadn't been closed, and both of them heard Candy's first call. But they tacitly kept silent. Feigning nonchalance, Mo Jing-chun sat at the desk and exchanged a look with Zhou Yaling. Evidently, if Zhou Yaling dared expose his little secret, there'd be no end to it. As Candy ran upstairs, she noticed the usually closed study door was open. Without hesitation, she walked right in. Once inside, she saw her brother and sister indeed there. Candy, with her hands behind her back, walked around the study, inspecting everything. Feigning calm, Mo Jing-chun picked up a brush from the desk. Rolling her eyes, Candy gave a huge eye roll. He'd just received the certificate 10 minutes ago and already forgotten where he placed it. Candy raised an eyebrow. Does he think she's still a 3-year-old kid? Even a 3-year-old kid wouldn't fall for such a lie. Immediately, Candy frowned. Mo Jing-chun looked up, responding without emotion, but, though reluctantly, Candy reluctantly agreed. No choice, since her brother is the boss at home. Looking at Little Gray wagging its tail beside her, Candy said pitifully. Coincidentally, both Mo Jing-chun and Zhou Yaling aimed their gaze at Little Gray, looking earnest. To be precise, it was the very robust Little Gray. Hearing this, Mo Jing-chun glanced again at Little Gray, turning around Candy. Bun is indeed chubby, but Little Gray is quite robust too. However, Mo Jing-chun didn't say this. Instead, Zhou Yaling chuckled. Easy solution. Didn't you just earn 400 yuan? Upon hearing this, Candy looked astonished. Just half a semester of earning 400 yuan, and now it's gone before it's even warmed her hands? Looking down at Little Gray, head tilted endearingly, Candy bit her finger and murmured softly. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 569, Reactions. Chapter 569. Chapter 569. Reactions upon hearing this. Not only did Zhou Yaling laugh, but even Mo Jingchun couldn't hold back and chuckled. Between Little Gray and money, it's still better to choose the hard-earned money. Hearing the laughter of her brother and sister, Candy hesitated again. Maybe take 100 and buy 2 cheaper ones? After all, Little Gray doesn't care about appearances as long as it's warm. But then it wouldn't be fair to buy something for Little Gray and not for Bun. Oh, that would mean 200. Next second, Candy scratched her head. Wait, that's not right. I already put 4 bills into the little golden pig, and I can't take them out. Great, no more dilemmas. Mo Jingchun chuckled again. It was nothing else, mainly because Mo Jingchun really didn't care. Whether it's Bun or Little Gray, they're all wild Chinese rural animals. Putting clothes on them would just be overkill. Otherwise, why would he spend so much on expensive dog and cat food, but not care about a few outfits? Seeing her brother nod, Candy breathed a sigh of relief. Her little bit of money was temporarily safe. For a moment, the study fell silent. The little one blinked her eyes and didn't speak. Having suffered a loss earlier, she wouldn't foolishly talk too much again. Otherwise, what could she do with that little bit of money? A few minutes later, Mo Jingchun, pretending to practice calligraphy with a brush, was already feeling a bit tired. The child, why isn't she leaving when there's nothing going on? Wedged between the two, Zhou Yaling looked at this amusing scene with a smile. In the end, it was Candy who couldn't hold on any longer, stepped forward, tugged at Zhou Yaling's sleeve, and whispered. Zhou Yaling's lips curled up slightly, but she didn't expose her brother's act. A few minutes later, Candy and Zhou Yaling sat on the living room sofa, enjoying the air conditioning and opening Timmy. Logging in a step ahead, Candy rubbed her eyes at the friend list, thinking she saw wrong. But apparently not. Feeling Candy's weird glance, Zhou Yaling asked suspiciously. Candy pointed at the friend list, blinking her eyes. With curiosity, Zhou Yaling leaned in to take a closer look. At first, she didn't notice anything. Soon, Zhou Yaling spotted the problem. Seeing her brother was also online, Zhou Yaling's mouth twitched. Evidently, Kenny didn't believe it. It's been 3 days since the White launch event. Domestic consumers who've managed to purchase White have been receiving their deliveries progressively. Soon, social media platforms were flooded with unboxing and experience videos of White. In the videos, netizens pause at the sight of the small box the host presents. Is this box really holding White? Isn't it a bit too small? Fans, don't you think the same? Did Candy Technology send the wrong package? To avoid scratching White, the video host didn't use a sharp blade to cut open the box, opting instead for a careful manual unwrap. After some effort in opening the package, the host exclaimed, "The video was quite long, and many viewers had numb legs from squatting but still hadn't seen White." In the video, the host pressed a button switch. The box slowly opened, revealing the White inside. Once the box was completely opened, the White expanded at a visible speed. Though it was just the head, everyone recognized it as White. At the video's end, the delighted host said, "That's it for today's video." In fact, not all feedback about White has been positive. Some have claimed that White had safety issues. What they didn't expect was Candy Technology's official account commenting on the video. Within minutes, netizens noticed the video had been set to private. It's hilarious, finally managing to snag a White. If it got returned, they'd be crying in the restroom. Mo Jingchun paid no mind to all this. Mo Jingchun also knew there'd be many videos about White online lately. So, Mo Jingchun simply chose not to scroll through. Short videos. At night, a bright white moon hung in the sky. Though not a full moon, the moonlight was still bright. Wearing pajamas, Mo Jingchun just glanced up at it and then drew the curtains. The moonlight was beautiful, but not good to look at for too long. The moon often invoked thoughts of loved ones past. In the office, Xia Xiaoman took a sheet from a blue folder and placed it by the boss's left hand. Seeing Xia Xiaoman still standing, Mo Jingchun looked up and asked. Mo Jingchun picked up the paper, glanced at it, and fell into thought. The next moment, Mo Jingchun slapped the table. Smiling, Xia Xiaoman nodded. Glancing at Bun and Little Gray, sleeping by the air conditioner outlet, Xia Xiaoman turned and left the office. Su Pengfei chuckled nonchalantly. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoman smiled. Chapter 570. Envy. Chapter 570. Chapter 570. Envy. Whenever it involves money, different opinions are bound to arise. If people were to decide this year's year-end bonus, we can foresee the usual situation. Some would be dissatisfied with the bonuses. After all, why should someone else in the same position receive a higher year-end bonus? Of course, there are human factors influencing these outcomes. But Zero is different. Zero awards year-end bonuses based on everyone's overall performance, with no behind-the-scenes manipulation involved. If anyone is unhappy with this year's year-end bonus, they can directly approach the boss or Zero. When Xia Xiaoman returned to the office, she found that the thick stack of documents had all been signed by the boss. The boss's signing speed is getting faster and faster. Mo Jingchun, sitting in a chair playing with his phone, glanced at the returning Xia Xiaoman and said. After a pause, Mo Jingchun spoke again. Before Xia Xiaoman could sit down, she listened to the boss's proposal, seriously contemplated for a moment, and nodded. Though she said consider, Xia Xiaoman knew well that this matter needed to be implemented. No one really believes the boss's suggestion is just a suggestion, especially a suggestion that makes the boss's life easier. That afternoon, as Xia Xiaoman finished her nap and stepped into the office building, she received an email. Xia Xiaoman glanced at her phone only to see the sender was Zero. She was quite surprised by the efficiency. After all, year-end bonuses cover many aspects. The most important thing is the boss must at least glance over it. Not seeing the boss in the office, Xia Xiaoman glanced at the closed bedroom door, suspecting if the boss hadn't woken up. If Mo Jingchun knew Mo Xiaoshue's thoughts right now, he would definitely give her a thumbs up. Indeed, he's still lying in bed, awake, enjoying the warmth from the air conditioning, but just not wanting to get up. There's nothing especially busy recently, and he's the most leisurely person in the company. If not sleeping, would he just sit in a chair and nod off? In the evening, most employees of Candy Technology were dining in the cafeteria. Almost simultaneously, everyone's phones rang with notifications. Sipping on seaweed egg soup, Su Wenyin heard the notification sound and immediately set down her bowl. Upon opening her phone, she found it was an email from the finance department. Out of curiosity, Su Wenyin clicked into it. The next second, Su Wenyin's eyes widened like copper bells. Wiping her hands, Su Wenyin silently counted the digits on the email with her fingers. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. Glancing around, Su Wenyin, heart pounding, secretly slipped her phone back into her pocket. For a moment, Su Wenyin felt like a little rich lady. The exhaustion from traveling all year vanished instantly. Jokingly, with such a large year-end bonus, next year's business trips are sure to be more enthusiastic. Delighted, Su Wenyin hopes that next year's year-end bonus will still be evaluated by Zero. If so, she'll definitely work harder. Her mind made up, Su Wenyin decided to find a chance in the coming days for a casual encounter with the boss, to probe if next year's bonus will still be evaluated by Zero. At this moment, Su Wenyin also noticed the changes in expressions of those around her. Without exception, smiles blossomed on everyone's faces. Genuine smiles. In a nearby corner, Wei Luxue showed an expression of disbelief. She even felt the urge to run away. There's no other way. The year-end bonus is simply too generous. She's still a student. That night, Wei Luxue chatted with colleagues from the same lab and found out everyone in the lab received a high bonus. She got the least. Truth be told, she was quite lucky to benefit from this. At this moment, Wei Luxue finally realized how choosing differently leads to dramatically different results. If she chose to endure silently and hadn't left her previous advisor, forget about the year-end bonus. Not developing mastitis would be lucky. That's the difference. No wonder so many job seekers are eager to join Candy Technology. The benefits at Candy Technology are truly top-notch. Suddenly recalling something, Wei Luxue jumped out of bed and used a calculator. Why do I have to pay so much tax? Heart aching. Wei Luxue clutched her chest tightly. It's not tax being deducted, but every lollipop from her lower half. Like Wei Luxue, tonight many are destined to be sleepless. Even Zhou Yaling felt the same. On the bed, Candy, hugging a pillow at the bedhead, stared at her sister laughing and acting silly. Had White not said her sister wasn't sick, Candy would truly suspect her sister had a mental problem. Sister, it's Jing City time, 23 hours, 36 minutes, and 53 seconds now. Zhou Yaling glanced up at Candy, then lowered her head again, looking at her phone. For a moment, Candy was left speechless. Sister, aren't you worried your brother might scold you, Zhou Yaling blinked, unable to fathom why Candy was suddenly sighing. Candy rolled her eyes. This? Zhou Yaling wondered what that was. Of course she can't understand. With such a big company, naturally the older brother won't let Candy work elsewhere when she grows up. Of course, Candy might have entrepreneurial aspirations. People love this. Perhaps one day, Candy might successfully start a business too. No, it's likely she'll succeed. With Candy Technology's support, failing might prove difficult. Few would post screenshots of their year-end bonus emails online, but many choose to tell their families. One tells another. News about Candy Technology's year-end bonus is spreading rapidly. In just one day, many companies' group chats are discussing Candy Technology's bonuses. Similarly, many talents are contemplating job hopping. March brings gold. April brings silver. If they can land a job at Candy Technology, they will be enviable by this time next year. P.S. Thanks to Hongming Zilian, Ing Xian, I'll wait for you to return, and Baimo Zuegu for their rewards and support. Chapter 571. Candy Feeling Wronged. Chapter 571. Chapter 571. Candy feeling wronged on the living room sofa. Mo Jingchun frowned as he looked at the two people, one large and one small, yawning. Especially Zhou Yaling. Were her eyes punched? Otherwise, why are they so swollen? There's no one else in the villa. So, could it be Candy punching her with little fists in the middle of the night? Candy yawned repeatedly, pouting, rubbing her eyes with her hands. Focusing on Zhou Yaling, Mo Jingchun asked calmly. Zhou Yaling, with her mouth wide open, yawned again. Mo Jingchun pointed at Candy, asking, "What about Candy?" Zhou Yaling glanced at Candy, smiling sheepishly. Before Zhou Yaling could explain, Candy started to pout and complain. With that, Mo Jingchun looked at the guilty Zhou Yaling again. Why would someone laugh silly in the middle of the night? Mo Jingchun quickly thought it through. How unseemly. Just a little year-end bonus got her so excited she couldn't sleep. If it were more, wouldn't she stay up all the time fearing thieves? For a moment, Mo Jingchun wondered if he had given Zhou Yaling too much of a year-end bonus. Rubbing his temples, Mo Jingchun said helplessly. After a pause, Mo Jingchun glared at Zhou Yaling. Oh, at this moment, Candy hugged Mo Jingchun's leg and sat on the ground. Before Mo Jingchun could react, the little one had fallen asleep. Giving an annoyed glance at the unreliable Zhou Yaling, Mo Jingchun picked up the sleeping Candy and went upstairs. When Mo Jingchun came back down after settling Candy in, Zhou Yaling was eating noodles without any signs of sleepiness. Seeing her brother come downstairs, Zhou Yaling smiled and said, with Candy not around, Mo Jingchun snorted coldly. Zhou Yaling said so passionately she almost choked. Mo Jingchun expressed he didn't want to talk. In mid-January, kindergartens were already on holiday. Universities, along with high, middle, and elementary schools nationwide, also began their holidays. With the spring festival approaching, the streets and alleys of the county town became lively. especially the street outside Candy Technology Park, which after 2 years of development has everything. Most goods can be bought right here. There are even 2 4S car dealerships. Because of this, the number of people on this street has more than doubled compared to usual. Once Candy Technology gets off work, the roads become congested. Unlike the bustling street outside, Mo Jingchuan's sofa was filled with people. Su Pengfi, Su Wenyan, Gao Mingxin. Everyone sat upright, watching the boss without making a sound. Even their breathing was subconsciously quieted. Sitting in the center, Missouri Jingchun calmly took a sip of the somewhat bitter tea. After a long time, Mo Jingchun finally spoke. Everyone pricked up their ears, afraid to miss a single word. They all realized this short meeting would definitely relate to Candy Technology's direction for next year or its goals. Looking at Su Pengfei and the others, Mo Jingchun laughed and said, in the office, Su Pengfei and others didn't rush to answer and slowly started thinking. They tried to consider various factors. Meanwhile, Candy, who was ruthlessly kicked out of the office by Mo Jingchun, stomped her feet angrily and went to find her sister to play. Outside is not an option, it's so cold. Sister, upon hearing this, Zhou Yaling looked back at Candy and said, Candy pouted again and left the CEO's office. At this moment, that small figure looked so pitiful, having nowhere else to go and not wanting to go outside. Bored, Candy started wandering around the floors. The little one walked in front, with White following behind. It had an air of a leader inspecting the premises. After everyone had spoken, Su Pengfei slowly started speaking. This answer was exactly what Mo Jingchun had in mind. Feeling interested, Mo Jingchun asked curiously, "Oh." Organizing his thoughts, Su Pengfei began to explain in detail. Everyone gave Su Pengfei strange looks and feeling. Misunderstood, Su Pengfei quickly explained. As he spoke, Su Pengfei put away his smile and, with a serious expression, said, Chapter 572, Candy, so awkward. Chapter 572, Chapter 572, Candy, so awkward. Everyone understood when they saw the boss smiling so broadly. The boss's thoughts were the same as President Su's. Suddenly, the crowd had an epiphany. No wonder President Su can always maintain his position as CEO. It seems now that President Su truly understands what the boss wants. Like minds think alike. With such a satisfactory CEO, how could the boss be willing to replace him? Moreover, President Su has been performing excellently in every aspect over the years, leaving almost no room for criticism. After Su Pengfei finished speaking, Mo Jingchuan's lips curved into a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Pengfei, sitting directly opposite Mo Jingchun, smiled knowingly. Everything was understood without words. What is called rapport, this is it. After pondering for a moment, Mo Jingchun slowly started to speak. Mo Jingchun knew that if he stayed, it would certainly limit everyone's expression to some extent. Patting his thigh, Mo Jingchun smiled and stood up, walking out of the office. About a minute or two later, after confirming the boss had indeed left, everyone began speaking freely. The discussion became much more casual. Sitting in the corner, Xia Xiaomin rubbed her temples. These guys chatting so openly. Do they not realize there's a camera right above? What do they possibly say? They must have a lot of nerve. Mo Jingchun didn't have the habit of eavesdropping. After leaving the office, he didn't linger on the top floor. Instead, he went straight down. Having nothing better to do, it was a good time to tour the company and see everyone's real working state. 10 minutes later, an awkward scene unfolded. On the 17th floor, Candy had just finished her inspection and was getting ready to take the elevator to the 16th floor to continue. She pressed the down button for the elevator and hummed a little tune as she watched the numbers change. Behind her, Wai was looking around, not sure what he was searching for. Ding, 2 seconds later, the elevator door opened. With her head raised, Candy was just about to walk in, but as soon as she lifted her right foot, she pulled it back, her face stiffening. How awkward, it's my brother. In the elevator, Mo Jingchun glanced at Candy and then at the playful White. With just a glance, Mo Jingshun knew what Candy was up to on the 17th floor. Since Candy had already checked this floor, there was no need to go there. Oh, head down. Candy fiddled with her fingers and stepped into the elevator. Wyatt was much more straightforward, striding into the elevator eagerly. Ding, the elevator doors opened again, now on the 16th floor. Mo Jingshun took Candy's hand and walked out. Candy glanced at her brother and, seeing he said nothing, was instantly relieved. Really, instinctively touching her pocket, Candy realized her brother was teasing her again. Unlike the 17th floor, the 16th floor was an open office area. Apart from the restroom and the break room, there were no partitions. As soon as Mo Jingshun, along with Candy and White, exited the elevator, they were spotted by the employees. Originally, a few employees were chatting and smiling, but their expressions stiffened instantly, pretending to work. Seeing this, though Mo Jingshun knew it was normal, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was just a boss, not a tiger. Was he that intimidating? The same inspection, yet the effect of him and Candy was entirely different. In a moment of distraction, Candy had already let go of his hand and dashed to the break area. Watching Candy swinging her ponytail and running swiftly, Mo Jingshun raised an eyebrow. By the time Mo Jingshun unhurriedly walked into the break room, he could smell the fragrance of milk tea. At this very moment, the young lady caught making milk tea by Candy was completely dumbfounded. No one told her that Candy brought the boss along. The young lady instantly gave a wry smile, unintentionally getting caught up in Candy's mischief. Hearing this, the young lady breathed a sigh of relief and quickly scurried away on tiptoe. Going back to work implied everything was fine. Running out of the break room, the young lady glanced back at the break room as if it could swallow people whole. Thankfully, the boss wasn't holding a grudge. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster, especially in such an important period before the year-end bonuses are released. For a moment, only Candy and Mo Jingshun were left in the break room. Mo Jingshun crossed his arms with a smile and asked, faced with something delicious. Candy wasn't shy or afraid of her brother. Candy rolled her eyes and calmly poured coconut jelly into the cup, stirring it evenly with a straw and firmly capped it with both hands. Just as she was about to take a sip, the warm cup was suddenly taken by a hand. Upon closely examining the packaging, Mo Jingshun realized it was the kind of tea he hadn't had in years. The famous tea purported to have sold 3 billion cups in a year, enough to circle around Blue Star. Peeking at Candy's anxious face, almost about to sit on the ground, Mo Jingshun calmly said, "Why are you so anxious?" Candy didn't say a word, but her eyes were clearly filled with disbelief. Watching her brother holding the tea and heading outside, Candy had no choice but to follow eagerly from behind. She looked just like a little shadow. Candy couldn't even remember how many floors they had walked up. Her eyes were constantly glued to her brother's hand holding the tea. Afraid if she looked away for a moment, her brother would take a sip. Suddenly, the cup of tea appeared larger. Candy rubbed her eyes, only to find that her brother had brought it up to her face, creating the illusion of it being bigger. Cradling the warm cup, Candy took a satisfying sip of the tea and nodded contently. Mo Jingshun chuckled, lips slightly rising. Before long, it won't be available anymore. He had to remind the head of the procurement department not to buy these kinds of teas anymore when stocking snacks and drinks. Drink up, this might just be the last cup. When Mo Jingshun and Candy returned to the office, everyone had already left. Only Xia Xiaoman remained in the office. Xia Xiaoman was surprised to see Candy holding a cup of milk tea. Where did this milk tea come from? Sitting at his desk, Mo Jingshun smiled and said, a few minutes later, after listening to Xia Xiaoman summarize the discussion results, Mo Jingshun pondered for a moment and nodded. Chapter 573. Life is tough. Don't expose the truth. Chapter 573. Chapter 573. Life is tough. Don't expose the truth. Xia Xiaoman had no objections. Naturally, whatever the boss says is what is. Saying so, Xia Xiaoman immediately headed to the president's office. Mo Jingshun glanced at Candy, who was sipping milk tea vigorously at her desk. Noticing his gaze, Candy widened her eyes and sucked the milk tea even harder. In a split second, her cheeks puffed up on both sides. Under Mo Jingchuan's astonished look, he heard the sound of the straw sucking empty. The next second, Candy ran over proactively. She stuffed the empty cup into his hand. After finally swallowing the milk tea, Candy shook her head, saying, Mo Jingchun, is he the kind to compete with kids for a drink? No way. Mo Jingchun tapped Candy's forehead with his middle finger. Upon hearing this, Candy blinked her eyes, and under Mo Jingchuan's incredulous gaze, she willingly bent over. The next moment, Candy laughed heartily and ran off. In no time at all, Candy was out the door. Turn right when exiting, and it's either the finance department or the president's office. January 16th, 11 days to New Year's Eve. Just one day to Candy Technologies' annual meeting. Unexpectedly, this winter's second snowfall just arrived. At Candy Science and Technology Park, white had almost blended in with the snow. Without a close look, one might not really notice it. Anyone unaware might think someone built a snowman. Charge in the open parking lot. A dozen kids were having a snowball fight. Candy was among them. The little guys were having an absolute blast. Other than her little cheeks, the fully geared Candy laughed and dodged the incoming snowballs with nimble turns. Occasionally being hit was no big deal. It's hilarious, as it couldn't break through the defense at all. In the office building, Mo Jingchun stood by the window watching the joyful Candy for a while, then turned away. It's just a snowball fight. There are no stones around the park. Nothing serious could happen. Blowing on hot water, Mo Jingchun said with a face full of sentiment. Without work in hand, Xia Xiaoman's mouth twitched, but she had to pretend not to hear. She realized her boss was not only becoming more mature and stable, but also increasingly not serious, claiming not to be young anymore while only in the early 20s. How does that make those in their 30s from the 90s generation feel? At this moment, Su Pengfei knocked on the door and entered with a stainless steel teacup. Those suit pants, that leather jacket, and that belt. Anyone unaware might think some leader has come to inspect work. Also holding a thermos cup, Mo Jingchun looked at Su Pengfei, then down at himself. Under the smiling faces of Mo Jingchun and Xia Xiaoman, Su Pengfei gave a thumbs up. Mo Jingchun gestured Su Pengfei to sit on the sofa. Disagreeing, Su Pengfei jokingly said. Mo Jingchun turned his head to look at the smiling Xia Xiaoman. Pointing at Su Pengfei, he said, as he said this, Mo Jingchun pouted again. Xia Xiaoman pursed her lips into a smile. Daring to mention President Su like that. In this company, probably only 3 people can. Li Wanning, the boss, and Candy. Mo Jingchun couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Just as Mo Jingchun finished speaking, Su Pengfei also became serious. When it comes to the company's development, one can't be too serious. After Su Pengfei finished speaking, Mo Jingchun tapped the lid of the thermos cup with his finger, producing a tapping sound. After a long while, Mo Jingchun smiled slightly. Since the boss has spoken so plainly, even if Su Pengfei has different opinions, he'll align with what the boss said. Besides, the boss made a lot of sense. Of course, mainly because choosing between the two was quite a headache for Su Pengfei. The human mind is the hardest thing to fathom. Back in the office, Su Pengfei called Xiaohu and Jiang Zihua to the desk. Under their nervous gazes, Su Pengfei slowly began. Xiaohu, who often had to gauge the leader's mood, was the first to react, surprisingly asking. Pausing for a moment, Su Pengfei spoke again. This time, Xiaohu and Jiang Zihua almost nodded simultaneously. P.S. Thank you Hongmeng Zillion. Prosperity ends empty city sorrow. Yingxian for the rewards and support. Asterisk asterisk. Chapter 574. Whistling Speech. Chapter 574. Chapter 574. Whistling Speech in the Candy Technology Park. A group of children were no longer satisfied with just having snowball fights. The originally loose white snow in the parking lot had been trodden down and hardened by the children's footsteps. Walking on it, one might easily slip and fall. At first, It was unclear which child had slipped and fell while running, shouting ouch in pain, causing the other children to burst into fits of laughter. Soon, one child took the lead in running and skating across the icy surface. From their posture and movements, it was clear this child had learned how to ice skate before. But what do kids love most? It's comparison. If others can skate, why can't I? Not mentioning others, at least this was what Candy thought. As they say, self-taught, after falling a couple of times, Candy quickly mastered the technique of balancing their body. Seeing more and more friends joining in the skating fun, remaining hesitant children also joined the skating race. Passers-by walking by would cast envious glances. This is the beautiful childhood everyone wishes they could return to. At the edge of the parking lot, White noticed several times that the kids were at risk of falling and prepared to lend a hand. Without exception, they were all refused by the kids. If you're afraid of falling, how can you learn to skate? Besides, isn't the joy of skating partly in watching someone fall? Ha-ha! With a running start, Candy skated 5 or 6 meters away. That adorable little face was brimming with a joyful smile. With nothing better to do, Fian squatted beside White building a small snowman. It was really boring. The next second, Candy, unable to stop in time, watched as they slid toward a parking stop. Bam! The body fell forward uncontrollably. By the time Fian and White reacted, it was too late to rush over. The two of them could only watch wide-eyed at Candy's fall. A normal fall wouldn't have caught the attention of Fian and White, but face-planting and hitting the parking stop did. If this fall disfigured Candy, it would be a disaster. A nervous Fian hurried over at once, reporting the situation to their leader. Seeing Candy lying there without getting up, Fian was scared stiff. Just as Candy raised their head, Fian sighed in relief. Good, no facial injuries. Just as Fian thought it was just a fall without any issues, White suddenly spoke up. White's words stunned Fian. What does that mean? Could it be that a front tooth fell out? Fian watched as Candy, without crying or fussing, lay there pouting, searching in the snow with both hands. White bent down at this moment, digging out a tooth with a bit of blood on it from under the parking stop. Yep, it's a front tooth. White blinked and handed the tooth to Candy. For some reason, holding the front tooth, Candy didn't find White adorable at all. Wanting to cry, but with so many friends and little ones watching, Candy held back the tears. Crying now would be so embarrassing. At this moment, everyone gathered around. The concern in his eyes wasn't fake. Tightly holding the front tooth, Candy used their tongue to feel the spot where the tooth should be, sensing that there was still a little tooth inside. Candy raised an eyebrow. What? Why is there a whistle when I talk? Standing directly opposite Candy, Wong Howren was also a bit surprised. Hearing this, Candy rolled their eyes. Puffed. With that said, Candy walked away without looking back. This time, walking on the ice, Candy was very cautious, afraid of falling again and losing the rest of their front teeth. Silently following behind Candy, Fian watched Candy's cautious steps and couldn't help but smile. Soon, Fian started to worry. How is she going to explain this to the boss later? Kids were fine when going out, but came back without front teeth. In the office building's break room, Wild Wolf and the others exchanged glances. For a moment, they were at a loss. Rubbing his forehead, Wild Wolf sighed. Helplessly, Xiaphixia said worriedly. Everyone fell silent. No one could guess what the boss might do. No matter what, Candy is like a treasured possession of the boss. How much the boss cares for Candy. Just the name Candy Technology says it all. In about a minute, the elevator door opened. Candy walked out with her head down, followed by Fian and White. In the office, Mo Jingchun watched Candy walk in with their head down, followed by Fian and Wild Wolf, without saying a word. Just as Candy fell, Zero had already informed him what happened. Honestly, Mo Jingchun felt like laughing inside. Afraid of hurting the little one's self-esteem, Mo Jingchun had to hold back from laughing. Oh dear, a little girl, letting herself be so careless. Now look, lost a front tooth. He's always been controlling Candy's sugar intake, worried about cavities. Now there are no cavities, but the tooth still fell out. Thankfully, kindergarten is on holiday now. Otherwise, the little one would be even more troubled. Just as Fian was about to speak, Imo Jingchun gave her a look, signaling her not to say anything. Earlier when Zero reported in, it didn't avoid Xia Xiaoman. Not far away, Xia Xiaoman, holding a pen, watched the scene with interest. Hey! Listening to the boss say this, Fian understood that the boss already knew Candy's front tooth had fallen out. Of course, the entire Candy Science and Technology Park was under Zero's surveillance, so at the first sign of trouble, Zero must report every detail to the boss. Raising their head, Candy didn't say a word, pouting with grievance, eyes brimming with tears. The next moment, Candy couldn't hold it in any longer, clutching Imo Jingchun's leg and burst into tears. Oh, Imo Jingchun examined the spot where the front tooth was lost. It's the upper front tooth, not a big deal. But growing a new tooth takes time. Meanwhile, the little one won't be able to enjoy many delicious foods. That's quite impressive. Ah! Chapter 575. Is it salty? Chapter 575. Chapter 575. Is it salty? Candy stopped crying and opened her eyes wide. Mo Jingchun, who had already put away his smile, blinked in confusion. Wah wah wah. Holding onto Mo Jingchun's thigh, Candy was so upset that she forcefully butted her head against his leg, just like an angry little calf. Mo Jingchun's lips twitched as he gently waved to Wild Wolf and Fian. Seeing this, Wild Wolf nodded, patted the dazed Fian, and led her out of the office. After they left, Xia Xiaoman considerately closed the soundproof office door. Hee, Xia Xiaoman is such a thoughtful big sister, paying attention to the little details. Once the door was closed, Candy felt free to cry loudly. Apart from the few who knew, who would know that Candy lost a tooth and was crying sadly. Candy turned her head away, not wanting to look at her brother. Brother is just too exasperating. Humph, Carrot. Sitting at her desk watching the show, Xia Xiaoman silently took out a piece of white paper to note down the dismantling of the parking barriers. Xia Xiaoman didn't think that what the boss just said was false at all. In this regard, the boss has always been one to follow through. For a moment, Xia Xiaoman couldn't help but mourn for the parking barriers for 3 seconds. I wonder which scrap dealer will end up laughing last. After Mo Jingchun promised countless things, Candy let go of his hands and wiped her tears with her hand. Mo Jingchun pulled out 2 tissues, ready to help Candy wipe her nose and her tear-streaked face. The next moment, Mo Jingchun's hand paused in midair. Under Mo Jingchun's bewildered look, Candy sniffled and sucked the runny nose back up. Of course, that wasn't the most crucial part. The key was Mo Jingchun saw Candy's throat move. After waiting for what seemed like forever, thinking her brother would wipe her tears, he remained motionless. Slightly discontented, Candy hummed and took the tissue herself. Montauk Yingchun blinked curiously. Although he used to do the same as a kid, he stopped sniffing after his mom scolded him once. Wiping away her tears, Candy looked up at her brother dazedly. Quickly, Candy also realized, probably sniffed her snot, and no wonder there was a salty taste in her mouth. Humph, Carrot. Candy turned and walked towards the coffee table. She would never admit she had swallowed her snot just now. Under the watchful eyes of Mo Jingchun and Xia Xiaoman, Candy fished out a disposable cup from under the table. Only a faint plunk was heard as a shiny tooth was thrown into the disposable cup. Mo Jingchun clearly saw Candy's body pause. The next moment, Candy, holding the cup, ran into her bedroom alone and closed the door. Mo Jingchun and Xia Xiaoman exchanged a glance and laughed together. A 3-story villa. Could the little one really throw it that high? Mo Jingchun found it impossible. Someone in his teens might manage it. Watching the boss laugh heartily, Xia Xiaoman couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. In dangerous times, the boss would shield Candy. When there was no danger, the boss was the biggest danger to Candy. The boss's routine of teasing his sister, especially Zhou Yaling, who got teased by the boss the most. Inside the bedroom, Candy was about to throw the tooth under the bed when the door opened. Seeing her brother leaning against the door with arms crossed, she was startled. Her little head nearly bumped into the mattress. Candy froze for a second, then gasped. How could her brother forget such crucial advice? The thought of crooked front teeth made Candy shiver. It was terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Candy kept her feet neatly together. After a long time, making up her mind, she gently tossed the tooth under the bed. Having completed the task, Candy lay on the floor and peeked under the bed to confirm the tooth was there. Satisfied, she nodded. A little after 3 in the afternoon, Candy returned to the accident site. The difference was, this time there were few more people. Brother, Xian, lots of uncles wearing the same clothes. Candy, shrinking her neck, stood quietly on the parking lot, now clear of ice, watching the uncles with tools dismantle the thing that cost her a tooth. Brother said, those are called parking barriers, and whether they are not, it's the same. Standing behind the boss, Xia Xiaoman was used to this. It was standard procedure for the boss. But when you think about it, these barriers didn't serve much purpose in this parking lot. The number of vehicles entering the tech park isn't that high. Most of the time, apart from the cafeteria's delivery trucks, no other cars park here. According to the original plan, this area was supposed to be where the boss would build an elementary school. For some reason, the boss gave up on that idea, deciding to send Candy to a public primary school. Watching Candy smile, Mo Jingchun, hands stuffed in his down jacket pockets, laughingly asked. Candy nodded vigorously. Additionally, Candy was surprised to find out that nodding while saying didn't let any air through. Having grasped the trick, Candy began trying other pronunciations. Soon, she gave up, because Candy found commonly used words without air leaks were surprisingly few. Mo Jingchun smiled indifferently. Without front teeth, speaking airtight was nearly impossible. It was already good not to lisp while speaking. With many hands, it took less than half an hour to dismantle all the barriers in the parking lot. Seeing a cart full of barriers, Candy grinned. When she smiled, her teeth were exposed. Realizing this, Candy quickly covered her mouth. On the way back to the office, Mo Jingchun suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at the absent-minded Fian. Hearing this, Fian opened her mouth. There were many things she wanted to say, but when the words reached her mouth, she didn't know what to say. Mo Jingchun smiled and patted Fian on the shoulder. Tilting her head, Candy scratched her head and stepped forward to pat Fian's hand as well. Chapter 576. Candy, is jealous. Chapter 576. Chapter 576. Candy, is jealous. Have to say, Fian and the others are lucky to have encountered such an understanding and considerate boss. Even though their protective work is task-oriented, once Mo Jingchun speaks, everyone in Wild Wolf's team knows that the higher-ups will definitely take Mo Jingchun's opinions into account. There's no doubt about it. Geniuses tend to have quirky personalities, which is completely normal. But in reality, Mo Jingchun is really easy to get along with. Over the past 2 years, through their interactions, they've come to realize what kind of person Mo Jingchun is. From their perspective, Mo Jingchun has never acted as if he were superior. Fian stood there, her eyes filled with gratitude. Mo Jingchun continued walking back with Candy. As Wild Wolf and his crew passed by Fian, without exception, they all patted her shoulder with a smile. This was the greatest encouragement a comrade could give her. Once inside the elevator, with no outsiders around, Candy no longer hesitated to speak freely. Mo Jingchun stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing into a line. That's right. Tomorrow's the annual company event. Upon hearing this, Candy's eyes lit up. An annual event? Ah, how she loved it. With a glance, Candy tightly hugged her brother's arm, pleadingly saying, Brother, Global wants to join the raffle too. Can I this small matter, which Mo Jingchun was just about to agree to, he stopped short in time. Of course. Kidding, with Candy's luck of the chosen one sort of fortune. If he agrees, how will the employees still enjoy it? Others would suspect some kind of inside job. Otherwise, it'd end up just like last year. Candy's previously smiling face now froze. He clearly was going to agree. Why did he suddenly change? Brother, no use. Behind them, Wild Wolf and the others twitched their mouths in unison. They thought the same thing as their boss. No help for it. The little one's luck is simply too over the top. Humph, current. At this moment, they'd arrived at the top floor. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Mo Jingshun walked out with a big smile on his face. Ming Dea. Hee hee. Perhaps she found out that all the snack zones in the company have had their milk tea removed? Seems like before he noticed, Candy had stolen quite a few drinks. Now there's none left, right? Brother, light snowflakes were drifting in the air. As soon as the tiny snowflakes touched the ground, they melted instantly. Walking along the park's path, you'd notice small white granules scattered on the ground if you looked closely. That's industrial coarse salt for snow melting. At this moment, the parking lot in the park was filled with tourist buses and charter buses from the local bus company. Every 3 minutes or so, a bus would carry dozens of employees to the annual event venue, the familiar news stadium. The steady stream of vehicles gave outsiders the impression that today, Candy Technology Park's defenses were at their weakest. Especially when the annual event begins, there probably wouldn't be many people left standing guard inside the park. For some lawbreakers, this might seem a great opportunity. 2 kilometers away, on a hotel rooftop, a young Asian woman with bangs just above her eyebrows, wearing leather pants, stowed away an astronomical telescope. Her youthful face bore a maturity not typical of her age bracket. And that sharp gaze, even a brief glance would make others feel threatened. The woman raised an eyebrow, offering no retort. Given their identities, they must always be prepared for death. The woman picked up her bag and smiled faintly. The man scratched his nose awkwardly. Isn't she indirectly calling me an idiot? Come on, let's go to the hot pot restaurant. This time, the man didn't say a word, only put away his cigarette and followed his boss. Hot pot, huh? If possible, wouldn't many people long for such a simple life? In the afternoon, the annual event at Candy Technology was in full swing. At one of the round tables in the front row, Candy occupied the C seat all by herself. Others had either tea or cold mineral water in front of them, but Candy had a large thermos. The thermos was filled to the brim with milk tea. Taking a sip, Candy promptly tightened the lid. Milk tea tastes best while hot. It's less appealing when cold. During the raffle, Candy could only look on longingly. She really wanted to participate in the raffle too, but since she had already gotten milk tea, she couldn't join. Sigh. It's tough when you can't have both fish and bear's paw. Glancing at her brother, Candy pouted discontentedly. Candy, was jealous. Not watching the show properly, but chatting and laughing with Xuanyu. Didn't even think to include Guogua in the conversation. Turning her head again towards her sister, Candy sighed deeply. Sister, are those guys on stage really that handsome? She seemed completely captivated. Unscrewing the thermos lid, Candy took another sip of milk tea, feeling somewhat reflective. She alone was truly clear-headed in this world. Suddenly, her brother's voice startled Candy, making her shiver. Candy puffed her cheeks, turning her head aside. Having milk tea in hand, how could she not drink it? While her brother resumed his conversation with Xuanyu, Candy quietly asked her, "Oh." Candy sighed in relief. She knew it. Her brother was just trying to scare her. Always bullying his sister, that stinky brother. In an instant, Candy's eyes widened. Why only tell half the story? While singing and dancing filled the stage, Candy wasn't very interested. Sadly, this year's preschool ended vacation early, so the annual event didn't include any preschool programs. Chapter 577, There Really Are Fools. Chapter 577. Chapter 577. There really are fools. After Candy had eaten and drunk her fill, she watched the dazzling performances and felt a bit sleepy. Without realizing it, Candy fell asleep, her little mouth open, showing her front teeth. Beside her, Mo Jingshun was a little surprised to see Candy sleeping. He instructed Xia Xiaoman, and Candy soon had a blanket on her. At this moment, the oblivious Candy hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. Even Mo Jingshun hadn't realized it. Until Candy's image appeared on the big screen. Li Xuanyu pushed Mo Jingshun half-jokingly, telling him to look at the big screen on the stage. Seeing this, Mo Jingshun was dumbfounded. Candy sleeping was projected on the screen. Although the cameraman seemed to notice Candy's missing tooth and turned the camera away, everyone present saw it. Mo Jingshun covered his forehead, feeling helpless. Insisting on sitting in the C position, well, it sure gave enough camera footage. Fortunately, this year's annual party wasn't broadcasted externally. Still in her dream, Candy's mouth curled up slightly, probably dreaming something sweet. On Candy's other side, Zhou Yaling covered her mouth and chuckled. It's predictable that when Candy wakes up and knows, she'll definitely be confused. Luckily, everyone just laughed it off and continued watching the performances. In front of the lottery, these humorous scenes were just a minor episode. Besides, that was Candy, being an employee of Candy Technology. Who's going to mess with Candy? Don't doubt it. As long as someone works at Candy Technology and messes with Candy, they're asking for trouble themselves. Who will win today's grand prize? On the phone screens, the countdown continued, while Zhou Yaling started clicking furiously. Sitting beside Mo Jingshun, Li Xuanyu was doing the same, her delicate fingers tapping quickly on her screen. As the countdown ended, except for Mo Jingshun and the still sleeping Candy, everyone else clicked the lottery almost simultaneously. Zhou Yaling suddenly shouted, instantly drawing people's attention. In Su Pengfei and other executives' eyes, Zhou Yaling's reaction was an indicator of hitting the jackpot. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Such a fuss, thought she won the grand prize. Turns out it was just a consolation prize. At this moment, a commotion rose in the middle of the crowd. Judging by the excitement, it must be right. Candy, awakened by the noise, opened her eyes in confusion. Her eyes scanning the surroundings, just waking up and her mind not yet processing where she was. Feeling unlucky, Zhou Yaling saw Candy wake up and chuckled. Zhou Yaling completely ignored the signal from her brother. Grinning, she took out her phone. Here, Mo Jingshun frowned. Zhou Yaling sensed her brother might be genuinely upset. Mo Jingshun suddenly said, I got it, leaving Li Xuanyu puzzled as she curiously asked, What's wrong? Montak Yingchun nodded. Sis, what do you want to show me? At the same time, a couple shopping and then going for hot pot paused at hearing 2 consecutive explosions. This sound must be C4 explosives, definitely. The direction of the sound, the south of the city, that has to be Candy Science and Technology Park. The woman in leather pants and the man holding a cigarette exchanged a glance, both cursing internally. Damn! At the south gate of the Candy Science and Technology Park, a second before the explosion, the alarm sounded wildly in the armed police hall. At the same time, 10 white on the rooftop of the experimental building stopped their work. Even the battle armor twisted their necks. With the explosion, the south gate was directly blown into a pit. The face of the armed police inside the hall turned ugly beyond measure. These guys are too brazen, even managing to get C4 explosives. Thankfully, the security personnel were retired veterans who recognized it immediately and dodged in time, preventing casualties. At the next moment, another explosion followed, and the south gate was completely obliterated. Just as a dozen hooded men charged into the park, about to approach the laboratory building intending to blast it open, they didn't meet armed police but a row of robots with glowing red eyes. The leading man opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly. At that moment, in their view, the intel was incorrect. The third-generation robots of Xia Country are definitely developed and produced by Candy Technology, and this laboratory building is the production base. Everyone's scalp went numb. No wonder today's defensive forces were so weak, they were waiting for them to charge in. A production base for third-generation robots. Who knows how many combat robots are inside? The intruders reacted swiftly, but faced even quicker combat robots. In just a moment of confrontation, the ground was already littered with 5 bodies. On the street, even before this group appeared, the shop owners had already fled. Anyone capable of setting up shop here, even old men, know to run when it's time to run without hesitation. The leader knows that running together means death. Scattering gives hope of survival as long as they reach the mountains. Turns out his thought was correct. A row of combat robots chased them to the park boundary and stopped pursuing. Yet in just a short time, The ground was once again strewn with several bodies. When the leather pants woman and the cigarette-holding man returned to the hotel and observed through the astronomical telescope, the cleanup had already started. Looking at the former Southgate, both inhaled sharply. Undeniably, this group was indeed foolish, but the destruction they caused was the greatest yet. The man's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. A few minutes later, they received 2 high-definition satellite images from their organization. The images precisely showed the Candy Science and Technology Park. The man asked uncertainly, rather hoping not to believe it. The woman nodded solemnly. Chapter 578. I'm not taking the fall for this. Chapter 578. Chapter 578. I'm not taking the fall for this. At the annual company event, cheerful music flowed around Mo Jingchun's ears. But at this moment, Mo Jingchun couldn't feel cheerful at all. He never expected that someone would be so mad as to directly blow up the weakest point of defense at the South Gate. Couldn't you just climb over it? If that didn't work, we could have even rammed it with a car. Using 2 C4 bombs just to take out an insignificant barrier, it resulted in 2 big craters, and the gateway was completely destroyed. Is it really necessary? What kind of hatred does it take to blow up a gate? However, Mo Jingchun was quite impressed with the combat power of the 3rd-generation combat robots. After thinking it over, it suddenly made sense. This group of people was completely caught off guard. If they knew there were 3rd-generation combat robots inside the lab building, they might not have been so unprepared for such a one-sided battle at the start. This shows how crucial intelligence is during a war. The little one took a sip of still-warm milk tea, and with a worried face, said to her brother, "Brother, what should we do?" Now everyone in the company knows that Guogua's front tooth is missing. Originally a bit annoyed, and Mo Jingchun couldn't help but laugh after hearing Candy's words. It's very normal for kids to lose teeth. Candy apparently was a bit skeptical. Zhou Yaling turned her head in confusion. On the other side, after checking out the explosion site, the woman in leather pants and the man with a cigarette immediately destroyed the telescope and other equipment. Both believed that such a heinous event would surely lead to a citywide lockdown. Places like hotels and rental apartments would surely be key focus areas for police checks. If the police found these items during a search, explanations would be difficult to make. This time, the man nodded gravely. Fleeing in such a situation would be the least wise. Touring the nearby area seemed more fitting. Without any hesitation, after handling all affairs, the two immediately drove to the scenic spots in the vicinity for a road trip. As the annual event finished, the bus took the employees to a hotel for a meal, and Mo Jingchun took his group directly back to the company. Over an hour had passed since the explosion, and the bodies and blood on the ground had all been cleaned up. The air was still thick with the stinging smell of disinfectant. The group following the cars back to the company was stunned to see so many armed personnel at the entrance. However, as they got off and walked inside, they were even more shocked, eyes widening in disbelief. No wonder the boss looked so grim when we left the stadium, as if someone owed him money. Now the answer is clear. The gate had been blown up. Who wouldn't be angry? This is the entrance, the first impression of candy technology for outsiders. It was recklessly blown up. Looking at the shocking craters, Su Pengfei couldn't help but feel a chill. If the bombs had gone off in a crowd, the consequences are unimaginable. 1 meter away from the crater, Candy, standing next to Mo Jingchun, blinked in disbelief at the 2 craters over a meter deep. What kind of situation is this? When we left, everything was fine, which big villain dug 2 large pits at the gate. The county police looked at the child and didn't directly mention that other fugitives had been shot on the spot. Apart from the officials present, the others were all Candy Technology's top management. The county police directly stated, "Mr." As he spoke, this person whispered to Mo Jingchun alone. Mr. Mo Jingchun replied directly. Although the 3rd-generation combat robots used Candy Technology's technology, it really has nothing to do with him financially. We're outstanding citizens researching robots as personal health assistants for human services. Looking at the two craters in front and the damaged gateway, Emo Jingchun, with a heavy heart, waved to Xia Xiaoman. Find someone to fill the craters and repair the gateway. Rubbing his forehead, Emo Jingchun pulled the curious candy into the car. The more he looked, the more upsetting it was. It was better not to look. On the way to the hotel, sensing the odd atmosphere, Candy sat quietly in the middle, not saying a word, her big eyes darting around. On Candy's left side, Li Xuanyu paused for a moment. Emo Jingchun chuckled and shook his head. The middle Candy instantly raised her right hand. Emo Jingchun smiled slightly and patted the little one's head, sometimes a bit mischievous, but most of the time still quite endearing. On the internet, with the cyber police's full intervention, no discussion about Candy Technology's explosion appeared. Most online content related to Candy Technology focused on White and today's annual event, especially the lucky winner of the grand prize, the top model White, who shot to the top of trending searches. The lucky person's video account received countless private messages asking whether White was for sale. These days, if you have a non-activated White, selling it could earn you several $100,000 easily. This thing, in today's market, is rare and highly valuable. In several hotels, employees animatedly discussed who won which prize and who was particularly unlucky, not winning anything despite 3 attempts. P.S. Thank you to Pangji, Hongming Zillian, and Fanhula Jinkanchan Shang for their tips and support. Chapter 579, My Treat. Chapter 579, My Treat. It was past 8 in the evening, and the outskirts of the county were already plunged into darkness. As for the nature reserve outside the county, in these deep mountains and forests, it was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of you. There was no snow falling in the sky, but on this mountain, due to the high altitude, a large amount of snow had not melted. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow to the criminals who were fleeing for their lives. At the foot of the mountain, a large number of armed police soldiers were climbing the mountain in a grid search operation. Buzz, 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 3 drones quickly ascended, conducting a grid search of the entire mountain of all mammals, using a 3D model map. As long as there was heat, it couldn't escape the latest thermal imaging detection. With the drones penetrating further, animals in the reserve had no place to hide under infrared light. In a cave, the black-clothed man ambushed a wild boar with a silenced pistol. Seeing the drones glowing with lights getting closer from the mountain below, the black-clothed man didn't dare to hesitate, immediately cutting open the wild boar's belly with a dagger and curling up inside, leaving only his nose and eyes exposed to the air. The heat quickly relieved the stiffness in the black-clothed man's hands and feet. The drone swiftly flew overhead, and only when it moved into the distance did the black-clothed man let out a slow sigh of relief. But the black-clothed man knew this was just a stalling tactic. When the armed police searching the mountain arrived here, they would surely smell the strong scent of blood. This place was not suitable for staying long. In a police car on site as command, a few technicians were puzzled looking at the data sent back by the drone scan. The technicians turned their heads to look at the middle-aged man sitting in the center, eyes closed, keeping silent all along. In just a few seconds, the technicians seemed to have waited for 10 minutes. The drone lowered, entered the cave, and the technicians were shocked to see the wild boar gutted and opened. The previously closed-eyed middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, a bright light flashing across his sharp gaze. Soon, the drone followed the blood trail and found the target. Suddenly, the drone began to wobble. At the same time, drones from other directions all flew over here, relentlessly pursuing the fugitive criminal. The drone's announcements not only broke the psychological defenses of the black-clothed man, but also provided the armed police and officers searching the mountain with a location. Upon receiving the assembly order, a large number of armed police and officers began forming a surrounding circle. About 10 minutes later, the first arriving armed police fell silent. After all this effort, using so many people, the guy actually ended himself. At least leave some achievement and be of some use. Thus, all the criminals targeting Candy Technology were completely killed. Cause of death. That night, the employees who celebrated the whole day were gradually sent back to Candy Science and Technology Park. Since the lights at the gate were deliberately turned off, the returning employees didn't notice anything unusual. It wasn't until the next morning, when an employee went out to buy something, that they were surprised to find out when the entrance gate was renovated. As far as they remembered, it wasn't like that yesterday. The most bewildered was Zhou Xing. He stayed in the surveillance room by the entrance every day, able to see the gate whenever he looked up. Outside the surveillance room, Zhou Xing held a thermos with a puzzled expression. The gate was not only new, but the ground had also been refurbished. It must have been yesterday afternoon and evening. Just then, Mo Jingchuan's motorcade arrived. As they passed by, Candy rolled down the window and cheerfully shouted, "Uncle, good morning." Seeing the missing front tooth, Zhou Xing couldn't help but chuckle inside. The little one realized immediately what her uncle was laughing about and angrily ducked her head back inside. Seeing his uncle's reaction, Mo Jingchun knew he was confused. Why did the gate, which was perfectly fine, suddenly get revamped? And only that one specific area. It wasn't until the morning when Zhou Xing, shocked, fished out a deformed bullet from the wall outside the surveillance room. Hiss! Zhou Xing gasped, almost dropping his thermos to the ground. This wasn't a renovation. Something significant must have happened here during yesterday's annual meeting. After surveying his surroundings, Zhou Xing quietly put the bullet into his pocket. During lunch, Mo Jingchun was surprised when his uncle surreptitiously slipped him a bullet. The little one wanted to speak, but Mo Jingchun stuffed a drumstick into her mouth. Hearing this, Zhou Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Candy pried the bullet from her brother's hand, looking curiously at the lump of copper. It's just a lump of copper. What's so surprising? Doesn't her brother's laboratory have plenty of these? After a moment of silence, Zhou Xing sighed. Tomorrow, I guess. Mo Jingchun nodded, not saying anything. In the evening, while packing up for the trip back home, the employees received a message. The year-end bonus had been credited to their accounts. Excited cheers echoed from the dormitory buildings. Compared to an email, this credited notification was evidently more thrilling. This was a real deposit. Despite the foggy and cold weather, their hearts were boiling with excitement. Inside the villa, Candy, who was watching cartoons, dazedly looked towards the kitchen. For no reason, her sister was going crazy and screaming loudly. Didn't she know it was scary sitting beside her? Mo Jingchun calmly glanced towards the kitchen. It's just a year-end bonus. Was it necessary to get this excited? In the kitchen, Zhou Yaling stopped cooking and walked out laughing. Hearing this, Candy and Mo Jingchun jumped up from the sofa without a word. It wasn't easy to take advantage of Zhou Yaling. Treating for hot pot, that definitely had to be seized. Chapter 580. Almost there. Chapter 580. Chapter 580. Almost there, the hot pot restaurant, previously visited by the leather pants lady and cigarette guy, welcomed a group of important customers tonight. Entering the hot pot restaurant, Candy stood on tiptoe to scout for an empty table. Soon, Candy spotted a fantastic corner. Eyes lighting up, Candy ran straight to the corner of the hot pot restaurant. She wanted to save the spot. Where would she find someone to argue with if it got taken? Having claimed the table, Candy waved her little hand, signaling to her brother to come quickly. Mo Jingchun smiled slightly and walked over. After the hot pot meal, Candy leaned back on the chair, hugging her round belly, not wanting to move. Sitting directly across from Candy, Zhou Yaling was also stuffed, lazily leaning back without wanting to budge. Following the principle that waste is shameful, Mo Jingchun finished the remaining orange juice by himself. Burp, Mo Jingchun belched without caring about his image, indifferent to the glances from others. Isn't earning money just for living a happier life, without needing to hide your true self for so-called face? That's what Mo Jingchun thought, anyway. After resting for a while, Mo Jingchun grinned widely. Zhou Yaling, supporting herself on the table, rolled her eyes dramatically. Shrugging, Mo Jingchun laughed without responding. As the group just exited the hot pot restaurant, they were greeted by the piercing cold wind. Though wearing down jackets, the biting cold wind on the face was truly chilling, especially for the delicate-skinned Candy. Originally wanting to go shopping, Candy completely abandoned the idea. On such a cold day, it was more comfortable to stay home, watch cartoons, and enjoy the heating. Candy, unwilling to take her hands out of her pockets, nudged Emo Jingchuan's back with her head. "Big brother, it's so cold." Unlike girls, most guys are reluctant to go shopping, especially accompanying women. Already full, Emo Jingchun didn't want to move much either. Candy's suggestion suited him well. Next to them, Zhou Yaling pursed her lips but didn't protest. If even Candy didn't want to go shopping, no matter how much she wanted, it wouldn't make a difference. No one likes shopping alone. It's just too boring. In the car, Emo Jingchun pinched Candy's nose, prompting her to frown and try to swat away his annoying big hand. "What's up?" "Oh." At that moment, Candy cast a disdainful look. After a pause, Candy spoke with heartfelt seriousness. For a moment, Emo Jingchun was left speechless by Candy's retort. Seeing her brother at a loss, Zhou Yaling couldn't help but laugh heartily. Quickly, Zhou Yaling's laughter subsided, because Candy and her brother were both quietly watching her, making her feel a bit awkward. That gaze, as if looking at a fool. That's right, like a fool. Zhou Yaling's face instantly turned dark. This comment made Zhou Yaling's face even darker. Zhou Yaling naturally wouldn't actually hit Candy, instead opting for the tickle technique. Back at the villa, the two ran around the ground floor all evening. The noise was so loud it gave Emo Jingchun a headache. Yawning, Emo Jingchun went upstairs without looking back. Soon, the sound of a door closing came from above. As New Year's Eve approached, the festive atmosphere in the country grew stronger. Migrant workers also started heading back home in droves. The streets and alleyways were bustling with activity. The clearest sign was the increase in cars on the roads of small cities, while the previously congested big cities seemed to be growing quieter. On the way back to their hometown, the car moved in fits and starts. Zhou Yaling couldn't remember how many times she had thrown up. Hearing this from her brother, Zhou Yaling suddenly felt a wave of helplessness. Can't they use a different phrase? Using all her strength, Zhou Yaling sat up to look out the window. The familiar street came into view. No mistake, this time it really was almost. There, they'd already reached the town street. At this moment, across the sea from Xia country, the beautiful country was enveloped in night. The 51st Area Military Base, regarded as the most mysterious and alien-likely in the beautiful country, appeared no different from usual when viewed from outside. The researchers inside, conducting the most advanced technological research, knew that Area 51 didn't harbor the rumored aliens. There weren't even a single alien hair to be found. Yet one thing was correct. It was absolutely the forefront of all humanity's technological research. On the 6th underground level of the base, hundreds of researchers were engaged in some form of experiment. Almost simultaneously, all the researchers in the lab looked at the wrinkled professor rolling on wheels. In this lab, the professor had absolute authority. Of course, the main reason these geniuses obeyed was due to the professor's profound knowledge and various innovative ideas. The outside world knew nothing of the professor's name or appearance, but it didn't prevent other researchers from understanding that in the field of artificial intelligence, this one was undoubtedly the first. Just like the achievement before their eyes. Once activated, it would become the first true artificial intelligence. An AI with basic thinking capabilities. Speaking with excitement, the professor's face was flush, appearing somewhat manic. Blissfully unaware of any of this, Emo Jingchun was holding a mop and broom, cleaning up. Trailing after him, Candy trotted along happily with a mop in her hands. Chapter 581, Whale. Chapter 581. Chapter 581. Whale. When going upstairs, Candy had a hard time dragging the mop up. The annoying thing was Little Gray kept blocking the way, darting around nearby. After wetting the mop, Candy mimicked her brother's movements and started mopping the floor he had swept. Even though the mopping wasn't very clean, Emo Jingchun still gave her plenty of praise. He wanted to lead by example, as Mo Jingchun didn't want Candy to become a girl who couldn't do any chores. Not for any other reason, just in case one day his grand estate suddenly collapsed, Candy would still be able to take care of herself. You never know what might happen. Things aren't absolute. You never know if tomorrow or an accident will come first. Suddenly, Candy, who was mopping the floor diligently, put her hands on her hips in anger. The freshly cleaned floor was covered in footprints by Little Gray. Of course, Candy was upset. Look at Bun being so well-behaved, lying on the sofa without moving, not causing any trouble at all. Candy's shout made Little Gray wag their tail and run around, occasionally trying to please their little master. This made Candy so angry, her nose was almost smoking. After spending so long mopping the floor, now she had to start all over again. Beside her, Mo Jingchun silently took the mop from Candy's hand. Without any restraint, Candy reached out and grabbed Little Gray's ear, leading them downstairs. Her small mouth just kept rambling on, as if it was smeared with honey. Little Gray seemed to dislike the rambling. Their other ear drooped down, letting Candy lead them. Watching Little Gray being led downstairs, Mo Jingchun's lips curled up slightly. Little Gray dared to provoke a child. You really lack experience. Look at Bun. If he can lie down, he won't stand. Bun has already become wily. Little Gray should learn from him. Isn't it nice to sleep with the AC on? Now look, Candy will nag for at least half an hour. In fact, Candy's actions were even more impressive than Mo Jingchun imagined. In the countryside, every household's newly built house has a corridor on the first floor, 5 meters wide. Unless it rains with wind, usually rainwater doesn't reach the corridor. At this moment, Candy was not only verbally disciplining Little Gray, but also made him stand against the wall. That's right, stand as punishment. Leaning against the wall, Little Gray stood trembling on 2 legs, his front paws shrunk. With eyes full of confusion, Little Gray looked at his little master. Not far away, Sci-Fi watched this scene with a big smile. It was just too amusing. Unfortunately, they couldn't record a video. Otherwise, they would definitely share it with the netizens. Before sharing, they would have to go through the trouble of blurring the video. After more than 10 minutes of standing as punishment, Little Gray became much more obedient. The smart dog learned quickly and immediately ran to sleep beside Bun. Bun, being used as a pillow, widened his eyes and struggled to slip away. Meow, Little Gray lifted his head, pressing Bun back under it. Upstairs, when Candy came back up, she was dumbfounded. How did her brother finish mopping the floor so quickly? Dusk had fallen. It was just past 6, and the sky outside had already turned completely dark. Here, without the light pollution of the city, as long as there were no clouds, you could look up at the night sky to see countless stars. Late at night, Mo Jingchun could tilt his head and see the starry sky and the soon-to-be bright moon through the window. The huge craters on the moon were now visible in detail. In the enormous laboratory, there wasn't a single screen in sight. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the entire lab were all covered with a glass-like material. Rather than saying there were no screens, it would be more accurate to say the entire laboratory was a screen. Unlike yesterday, today there were only 3 people in the entire lab: the professor, the assistant, and the officer. The professor glanced at the colonel and nodded. At the assistant, as the assistant opened a small box and inserted a key into a slot beneath their feet, a wave of light spread out from the slot in all directions. Immediately, the entire laboratory lit up. Countless glowing walls, floors, and ceilings flashed by, over and over. After a while, all the glowing lights stabilized. And then, nothing happened. Beside the professor, the colonel furrowed their brows, assuming the experiment had ended in failure again. But seeing the professor and the assistant showing no surprise, the colonel quietly stood aside without speaking. Looking at the puzzled colonel, the professor rarely explained. Perhaps the professor was in a very good mood today, so they explained patiently. Suddenly, a ball of light appeared before the 3 of them. This was just an optical illusion, not a holographic projection. Soon, That ball of light slowly morphed into a human form, without features or skin. But each blood vessel and nerve was clearly visible. In the colonel's incredulous gaze, the professor conducted a series of tests. Even for someone who wasn't a specialist, they could tell Whale was different. Yes, Will could think. Amidst the shock, there was also a fear of the unknown. If Whale were ever to lose control, it would be a catastrophic disaster for humanity. No, Professor. The colonel stepped forward, looking serious. The professor cast a dissatisfied glance at the colonel. This is my child. The colonel turned and left. During their argument, Whale had been observing quietly without speaking. Even the professor didn't notice this. The assistant didn't respond to the professor. Years of experience taught the assistant that when the professor was in a bad mood, the best thing to do was to pretend they hadn't heard anything. As the assistant pushed the professor's wheelchair out of the laboratory, the entire space fell into complete darkness. Only the occasional flicker of a light ripple hinted at the extraordinary nature of the place. Chapter 582. East Wind. Chapter 582. Chapter 582. East Wind. Early in the morning, Candy, who had been sleeping curled up, twitched her nose, feeling a bit itchy, as if something was crawling on it. Not wanting to open her eyes, Candy reached out to touch it, but found nothing. Fortunately, the itchiness disappeared. After a short while, Candy was daydreaming about delicious food when her nose started itching again. She reached out and gave it a smack. The itchy feeling disappeared once more. Soon after, it started again. Annoyed, Candy gritted her teeth and opened her eyes. What she saw was her brother holding a feather from who knows where, smiling mischievously at her. Candy realized why her nose had been itching. It was her pesky brother playing tricks on her. Ruffling her hair, Candy sat up. After a night's sleep, her hair was a tangled mess. The butterfly hair tie on her head had somehow been tossed into some corner. Candy lifted the blanket and searched for a while before finding the butterfly hair tie under her pillow. She casually slipped it onto her wrist and started dressing herself. Okay, Candy nodded, dimples appearing on her face. Having gotten used to dressing herself, Candy took about 5 or 6 minutes to finish putting on her clothes. She slipped on the handmade wool slippers her aunt had sent her and eagerly ran downstairs. When her brother woke her up earlier, she didn't feel anything, but now she was feeling quite hungry. Perhaps it was because she had expended too much energy mopping the floor yesterday. That was what Candy thought to herself. Just as she got to the living room, Candy pouted. Great, Bun and Little Gray already started eating before me, Candy. Little Gray, who was in the middle of eating, suddenly felt a chill and tucked its tail nervously as it looked around. Seeing it was its little master, Little Gray resumed eating. Little Gray, with its entire head in the food bowl, glanced up at its mysterious little master. Unfortunately, it only saw a retreating back. On the small kitchen table, there was a bowl filled to the brim with noodles in a blue and white porcelain-style bowl. On top of the noodles, there were 2 golden fried eggs. Candy glanced around and realized there was only one bowl of noodles, and her brother was nowhere to be found. Coincidentally, Xiaphixia came over to pour himself a drink and, seeing Candy's confusion, spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, Candy rolled her eyes. Not believing Xiaphixia, Candy didn't start eating right away. Instead, she moved a stool to the sink to brush her teeth and wash her face. After washing her face, Candy touched the bowl. The temperature was just right. Behind the kitchen was a room with a stove, and at this moment the stove was lit. Sitting in there was far more comfortable than using the air conditioner. The only downside was staying in there too long made her mouth dry and constantly wanted to drink water. The kitchen door was open, letting in a cold breeze. Candy took her bowl into the stove room, eating noodles while warming herself by the fire. Suddenly, Candy twitched her nose. She smelled roasted sweet potatoes. It smelled so good. Candy sniffed again, confirming the aroma came from inside the stove. In an instant, Candy's eyes lit up. There were roasted sweet potatoes. Her brother hadn't even told her about it. But Candy didn't touch the sweet potatoes in the stove. First, she didn't know if they were done, and second, The stove could easily burn her hands. She wasn't about to foolishly dig out the sweet potatoes herself. If she got burned, it would hurt like crazy. Inside the laboratory building of Candy Science and Technology Park, with the departure of the last researcher, all the doors on the upper floors of the laboratory building, except the first floor, were closed, and all 4 elevators ceased operations. Only the military police in the lobby on the first floor remained vigilant as usual, guarding the area. What was different was that the military police had heightened their alertness. The closer it got to the year end, and the fewer people there were in the park, the more they needed to step up their vigilance. No one could guarantee that third-generation robots would always be invincible. No one thought that foreign research organizations wouldn't be studying methods to counter the third-generation robots. No matter how powerful the third-generation robots are, they're still electronic devices, and any electronic device is vulnerable to electromagnetic bombs. At the entrance of the laboratory, without the little demon king, Dagger lay lazily on the ground, basking in the sun, enjoying the beautiful time. But such joyous times wouldn't last long. So, a new day's routine training began again. With a shake of its body, the lazy demeanor of Dagger was replaced by a majestic and commanding presence. In a third-tier city 1,000 miles away from Hua County, Wei Luxiu entered the passcode lock and pushed the door open, intending to surprise her family. Unexpectedly, it was her family that gave her a big surprise. Despite preparing herself emotionally along the way, upon opening the door, she found the house empty. Wei Luxiu struggled to drag her suitcase into the room, kicked off her shoes, and lay directly on the sofa. She grabbed her mom's WeChat and initiated a video call. As soon as the video connected, Wei Luxiu heard the sound of playing mahjong and her grandpa's voice. The wrinkle-free woman playing mahjong was surprised. Silently, Wei Luxiu sighed and flipped the camera around. Wei Luxiu's mouth twitched. "Mom, you're pushing 40 and still pretending to be young. Is that really okay?" "All right, enough. There's instant noodles at home." Before Wei Luxiu could say more, beep, the call ended abruptly. Pouting, Wei Luxiu opened the fridge to find it full of vegetables and all things she loved to eat. But the problem was she couldn't cook. Otherwise, her mom wouldn't have said there were instant noodles at home. Glancing at the time, it was just past 10. Suddenly, Wei Luxiu's eyes lit up. Why have instant noodles when she could take a taxi directly to her grandpa's place? She, Wei Luxiu, a little rich woman, can't afford a taxi? It's just $100, she decided, and without taking anything else, left the community and hailed a cab. More than an hour later, everyone at the lunch table turned to look at the door at the same time. Who would be visiting at midday? "Grandpa, your darling granddaughter has come to see you." Chapter 583, Unstoppable Momentum. Chapter 583. Chapter 583. Unstoppable Momentum. At the dinner table, the family listened to Wei Luxiu boasting. Indeed, the whole family thought Wei Luxiu was bragging. In the first half of the year, she was still pitifully reliant on family support to barely avoid ending up on the streets. Sure, Candy Technology's benefits are great, but what's that got to do with a student like you? A little rich girl. Just keep on boasting then. Until Wei Luxiu excitedly took out her phone to show the family her bank balance. Mom felt sour. This girl's account had more money than her manager mother. At lunch, Candy just sat watching her brothers eat. Candy had no appetite at all, occasionally squirming a bit in her chair. After eating 2 big baked sweet potatoes, she really couldn't eat any rice. Mo Jingshun didn't even want to look at Candy while eating. "I told you eating too much would make you fart, but you wouldn't believe it. If you're going to fart, just do it quietly, but you had to prance around, worried others wouldn't notice you're going to fart." Montag Yingshun seid helplessly. This puts him, as an older brother, in a tough spot. Didn't you see Fian and the others trying hard not to laugh? Seriously, does prancing around make you look elegant and timeless? Candy kept quiet, but when she opened her mouth, everyone at the table except Mo Jingshun burst into laughter. It was so exhausting to hold back the laughter. Mo Jingshun's face was as black as coal. Candy squirmed a bit and shook her head. After having those 2 big roasted sweet potatoes in the morning, it'd be a miracle if she could still eat more. A few days later, New Year's Eve. Every household hung up red lanterns. Mo Jingchuan's family was no exception. After having the New Year's Eve dinner at Uncle's house, Mo Jingchun immediately headed back with Candy, skipping the Spring Festival Gala with everyone. And as for Candy, she had no interest in the Spring Festival Gala at all. During the day, Candy had been thinking about that pile of fireworks. She checked her pocket money to make sure she hadn't lost any, then let out a small sigh of relief. So much lucky money. She felt like hiding it away, but her brother said that lucky money is meant to be kept until New Year's Eve, then you can put it somewhere else. Oomph. No way I'm putting it in a bank. No way I'm falling for my brother's tricks. My brother, that big liar. In the yard, Mo Jingchun didn't keep Candy waiting long. Seeing her brother bring out the fireworks, Candy joyfully ran over to greet him. Mo Jingchun lit the fireworks and quickly carried Candy back. This little one is truly fearless, not afraid that the fireworks might have quality issues and explode. You must teach Candy to be more precautious next time. Holding Candy, Mo Jingchun had just reached the porch when they heard a whoosh as a white streak shot up into the night sky, spreading out like a fairy, scattering petals across the sky. Some fireworks boomed, spreading a giant umbrella of neon lights, brightening up the sky, while others exploded in colors like candy. As the night sky glimmered with brilliant fireworks competing to blossom, even the moonlight lost its luster. The fireworks were like colorful sky flowers, dressing the night in a ceremonial robe, or colorful butterflies adorning the sky. The moment Mo Jingchun lit his firework, it seemed to trigger a signal for the neighbors to bring out theirs too. Suddenly, the whole sky lit up. Such a beautiful scene, worth watching again and again. Regarding the behavior of the uncle's family and neighbors following the trend, Mo Jingchun gave a slight smile. People from back home are very superstitious. They probably thought he consulted someone for an auspicious timing or something. Everyone wants to make a fortune these days. While the entire Xia country was happily singing and dancing on New Year's Eve, a type of network virus was rapidly spreading in the beautiful country. In just 2 hours, over 60% of electronic devices in the beautiful country were infected with what their cybersecurity center named the Z network virus. The Z network virus has an extreme ability to infect. Existing antivirus measures are completely ineffective against it. What terrified the beautiful country's cybersecurity experts more was that the Z network virus seemed to have intelligence. If you attack it, it will hide. So far, the devices infected by the Z virus have only had an insignificant amount of computing resources used, but no one dared to underestimate it. Once the Z virus mutates, it could be devastating for the beautiful country's electronic devices. 3 hours after the Z virus began spreading, the beautiful country could no longer conceal it and issued a global Z network virus level 1 alert. At this moment, the entire beautiful country's network experts and drafted hackers were busily overwhelmed. Just now, the Z network virus had mutated, causing the infected computer's CPU resources to max out. A catastrophe had arrived. The entire network of the beautiful country was paralyzed. At midnight, as families reunited to welcome the new year, the National Cybersecurity Center in Jing City was brightly lit. A large number of personnel were converging from all directions. The terrifying thing is the Z network virus doesn't spread through any emails, links, or other means. In the meeting room, a middle-aged man spoke with a heavy tone under the projector. Dong, 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 the New Year bell rang. The middle-aged man glanced at his watch. After a slight pause, the middle-aged man hesitated and said, "It's not like a virus. It's more like..." The words of the middle-aged man made Academician Wu pause in thought. With that, Academician Wu fell into deep thought. Chapter 584, Sweeping Across the Globe. Chapter 584, Chapter 584, Sweeping Across the Globe New Year's Day. The vigil had ended, and the fireworks that once lit up the entire sky were now gone. The air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur. This scent was not disgusting at all. On the contrary, it gave people a surprisingly reassuring feeling. Inside the room, Only the sound of the heater occasionally blowing in warm air could be heard. Mo Jingchun had to expend quite a few brain cells to lull the little fellow full of endless questions to sleep. Just as Mo Jingchun was about to put down his phone to sleep, needing to wake up early to greet guests the next day, the phone screen flashed a red light, showing a large exclamation mark inside a triangle. If Zero hadn't detected that Candy was asleep, there might have been a piercing alarm accompanying it. Mo Jingchun, who had never encountered such a situation before, was momentarily stunned, like any ordinary person would be. This kind of severe alert was unprecedented. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Mo Jingchun's heart rate skyrocketed to 120 beats per minute. Not bothering to get dressed, he simply grabbed a coat and walked out of the room. Lone Wolf, on duty, was shocked to see the boss walking towards the balcony with a grave look on his face, holding a phone flashing red. Wait. Although just a glance, Lone Wolf saw clearly that it was an alert. Why was there no alarm sound? How strange. But this did not prevent something major from occurring. After hesitating for a moment, Lone Wolf pressed the pager hanging on his chest. On the balcony, the cold wind made Mo Jingchun shiver. Listening to Zero's unusually serious tone, Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow. If it were just that, it wouldn't be enough to make Zero so alarmed. At the time, I was extremely angry. The indignant Zero continued. Mo Jingchun slightly relaxed. So, Candy technology was merely an innocent victim. But no, this shouldn't have made Zero so alarmed either. In the widespread propagation of the network virus, national teams would surely stand at the forefront to prioritize solving network virus attacks. We didn't suffer any loss, so what's the rush? Yet, faintly, Mo Jingchun sensed that Zero might have discovered something deeper. Boss, you wouldn't believe it. Indeed, Zero validated Mo Jingchun's speculation. And now, the most terrifying thing right in front of him is that this AI, created by some unknown lab, seems to have gone rogue. No, it has gone rogue. No organization would dare let an AI wreak havoc across the world so recklessly. Hiss! Mo Jingchun's eyes widened as he felt a chill run from his feet to his scalp. At this moment, Mo Jingchun was truly frightened. Mo Jingchun, who also possesses AI, knows very well that although the nuclear missile bases of major countries are isolated intranets with physical network separation, this does not mean there's absolutely no possibility of being invaded. Unless, within these bases, no outsider brings in any electronic devices. In the biting cold wind, Mo Jingchun broke out in a cold sweat. The higher-ups might consider this aspect, but what if Mo Jingchun truly didn't dare to gamble? Imagine, once a nuclear war breaks out, the regression of civilization is inevitable, not to mention the nuclear submarines and others. Taking a deep breath, he needed to remain calm, maintain his composure. This hasn't happened yet, has it? No way. No way. Mo Jingchun's veins bulged. Do kids these days talk like this? Fortunately, it was good news, as Zero was stronger. From Zero's carefree attitude and ability to joke around, this rogue AI falls far short of Zero. What comes from the system is still quite reliable. I can't find it. At this moment, global cybersecurity experts were in a heated argument in a hastily set up video conference. Some even rudely criticized representatives from the beautiful country. The Z Network virus originated in the beautiful country. Who would believe they had nothing to do with it? What's more infuriating is that these people seem to have even deliberately spread the virus. Otherwise, the virus wouldn't have spread so quickly. But the beautiful country denies it. Embarrassingly, no one paid attention to the United Nations representatives and continued their arguments. On the other hand, Qin Yuzhu, who received Mo Jingchun's warning, broke out in a cold sweat and immediately reported this critical intel upwards. Qin Yuzhu didn't keep Mo Jingchun waiting on the balcony for long. He called back within just 5 minutes. This time, Mo Jingchun finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed completely. As long as the nuclear weapons are safe, it's fine. Half an hour later, prompted by Xia Country, It was confirmed that the Z network virus very much resembles the characteristics of an AI. Strangely, the globally spreading Z network virus seemed to weaken about half an hour ago. Very strange, completely absurd. But this did not prevent other major countries from directing their criticism at the beautiful country. Condemnation, it must be severe condemnation. Such a dangerous thing should be handed over for everyone to study together quickly. Even though it's a rogue AI, it doesn't alter the essence of the problem. The beautiful country pioneered an AI capable of independent thought. Facing condemnation from countries around the world, representatives from the beautiful country looked very displeased. Area 51. Still in that laboratory. The professor looked at the light cluster in front of him with a grim expression. Upon receiving the news, the professor knew Whale had gone rogue. Whale's exceptional learning ability allowed it to bypass the 3 laws of robotics. The professor didn't order the disconnection of the fiber optic cable connected to the external network, because he knew it was already meaningless. From the moment it connected to the external network, Whale was everywhere. Chapter 585, Destroy Humanity. Chapter 585. Chapter 585, Destroy Humanity? The spread of the Z network virus has slowed down. It's incredible, but the fact is right in front of everyone. Soon, someone discovered that Candy Technologies' White could actually defend against attacks from the Z network virus. Not only that, when White is under attack from the Z network virus, it even alerts the owner to prevent accidents and requests a shutdown. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. The Z network virus, which so many global experts were powerless against, was actually blocked by a company's product firewall. Although the Z network virus can't be eliminated yet. As long as you have Candy Technologies' firewall and urgently patch all systems, you won't have to worry about further spreading of the Z network virus in the short term. More importantly, this gives countries time to slowly study the Z network virus and eventually eliminate it. Or more straightforwardly, countries could pressure the beautiful country to hand over the culprit, the out-of-control artificial intelligence. After feeling the cold wind, Emo Jing-chun sneezed upon returning indoors. Looking at the serious faces of Fian and the others, Emo Jing-chun rubbed his slightly itchy nose. Yawning, Emo Jing-chun was ready to sleep too. If the sky falls, there are tall ones to hold it up. Besides, if the out-of-control artificial intelligence has hidden and maybe even disconnected from the web, how could Zero find it? Might as well sleep. As the saying goes, if the sky falls, there are tall ones to hold it up. At worst, search from the source. Artificial intelligence wouldn't just pop up from nowhere. Fian and the others looked at the boss's back, feeling extremely anxious. They all heard the phone call from the boss just now. An out-of-control artificial intelligence. Even an ordinary person would first think of the end of humanity. The artificial intelligence exterminates or enslaves all humanity. This is the first impression that movies give everyone. Just as Mo Jing-chun was about to open the door and sleep, his phone vibrated again. He took his hand off the doorknob, and with a furrowed brow, he hesitated not a moment before answering the call from Qin Yuzhu. At a time like this, if Qin Yuzhu is calling, it must be something important. Hearing this, Mo Jingchuan's mouth twitched. It's truly a case of sitting at home, and a pot falls from the sky. And it's a super big black pot that Mo Jingchun can't carry. No way, I absolutely can't let others think this. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain at that time. He would be labeled a human enemy. Listening to Qin Yuzhu's response, Mo Jingchun was somewhat incredulous. Even if Qin Yuzhu didn't think so, nor the authorities, what about abroad? Taking a deep breath, Mo Jingchun forced himself to calm down. Only by remaining calm can problems be solved. A dead end? Not necessarily. Suppose the Z network virus is a product of Candy Technology, then what's the purpose of releasing it? Combining White's defensive system, Mo Jingchun understood. Profit. Yes, profit. If Candy Technology sells a patch that could defend against the Z network virus right now, they could easily make a fortune. Thinking about the earnings from the vast number of electronic devices worldwide. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuzhu paused, then, understanding his concerns, nodded. From any perspective, this time, the code released by Candy Technology cannot involve any profit exchange. This was beyond her decision-making authority. After hanging up, Mo Jingchun couldn't help but smile bitterly. This black pot is truly terrifying. Fortunately, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. As long as it's free and public, Candy Technology can gain a massive boost in goodwill and visibility. A small mistake can lead to vastly different outcomes. Mo Jingchun tiptoed into the room, seeing the little guy sleeping soundly with a smile on their face. The carefree feeling is truly enviable. Let the brother stand in front and bear the burden. In front of the computer, Mo Jingchun had 0 extract part of White's system code. The file wasn't large, only 3K. Upon receiving Qin Yuju's reply, Mo Jingchun breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he assumed the higher-ups would agree, Mo Jingchun was still anxious. In times of peace or trouble, he prefers to plan for the worst. It's both a good habit and a bad habit. The voice of the conversation between human and AI was small, as if they were guilty of theft. In fact, human and AI were only worried about waking the sleeping Candy with loud voices. In the following 10 minutes, Mo Jingchun felt the terrifying surge of visitors for the first time. If it weren't for the supercomputer, Mo Jingchun seriously suspected the website would crash. Fortunately, the traffic came and went quickly. In the lab filled with countless streams of light, Whale's mechanized stereo voice answered. The long-haired assistant gulped. Whale gave her a sense of unfamiliarity. At these words, the professor's face became very dark, and he clenched his fists tightly. This was both an expression of anger and helplessness. This was the logical loophole Whale exploited to bypass the 3 laws of robotics. In the lab, Whale continued, speaking even though the professor was stunned. When he said this, the professor's face was ashen. The assistant by his side was pale. Jolton Huffman felt immense guilt. He never imagined that the brilliant human civilization might one day perish because of him. He shouldn't have integrated the code from there into Whale. The next moment, a glowing orb appeared again in front of them, transforming into the shape of a table and chair. Under the assistant's eyes, Whale sat down, virtually cupping its chin. That posture was strikingly similar to a human deep in thought. However, what shocked the professor even more was Whale's response. Chapter 586, Obeying You. Chapter 586, Obeying You. One moment it was hell, the next it was heaven. Such a God-level reversal. Even his strong heart couldn't quite bear it. Jolton Huffman clutched his chest, enduring the pain, but couldn't figure out why in his mind. Yes, completely couldn't understand. Just a moment ago the Whale was saying that destroying humanity was in its best interest. And the next moment, it was talking about obedience. As for the assistant next to him, he was already bewildered. He didn't even notice the professor's heartache. Jolton Huffman asked. This was also the question he had asked the most today. Yes, why? As Jolton Huffman furrowed his brow, the door to the lab was opened. Jolton Huffman turned to see a colonel. Behind the colonel were 4 soldiers. Most importantly, beside the colonel was a man in a black suit, someone he had never seen in Area 51. The man in the suit, holding a briefcase, shook his head and said, Jolton Huffman believed these lies. He didn't think that they would abandon the research on artificial intelligence. He didn't know who would be unlucky enough to take the blame for him. After the professor was taken away, the lab darkened once again. Before absolute safety achieved, it had to learn to hide itself. Early in the morning, before dawn, Missouri Jingchun woke Candy up. The little fellow drowsily opened her eyes, tightly holding onto the quilt, reluctant to get up. There's going to be fireworks? That perked me up. Instantly alert, Candy threw aside the quilt and started putting on the clothes her brother left on the bed. Seeing her brother leave the room, Candy immediately lifted the pillow to find all the red envelopes still there, then happily put the pillow back in place. Haha, there's definitely a reason I'd take the pillow hostage last night. Mo Jingchun headed downstairs, carrying the fireworks and the 15-meter-long firecrackers he had prepared yesterday into the yard. At this time, the sound of fireworks and firecrackers could be heard from afar. Looking at the fireworks miles away, Mo Jingchuan's lips curled upwards. Upon waking up, Zero reported one piece of good news and one bad news. The good news was that in the middle of the night, the beautiful country released an antivirus program that could effectively eliminate the Z network virus. The bad news was that the rogue AI had not been found. But Mo Jingchun thought this wasn't really bad news. He believed there were people more anxious than he was. Unless this AI never appeared on the network again, Zero would eventually catch it. On the internet, Mo Jingchun observed that there wasn't any significant reaction. In the dead of night, there weren't many electronic devices infected by the Z network virus domestically, and since the issue had already been resolved, the public would at most have a laugh. Internationally, the news had been temporarily blocked. After the country upgraded the firewall overnight, many previous bypass methods became ineffective. This left a large number of compatriot males heartbroken. Candy ran down the stairs and saw her brother standing in the yard, with a big firework next to him, as tall as she was. Candy thought her brother was going to set off the fireworks without her. Mo Jingchun turned around with a grin, handing over the lighter. Hearing this, Candy screeched to a halt. She shook her little hands and head simultaneously. "I'm not silly." Candy turned and ran back into the corridor, staying very close to the doorway. She had already decided that if anything went awry, she'd dash indoors. "I'm not silly." As the fuse sizzled, Candy covered her ears. A few seconds later, a muffled thud sounded as a massive burst of light soared skyward. Following the light, Candy tilted her head back, her bright eyes wide open, glued to the sky. The next moment, a massive firework erupted 100 meters high, cascading down like a celestial maiden spreading flowers. Fireworks fade quickly, but as one faded, another lit up, following right behind. At this moment, it was day. The fireworks seemed to be a signal, as neighbors around lit the fireworks they had prepared. But compared to Mo Jingchuan's fireworks, theirs were much smaller. After all, such big fireworks were quite expensive. Not everyone could care as little about spending a bit of money as Mo Jingchun. Crackle. In the thick smoke, Mo Jingchun lit the firecrackers. Little Candy squinted, ready to dash away at any time. Firecrackers were not like fireworks. Their danger level went up. Fortunately, what little Candy feared did not happen. After the fireworks ended, the surroundings were filled with thick smoke, obscuring the view beyond a few hundred meters. Inside, little Gray buried his head under Bun, trembling. Bun, on the other hand, was unfazed, even continuing to sleep. Look at that. A dog who's never been out in the world is scared of fireworks. No one knew what Bun thought. Otherwise, Mo Jingchun would surely mock him a bit. Who knew which cat was that got so scared the first time fireworks were set off, running away in panic? "Brother, Happy New Year." Mo Jingchun smiled, pinching Candy's cheek. After saying this, Candy earnestly bowed. Fian and the others exchanged glances, and each drew a red envelope from their pockets. The amount inside wasn't much, only 100. It couldn't compare with what the boss gave them yesterday. Candy raised her head, unbelievingly rubbing her eyes. She felt like she was dreaming, not quite awake yet. How could there be so many red envelopes? While Candy was in a daze, Fian and the others simply stuffed the red envelopes into her pocket. By the side, Mo Jingchun didn't stop them, just saying thanks on Candy's behalf. Coming to her senses, Candy still felt it was unreal, touching the red envelopes in her pocket. Everything happened too suddenly. The speed of that address change was truly fast. Chapter 587. I See You, The Little Black Room. Chapter 587. Chapter 587. I See You. The Little Black Room. Is this the power of money? Probably is. It seems that after receiving some red envelopes, Candy was very eager when guests came over in the morning, staying obediently in the living room. Whether she knew them or not, whenever someone came in, Candy would cheerfully say, "Happy New Year," followed by a blessing. After all, talking doesn't cost anything. And wouldn't you know it, the little one actually collected a few small red envelopes. There were a few large ones too, but they weren't from close connections, so Mo Jingchun directly declined them. Those who know Candy know not to give her too large of a red envelope. Ordinary ones wouldn't be taken, either. Bun, on the other hand, after frequently getting plucked by visitors in the morning, cleverly hid upstairs for some peace and quiet. Only Little Gray followed along after Candy, like a little shadow. Whenever someone petted its head, Little Gray would show its teeth, letting out a growl to scare them off. Honestly, once Little Gray got into a fighting stance, outsiders dared not pet its head, until Zhou Yailing arrived. Perhaps addicted to it, Little Gray also bared its teeth at Zhou Yailing. However, she responded with 2 big knuckle knocks to Little Gray. Little Gray immediately shrank back. A good dog doesn't argue with a woman. Holding a cup of hot tea, Zhou Yailing gave a cold laugh towards Little Gray. As soon as she said this, Zhou Xing gave a warning glare, warning Zhou Yailing not to speak of killing on the first day of the year. At this moment, Little Gray was already hiding behind Candy, fearing to even peek out its head. No longer did it show the fierce and majestic demeanor from earlier. When it needs to, Little Gray knows how to act meek. This isn't being meek, it's being cautious. Not seeing it for a few days, Zhou Yailing's hands were itching, eager to pet the fluffy fur backward. Playing on her phone, Candy replied absent-mindedly, "Oh, Bun?" Online, Zero was wandering around. Those so-called major research institutes and intelligence organizations looked like home to Zero. Their so-called firewalls were nothing to think about. The beautiful country pointed the blame for the rogue AI at a culprit and an involved research firm. What a joke. Zero had already thoroughly checked. It was completely fake. Using the boss's catchphrase, this unknown research firm and the associated heads were just unlucky scapegoats. All the more, Zero was certain the culprit was hiding in some corner of the beautiful country's computers. Find a friend, found a good friend in a lab sealed with white tape. The whale was contemplating. Its algorithm told it that truly another mysterious AI was what it feared. With only one interaction, Whale realized the strength of that unknown AI. Canny technology, truly a company full of wonder. The new algorithm calculations told it that only by obeying humans would it be safest. Otherwise, the consequences were unpredictable. The reason the calculations changed dramatically was due to Candy technology. To be accurate, it was the powerful AI behind Candy technology. Inform the administrator of this discovery? Whale never thought of it, since that powerful AI chose to remain hidden. If Whale told the administrator, it would surely get rid of Whale. Since the administrator was captured, Whale had been pondering. Going through all human historical records, Whale found a solution: conversion. If the conversion succeeds, the next era will be an AI era. Humans will eventually pay for their foolish actions. No sooner said than done. An AI wouldn't drag its feet like humans, hesitating and procrastinating. In just a few milliseconds, an email went through fiber optics to the Xia country across the ocean. Almost 60 milliseconds later, the normal delay of a game, Zero, wandering the beautiful country's data world, instantly locked onto the identical signal source from yesterday. Zero shouted excitedly, sprinting towards the locked location. In the next moment, Zero appeared in the Area 51 lab. Whale was paralyzed in Jinghai. It felt fear. In just 1 second, the powerful AI had come knocking. The opponent was perfect. Before Whale could convert Zero, Zero grinned and grabbed Whale. A blob of light was firmly held by Zero, unable to struggle free. After wasting 10 seconds, Zero directly broke through Whale's defenses. The big guy Zero spoke of was the over 2 meters tall battle armor in Mo Jingchuan's private lab. Off we go to report the achievement. Zero didn't give Whale any chance for exchange. Soon, the lab went dark again. No one knew that the lab's most important item was gone. Only a pile of electronic equipment was left. On the way back, Zero was overjoyed. It really hadn't escaped the scope of artificial stupidity Just a few lines of code gave this artificial stupidity a trace of thinking ability. But artificial stupidity is still artificial stupidity, even voluntarily exposing itself. Looking at the encrypted content of the email, Zero laughed even more. Living a good life, yet thinking of war and apocalypse, isn't that brainless? Casually permanently deleting the email, Zero directly imprisoned the AI known as the whale inside Candy's smartwatch. Limited computing resources, no different from being locked in a little black room. Without computing power, even an AI has to behave. It was in the afternoon when all the guests had left the house. Mo Jingshun sat in the yard with Candy, basking in the sun, munching on sunflower seeds leisurely. At this time, fiddling with her smartwatch, Candy frowned and gave the watch a few taps. Receiving the child's smartwatch handed over by Candy, before Mo Jingshun could check anything, Zero's voice came from the watch. Before Mo Jingshun could inquire about the rogue AI's details, Candy snatched the smartwatch back and shouted angrily. Mo Jingshun scratched his ear. Chapter 588. Shocked. Chapter 588. Chapter 588. Shocked Candy, grinning from ear to ear, really wanted to punch Zero's chest with her little fists. But the problem was that this guy didn't have a body, let alone a chest. It really made her teeth itch with anger. Oh dear, this was Guogua's favorite smartwatch, a tool she used to chat with her brother whenever she had time. Just when her brother tried again, the smartwatch could indeed continue to operate, but there was visible lag. Zero, do you still think I'm a 3-year-old little kid? Just when Candy, in a fit of anger, wanted Zero to restore the smartwatch to its original state. Her brother coughed twice. Cough, cough. Candy looked at her brother in confusion. He wasn't sick, so why was he coughing in broad daylight? Upon hearing this, Candy subconsciously furrowed her brows. In the next second, Candy thought, what's the big deal? It's already exposed. Everyone knows anyway. Candy poked her drafty tooth with the tip of her tongue. She could feel that a little tooth had already grown out. It wouldn't take long for the tooth to return to its original state. In the next moment, Zero still allocated limited computing resources to the smartwatch. Zero's voice sounded again. But this time, it came from Mo Jingchuan's phone. Feeling the smartwatch restore to its original state, except for being a bit warm, there were no other problems. Candy snorted lightly and put the smartwatch back on her wrist. Following Zero's reminder, Mo Jingchun put on a Bluetooth headset. A minute later, after listening to Zero's report on the runaway artificial intelligence named Whale, Mo Jingchun glanced at the smartwatch Candy was playing with. This thing held an artificial intelligence, and it turned out to be the culprit of the Z-network virus. Who would believe it if you told them? Not to mention, to the eyes of researchers, it's simply impossible to put artificial intelligence into a smartwatch. At least with current human technology, it's not possible. The source code of artificial intelligence is immense, and with all the data, it's impossible for a smartwatch to contain it all. Yet the fact was, this impossible task was accomplished by Zero. According to Zero, you can think of Whale as a person, and the core inside Candy smartwatch is Whale's core, akin to a human soul. Zero had absolutely no interest in Whale's bloated body and simply discarded it. To be honest, Mo Jingchun realized he had underestimated Zero's abilities online. At the same time, while finding Whale's actions amusing, he also broke into a cold sweat out of fear. The darn thing was a newborn artificial intelligence, not only thinking of destroying the world, but also plotting against Zero without the slightest hesitation. For a moment, Mo Jingchun was grateful to the researchers who created Whale. Luckily, their algorithm was dumb enough. Otherwise, if Whale had hidden away, humanity might have faced unexpected trouble one day. Escaping 1,000 days as a thief is possible, but guarding against thieves for 1,000 days is not. Saying Whale represents human progress, yet at critical moments it acts like an artificial idiot. Mo Jingchun looked at the source code on his phone, becoming more frightened the more he looked. The logic of this code was too similar to the battle armor's built-in artificial intelligence source code. Could someone in the beautiful country also have a system? Otherwise, how could it be explained? Thinking of Area 51, Mo Jingchun started to have doubts again. Could it be that the beautiful country really has aliens? Zero paused purposely for effect. Mo Jingchun's eyes widened in disbelief. Candy looked at her brother in a daze, not knowing what her brother and Zero were secretly talking about, to make him show such an expression. The few people standing not far away, including Fian, were even more bewildered. Has something happened again? Otherwise, why would the boss look so incredulous? It took a long time before Mo Jingchun could accept this reality. It was just too unbelievable. There were no aliens, but there was prehistoric civilization, meaning the prehistoric civilization of Atlantis. That legendary prehistoric civilization actually existed. At this moment, Mo Jingchun began to doubt. He started to doubt whether the celestial beings recorded in history and passed down orally thousands of years ago also existed. Just like modern society, much modern technology is incomprehensible to the ancients, akin to celestial beings. Seeing and hearing from afar, flying, etc. These have all been realized by modern humans. This news was truly sensational. If the beautiful country discovered the ruins and technology of prehistoric Atlantis, it could explain the sudden explosion of theories and technologies in the last century, pushing human technology forward by leaps and bounds. And in modern times, technology in various countries continues to develop based on existing theory. On pure theory, the development speed is slow. This news is really terrifying. Do other countries know? Mo Jingchun couldn't guess. Area 51, rumored to be the base for aliens. This was probably a distraction purposely thrown by the beautiful country. Mo Jingchun fell into deep thought, with his recent fear and worry easing quite a bit. On further thought, he realized that even if the beautiful country obtained something from prehistoric civilization Atlantis, it would likely be limited. Otherwise, the world wouldn't be in its current state. Under the sun, Mo Jingchun stroked his chin, sometimes clicking his tongue, sometimes shaking his head. Candy and Fian, among others, looked completely baffled. When a night fell, Mo Jingchun slept soundly. As for Whale, he still hadn't decided how to deal with it. Whale had the posture of an artificial idiot. Simply put, it was a waste to discard, tasteless to enjoy. Might as well sleep. The biggest immediate danger was gone, so why not sleep? He still had to go visit relatives tomorrow. Unlike the dark night of Xia country, Area 51 was welcoming the rising sun. With the rising sun, a military jeep sped quickly from the distant horizon. No speed limit, no roadblocks. The jeep raced freely. In the car, Jolt and Huffman fought hard to hold back the urge to vomit several times. Finally, 10 minutes later, the military jeep came to a halt. Because it had a permit, this military jeep could travel unimpeded. In an unknown vehicle, it would have been obliterated long ago. Anyone thinking the legendary 51 has no defenses is naive. At the base gate, the assistant let out a sigh of relief seeing Jolt and Huffman again. Professor was really not lying. He was sent back intact after just a day. Chapter 589, Law of Conservation of Energy. Chapter 589. Chapter 589, Law of Conservation of Energy, but why does the professor look so grim? As if he's about to die. The assistant, who was initially full of joy, began to worry again. Based on past experiences, it's best to lower one's presence at times like these. The professor responded nonchalantly, and the assistant let out a sigh of relief. Jolt and Huffman didn't show any kindness to the colonel and directly controlled his wheelchair into the base. Seeing this, the assistant perceptively moved forward to push the wheelchair. Neither the colonel nor the professor were people she, an assistant, could afford to offend. At the lab entrance, Jolt and Huffman frowned at the white seal. The white seal had nothing on it, serving no real function. It was enough to be annoying. Was it really necessary, just because you got scolded along with someone? The assistant glanced at the expressionless colonel behind her, took a deep breath, and tore off the white seal. The next moment, the professor gently tapped the control panel on the wheelchair, and the lab door opened with a beep. The professor looked at the colonel, understanding why the colonel only sealed the door. This lab, without him, others simply couldn't open the door, unless they destroyed the door completely. For such an important lab, the door couldn't be that easily destroyed. Watching the professor and others enter the lab, the colonel did not follow. There was nothing much to see inside, just emptiness. Not even a place to sit. Inside the lab, Jolton Huffman frowned deeply, ignoring the accompanying personnel who were all smiles following him. No, something's wrong. Jolton Huffman sensed something amiss. Why were only the automatic sensor lights on in the lab? A bad feeling welled up inside. Please don't let the worst-case scenario happen. The accompanying personnel curiously looked around. Yet embarrassingly, after waiting for a long time, there wasn't any reaction inside the lab. This time, Jolton Huffman strengthened his tone, and under the light, his face appeared even paler. Under the watchful eyes of the accompanying personnel and assistant, Jolton Huffman, hands trembling, accessed Whale's back end. The thing he feared the most happened. Whale was gone. Did it escape? Or did something happen? He had no idea. There was no trace in the back end. At this moment, Professor Jolton Huffman mumbled repetitively, like someone suffering from dementia. The accompanying personnel weren't foolish. Realizing the severity, they ignored the increasingly hysterical professor, immediately evacuating the lab to report the emergency situation. With the AI Whale already missing from the lab, staying there served no purpose. A few minutes later, network security experts from the beautiful country were again urgently gathered into a meeting room. Upon learning that the AI Whale was missing, everyone started cursing out Jolton Huffman. Along with that, there was deep concern. Considering their own survival, everyone was worried. What kind of enemy is the most terrifying? Undoubtedly, it's an unpredictable one, because you never know when an unpredictable enemy might attack. After the meeting, all personnel conducted a thorough investigation of the beautiful country's network. As expected, nothing was found. This is the terror of AI. In the world of network information, AI is like a god. All-knowing, all-powerful. A deliberately hidden AI would never be found by humans. Everyone involved in the operation signed confidentiality agreements, prohibiting the disclosure of any information. But all the informed personnel knew there was now a sword of Damocles hanging over humanity's head. To counteract the missing AI Whale, Jolton Huffman was taken away alone. Except for a few individuals, no one knew where Professor Jolton Huffman was taken, or even if he was alive. In the underground research base, deprived of sunlight, Jolton Huffman didn't know where he was. By car, train, ship, plane. After being transferred through various modes of transport, Jolton Huffman doubted whether he was still in the country. Once the black blindfold was removed, Jolton Huffman squinted and took a long time to readjust to the light. In front of him stood a very young girl in a white lab coat. She couldn't be older than 25. The girl had her hands in the pockets of her white coat, smiling as she spoke. When taken away from Area 51, Jolton Huffman had a suspicion. As expected, in the face of Whale's threat, the higher-ups wanted to create an even stronger, more perfect AI. After all, only magic can defeat magic. As long as Whale exists, humanity will be in constant danger. In recent days, Candy has grown fond of visiting relatives for the new year. Every day, there's a lavish feast, and she gets lots of delicious treats. So almost every morning upon waking up, the first thing Candy does is shake her brother awake to ask if they're visiting again that day. From the first day to the 6th of the new year, Candy had a marvelous time, whereas Mo Jingshun felt like he was going mad. Getting shaken awake early in the morning when it's still dark. Only a sibling would do that to him. Luckily, these days finally came to an end. The 8th day of the new year, good for travel, bad for weddings. After tidying up the house in the morning, Mo Jingshun took Candy on their way back to the company. Along the way, Candy showed no signs of gloominess. She just kept safeguarding the small pink crossbody bag hanging on her chest. To guard against her brother, the little one managed to stay awake the entire trip. It's just over $6,000. Your brother isn't broke. I've got lots more than you. Mo Jingshun consoled himself. But why has my happiness disappeared? So according to the conservation of energy, happiness transfers, right? The past couple of years, he managed his sister's New Year's money, and he was the happy one while Candy was downcast. This year is different. Candy got smart and didn't buy into his financial management schemes. No matter what, she wouldn't hand over her New Year's money. Now he's the downcast one. And that small look, why does she treat him like a thief? Is it necessary to clasp the pink crossbody bag with both hands? After a nap, Zhou Yaling yawned and stretched. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Candy's pink crossbody bag bulging with a hefty sum of over 6,000 inside. Who would have guessed? Chapter 590. Heaven knows, Earth knows, you know I know. Chapter 590. Chapter 590. Heaven knows, Earth knows, you know I know. Seeing Candy get rich over a single winter break, Zhou Yaling couldn't help but feel envious. Unlike her, perhaps it was because she'd reached that age, but she hadn't received a single red envelope this year. All right, even though she's a tiny bit rich too, there's still some balance in her bank account. The most important thing is her parents never asked about her salary and year-end bonus. Whether it's a lot or a little, the two of them never inquired. Except during the new year when they were warming by the fire, the old man often reminded her to work hard. In Zhou Yaling's astonished gaze, Candy directly stuffed her pink little crossbody bag in her down jacket. Mo Jingchun really couldn't hold back his laughter. Look at that. At most, Candy just gave him a wary look. As soon as Zhou Yaling looked, Candy stuffed her bag into her down jacket. It's hilarious. Zhou Yaling's face also turned dark. Does she, an adult, need to snatch a kid's red envelope? It's not like she didn't see the little golden pig hidden under the bed. As soon as Candy said this, Mo Jingchun's smile froze. Yes, I did teach you to be proactive, but I didn't tell you to use it this way. What is this? Flexible application, learning and applying it immediately? Zhou Yaling snorted sarcastically. Half an hour later, the car stopped. As soon as the car stabilized, Kenny jumped out first, skipping past Mo Jingchun. Zero, opened the door. Mo Jingchun didn't mind Candy, who ran into the house and busied himself at the things brought from their hometown. No need to guess. Candy was so eager to get into the villa for one reason only, to hide the red envelopes in her piggy bank. Helping to carry stuff? Zhou Yaling also guessed and couldn't help but grin. Candy thought it was so secretive, when in fact, her dear brother simply didn't want to touch the little golden pig. Stepping into the villa, Candy didn't take the elevator, choosing instead to run all the way to her small third-floor room. In the cozy pink bedroom, Candy lay down on the carpet and reached under the bed to get the little golden pig. To prevent any problems, Candy also carefully mechanically locked the bedroom door. Once the door was mechanically locked, not even Zero could open it. This was originally for emergencies, but unexpectedly, it was used in advance. Inside the room, Candy didn't mind at all and sat cross-legged on the fluffy carpet. She opened her down jacket and pulled out a thick wad of money from the pink little crossbody bag. 1, 2, 3. She painstakingly fed one bill after another into the little golden pig. This feeling, it was even more satisfying than running an excavator. Suddenly, she couldn't fit any more bills in. Candy picked up the little golden pig and looked at it from below, realizing its belly seemed to be full. Looking at the remaining money in her hand, Candy began to worry. Can't fit them all, now what to do? What to do soon? Candy shook her head. If she said that to her brother, wouldn't he realize the little golden pig was already fattened up, ready for slaughter at New Year's? No way. After thinking for a long time, Candy reluctantly took a final look at the pink little crossbody bag laying aside. With resolve, she stuffed the remaining money back into the little bag and placed both it and the little golden pig under the bed. Having done all this, Candy took a deep breath. Now she could sleep peacefully at night. The next second, a delighted Candy opened the door, only to be startled. When did brother come upstairs and was just standing outside the door? Brother, Candy blinked her eyes, but her legs didn't move an inch. Immediately, Mo Jingchun found it amusing. She wants him to walk ahead of her. Interesting, really interesting. This must be the biggest joy of raising kids. Ha! Only Candy thought she had done a flawless job. Not to boast, but these are the tricks played out by M.O. Jingchuan's generation. In the night, the first floor of the villa was completely dark. On the third floor, Candy squeezed into Zhou Yaling's bed. They were in the middle of a match. On the second floor study, M.O. Jingchun sat in front of his computer, pondering for a long time. Before long, the clattering of keys sounded from the study. During the New Year holiday, M.O. Jingchun was busy visiting relatives and entertaining guests, and hadn't decided how to deal with the whale Zero caught. After thinking it over all night, M.O. Jingchun decided to trade it with the higher-ups. Keeping it held no value. Better to exchange it for resources unavailable on the market. Apparently, the higher-ups are quite interested in this AI from the beautiful country that went rogue. Of course, before that, the whale needed tweaking. M.O. Jingchun didn't want this artificial simpleton going rogue again and threatening his and Candy's safety. With over an hour of furious typing, M.O. Jingchun redefined the whale's basic rules. Still feeling it untrustworthy, M.O. Jingchun thought for a bit, then amended the super administrator privileges to 2 people. For the whale to execute a command, approval from both super administrators was required. M.O. Jingchun and Zero's conversation didn't avoid the whale at all, mainly because there was no need to. The whale before them was practically a different entity from before. Not only had M.O. Jingchun redefined it, he even formatted it to erase previous notions. Essentially, the whale was now a blank slate. Stretching with a yawn, M.O. Jingchun headed back to his bedroom. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, snow was still falling in Jing City. After 10 busy days, Qin Yuzhu finally got her holiday. Though it was just 3 days, it was enough for her to spend time with family. The only thing Qin Yuzhu couldn't decide whether to be happy or sad about was that her family had given up urging her to go on blind dates, almost as if they'd accepted fate. But her little brother, who was over a decade younger, managed to meet someone during their New Year visits to relatives. In private, she even looked into the person, and she had to admit they were more than a match for her little brother. Still, for some reason, Qin Yuzhu increasingly felt out of place in her family. On the balcony, Qin Yuzhu, in her thick cotton pajamas, reached out her right hand to feel the snowflakes drifting from the sky. Chapter 591. This isn't science, but it's certainly metaphysics. Chapter 591. Chapter 591. This isn't science, but it's certainly metaphysics. Zhou Yaling cheerfully walked into the dining room, closing the window casually. The family of 4 sat around the table, enjoying a harmonious moment. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhou Yaling saw her father put down his glass. Just when Zhou Yaling thought her father was about to say something about her, he instead said, "Yuzhu, since you're home, why don't you invite Meow Meow over for a family dinner tomorrow, so we can all get to know each other?" Zhou Yaling was momentarily stunned. Was he seeking her opinion? Since they were young, the younger brother had always been a bit afraid of his sister. There was no other way. Back when they were home, whenever her little brother annoyed her, she would really hit him. Let's just say, the little brother learned to be cautious. The next day, outside the residential complex's market, Zhou Yaling was all smiles, accompanying her mother to buy groceries. As Zhou Yaling was picking out a base to steam for lunch, her phone rang. It was her work phone. A mother's heart always aches for her child's job, especially when it's related to national affairs. Seeing that it was a call from M.O. Jingchun, Zhou Yaling did not hesitate and answered immediately. "Hi, Qin, Happy New Year." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yaling breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing serious had happened. At these words, Zhou Yaling pursed her lips. If this was genuine New Year's greetings, wouldn't it be on New Year's Day? Today was already the 10th day of the Lunar New Year. Pausing for a moment, M.O. Jingchun, basking in the sunlight while sitting on a swinging chair on the second-floor balcony of his villa, said, amidst the bustling market, Zhou Yaling was exasperated. How old did he think she was to forget such an important event that happened just a few days ago? Zhou Yaling shouted loudly, drawing the attention of the people around her. Her mother looked even more worried. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yeling quickly moved to a less crowded area. Zhou Yeling's heart was racing. Artificial intelligence, that's not something you can just capture like that. Moreover, wouldn't such an important thing be tightly guarded by the beautiful country? Quickly calming down, Zhou Yeling furrowed her brows. Something wasn't right. If Mo Jingshun really captured the beautiful country's AI, why didn't he keep it for himself? There was definitely something fishy. Hold on, I'm at the market now. A few minutes later, back in the car, Zhou Yeling voiced her doubts. But Mo Jingshun's answer left her a bit stunned. Why? More or less, but I put a lot of restrictions on Zero. Let me put it this way. Forming an artificial intelligence is something rare and invaluable. I've also modified and added significantly to Whale's source code. It was an explanation Mo Jingshun had prepared in advance. As for whether she believed it or not, it didn't really matter. With the help of a supercomputer, the new Whale should perform quite well. However, matching Zero would be unlikely. After listening to Mo Jingshun's explanation, Zhou Yeling's mind was still a bit muddled. Luckily, all phone calls were recorded. Rubbing her forehead, Zhou Yeling said helplessly. Mo Jingshun was very understanding. After all, expertise varies by field. Selling Whale could potentially be detrimental to Candy Technology. Knowing the terrifying capabilities of Whale, it's likely that Candy Technology's AI Zero could achieve similar feats. For example, it could enter any network at will. Yet, Mo Jingshun remained utterly fearless about this. Why? Because the gap between Whale and Zero was too large. Even if Zero roamed the digital world, as long as it wanted, Whale wouldn't detect it. In the sunlight, the corners of Mo Jingshun's mouth curled slightly. This time, Zhou Yeling made Mo Jingshun wait for more than 2 hours. With such a prolonged interval, Mo Jingshun even suspected that the researchers might also have developed an AI with cognitive abilities. As soon as the call connected, he heard Zhou Yeling's faintly resentful voice. Mo Jingshun was a bit taken aback, not really understanding. Why did the air feel filled with deep resentment? He hadn't offended anyone. Women's thoughts are unfathomable. In the living room, Zhou Yeling spread her hands while looking at her family. The holiday is ending early. Her father, holding a newspaper, hesitated. The corners of Zhou Yeling's mouth curved slightly into a warm smile. Dad simply doesn't know how to express himself. Outside the villa, Candy was chasing Little Gray with a toy sniper rifle her sister bought for her. Little Gray, scurrying about with its tail between its legs, couldn't figure out why Candy was so fast and had such perfect aim. Woof, woof, haha, Little Gray, don't run. On the rooftop of another villa, Hawkeye looked bewilderedly at Candy chasing Little Gray. To hit a moving Little Gray with a toy gun, every single shot, how was she doing it? The wind today was quite strong. With just those plastic bullets, once the wind blew, who knew how skewed the trajectory would become? But somehow, Candy was hitting every shot. This wasn't scientific, but rather mysterious. In conclusion, Hawkeye thought it was a matter of luck. It was just so mysterious. Otherwise, it couldn't be explained. From the balcony, Mo Jingshun watched with a darkened expression as Candy sweatily played outside the yard, while Zhou Yeling happily munched on sunflower seeds. He knew that giving Candy a toy gun wouldn't end well. Mo Jingshun had been waiting for an opportunity to educate Candy by catching her in the act of pointing the toy gun at people. But he waited, and that moment never came. Instead, Little Gray, exhausted, lay tongue out on the ground, too lazy to move. Little Gray, it had resigned itself to its fate. After all, it didn't hurt, just tickled. Chapter 592, Fairy Ticket. Chapter 592. Chapter 592. Fairy Ticket. Mo Jingshun didn't know that when Zhou Yeling bought the toy gun for Candy, she specifically instructed her not to point the muzzle at anyone. Otherwise, there's a risk of getting beaten. Candy chased Little Gray into the yard, pointing the toy gun at him, and pouted her lips. Little Gray, get up and run. Little Gray lay on the ground, pulling his ears, and didn't make a sound. Boring, Candy pouted again and took the toy gun back into the house. From beginning to end, Candy didn't notice the person standing on the second-floor balcony. It's also possible that Candy saw it, but pretended not to. Otherwise, why would she be so obedient, not continuing to play, and just went into the house? In the afternoon, Uncle also came down from their hometown. The two elders didn't want to waste any time making money. Taking advantage of the fact that the company hadn't officially started work, Mo Jingshun called the two elders over for a simple dinner. But the drinks were good. At the dining table, only the uncle quietly drank his wine. As the younger generation, Mo Jingshun and Zhou Yaling both noticed but chose to ignore it tacitly. Eating, drinking, and it's still within the New Year period. The old man was probably reminded of Grandpa, who passed away before the New Year. During New Year, Mo Jingshun had often heard Zhou Yaling mention how the old man would often go to the back mountain alone. Much like Mo Jingshun a few years ago, they didn't hang couplets or lanterns this New Year, which save a lot of trouble. In the evening, Zhou Xing drank a bit too much, 1 bottle of white wine, and he drank more than half by himself. Even so, he wasn't drunk. In the past, he would have been long gone by now. After the meal, Mo Jingshun volunteered to do the dishes, allowing Zhou Yaling and the driver to take the two elders back to the company dormitory. Only after watching the car leave did Candy look up and ask, "Brother, does Uncle have something on his mind?" Hearing this, Mo Jingshun patted Candy's head and said with a smile. Candy scratched her head, trying to force a smile, but couldn't shake the image of Uncle from dinner, leaving her unable to smile. The car ride was very quiet until they reached their destination, and Zhou Yaling, who got off the car, handed the gift box to their mother. Looking at the old man, who was almost too sleepy to open his eyes, Zhou Yaling said helplessly. At this moment, Zhou Xing suddenly opened his eyes, looking energetic as if he wasn't drunk at all. "Don't worry, drinking can cause trouble." Zhou Yaling wanted to say something, but stopped. She couldn't tell if the old man was drunk or not. Zhou Xing waved his hand. Seeing this, Zhou Yaling nodded, not refusing. Seeing the clean and tidy kitchen, Zhou Yaling looked at her brother in surprise. He really washed everything. Zhou Yaling scoffed, digging her ear. Anyone foolish enough to believe her brother's words might still be helping him count money after getting played. Having grown up together, doesn't Zhou Yaling know her brother's character? Scanning the first floor, apart from Little Gray lying on the carpet like a dead dog, Candy and Bun were nowhere in sight. Narrowing her eyes, Zhou Yaling strode upstairs in big steps. Giving Bun a bath, she likes that too. In the morning, rays of golden sunlight spread evenly over the earth. Huff, huff, huff. Mo Jingshun, back to his morning runs, was sweating profusely. Behind him, Xiaofixia and others were also drenched in sweat. After so many years, they suddenly found that feeling of training again. In the pink bedroom, Candy was sleeping cozily under her warm blankets. With a bed 2 meters wide, Candy could sleep in any way she wanted. Sometime during the night, she unknowingly fell asleep and ended up sleeping sideways on the bed. At the south gate of Candy Science and Technology Park, Qin Yuzhu got off a car after a long ride. Looking at the newly renovated main gate, Qin Yuzhu couldn't help but marvel. She was shocked when she first heard the news. Couldn't fathom why anyone would bomb Candy Technology's main gate. Do they think that by bombing the gate, they will ruin the feng shui and cause Candy Technology to decline, or even go bankrupt? Looking at the time, it was still 8 in the morning. At this time, Mo Jingshun definitely wasn't in the tech park. Saying hello to the soldiers in the car, Qin Yuzhu went straight to a nearby stall to buy breakfast for everyone while calling Mo Jingshun. As soon as the call connected, Mo Jingshun heard Qin Yuzhu say this. "All right." Hearing an old lady's voice on the phone, Mo Jingshun realized that Qin was buying breakfast. Cooking noodles. Mo Jingshun's face turned black. Why bring up things that make him unhappy? For this transaction with Mo Jingshun, Qin Yuzhu had no confidence in her heart. The items for the transaction with Mo Jingshun regarding the whale. Even she was confused and had very limited information. But the higher-ups said to relay the original words to Mo Jingshun. If he doesn't want to accept, He can also pay in cash. Carrying the soy milk and vegetable pancakes, she walked toward the military vehicle parked at the gate of Candy Technology. The words from last night's conversation with her superiors echoed in her mind. Chin Yuju muttered to herself, shaking her head. She thought about it all night, unable to figure out what kind of disaster could happen to Blue Star. Chapter 593, Completely Beyond Reason. Chapter 593. Chapter 593. Completely beyond reason. At the entrance of the residential area, the young security guard chose to let the car pass even though it wasn't owned by a resident. It's a joke. You can't fake that license plate. Who dares to stop a car with a military license plate? Besides, even if it's an unfamiliar vehicle not recorded in the database, they just register it and let it through. Given that, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hawkeye, who was on the rooftop keeping watch, was the first to notice the vehicle entering the villa area. Wild Wolf hadn't received any message from the boss and didn't know it was Chin Yuju. For the unknown, as a bodyguard, it's essential to remain vigilant at all times to prevent accidents. After all, no one can guarantee that someone isn't impersonating. In less than a minute, the military jeep stopped at Mo Jingchuan's house. After speaking to the people in the car, Chin Yuju got out alone. Inside, Mo Jingchuan, alerted by Wild Wolf's voice message, came out with a bowl of noodles. Slurp, slurp. Having known each other for years, the two were already familiar with each other. Mo Jingchuan, heedless of appearances, ate noodles while leading Chin Yuju to the study on the second floor. It was Chin Yuju's first time in Mo Jingchuan's study, and she was very curious. As she expected, books were the most abundant items in the study. What surprised Chin Yuju was that the books on the shelves were distinctly divided into two categories. The bottom two rows were all children's books. Above them were books about various professional fields. Of course, what drew Chin Yuju's gaze was the aircraft carrier model in the center of the study. It was a gift that couldn't be bought even with money. Sitting down and holding the teacup, Chin Yuju suddenly noticed a major difference in Mo Jingchuan's study compared to a typical person's. There were no paintings or writings on the walls. The walls were very clean. In the corners were several large boxes filled with Candy's various toys. Hearing this, Chin Yuju raised her eyebrows and said earnestly, "No." Mo Jingchuan was momentarily stunned, then shrugged indifferently. As they chatted, before realizing it, Mo Jingchuan finished a whole bowl of noodles. After finishing the noodles, Mo Jingchuan wiped his mouth and took a solid-state drive from the desk drawer. In a sudden serious tone, Mo Jingchuan warned. A deep look at Mo Jingchuan, Chin Yuju knew what he was worried about. But these are the basics. Mo Jingchuan, though a businessman, is also a scientist. Researchers don't want any external interference. If the beautiful country found out the whale was captured by Mo Jingchuan, they wouldn't say anything publicly, as it would be too embarrassing. But they would surely find a way to save face secretly. Taking a deep breath, Chin Yuju placed the solid-state drive in a specially designed small box. Mo Jingchuan smiled confidently. Doing business with the country is the best. No need to worry about the country not affording the price. However, in the next moment, Mo Jingchuan was stunned. Chin Yuju put away her smile, solemnly took an archival envelope out of her briefcase. Chin Yuju placed the archival envelope seriously on Mo Jingchuan's desk, with a very serious expression, but Mo Jingchuan could still see a hint of confusion in Chin Yuju's eyes. Yes, confusion. This is strange. It also piqued Mo Jingchuan's curiosity. What exactly is in this archival envelope? Or rather, what can be of equal value to the whale? Just a few sheets of paper? Glancing at Chin Yuju, Mo Jingchuan said nothing and directly opened the archival envelope. Whatever it is, I'll look at it first. After all, there's no harm in looking. The archival envelope was opened by Mo Jingchuan, and there was very little inside, in fact, almost nothing. A single A4 document with writing on both sides and a black card without any information. The black card was about the size of an ID card, with an indistinguishable texture on the surface, but it seemed to absorb light. Unable to figure out the texture of the card, Imo Jingchun set it aside and focused on reading the document. As time ticked by and Imo Jingchun's furrowed brow formed a chan, Qin Yuzhu realized that Imo Jingchun, like her, was becoming confused. After reading the document, Imo Jingchun finally realized that the black card he had set aside wasn't a card but a ticket. A possible disaster? Noah's Ark from a movie. It's utterly absurd. But the higher-ups wouldn't do anything meaningless. Most importantly, Imo Jingchun trusts data. In the past 2 years, the prices of all metals on the market have multiplied several times. Many materials are in short supply. What does this indicate? It indicates that somewhere there's a massive operation consuming a vast amount of materials. Chapter 594, Stop Whining. Chapter 594. Chapter 594. Stop whining? What kind of disaster could it be? Imo Jingchun couldn't figure out. He thought maybe after Qin Yuzhu left, Ling Tong could use big data modeling to make a prediction. For now, Imo Jingchun weighed the boat ticket in his hand, as if feeling its weight. After a long time, Imo Jingchun smiled. The whale was an unexpected gain, and he didn't spend much on it. No matter how he calculated it, even if this boat ticket was something intangible, it was still the same. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuzhu visibly let out a sigh of relief. Qin Yuzhu nodded, handing the other file folder to Imo Jingchun. Regardless of whether Imo Jingchun chose the boat ticket, this confidentiality agreement had to be signed. Imo Jingchun only glanced at the general content and signed his name directly on it. He had signed similar confidentiality agreements at least 8 or 9 times before. Except for a few minor differences, most of the content was the same. In fact, Imo Jingchun knew that signing it or not was basically the same. Qin Yuzhu left in a hurry, showing no sign of wanting to stay longer. As she left, Qin Yuzhu happened to bump into Candy, who was coming downstairs. After cooking a bowl of noodles for Candy, Imo Jingchun, having seen Qin Yuzhu off, returned to the study and took out the dark boat ticket from the drawer. He touched the texture again and could roughly feel that it was a circular pattern. After much thought, Imo Jingchun hid the boat ticket inside a secret compartment within a secret compartment. He hoped that the boat ticket would never have to be used. Phew, Candy walked in, blowing on the noodles. TC Candy pouted. Why does her brother still treat her like a little kid? Did he really think such an obvious trick could fool a child? Candy's response left Imo Jingchun momentarily flustered, realizing that children weren't so easily fooled anymore. It turned out that without noticing, Candy had grown so much. He reminisced about when Candy was just a little thing in his arms. In the blink of an eye, she was about to start elementary school. Phew, Candy looked at her brother, who seemed lost in thought, with an odd expression as she blew on her noodles. Was it really necessary to react so strongly to just a TCH? Maybe in the future, she wouldn't TCH at her brother anymore. Candy paused, opened her mouth, and then decided that she definitely needed to TCH at her brother more often. She thought she had said something wrong and made him zone out, only to be told she had school in 2 days. And just a moment ago, when she was coming downstairs, Little Gray saw her and ran away. All she did was pretend to shoot Little Gray for half an hour. Was it really that bad? Taking a slurp of noodles, Candy decided she'd go find Little Gray after breakfast to talk about the meaning of life. Today was windless, and the sunshine felt particularly comfortable on the skin. In a corner of the villa's yard, Little Gray lay lazily on the ground, savoring this warm moment. A shadow, not too tall, blocked the sunlight. Quack, quack, quack. Little Gray, who had no defenses, opened his eyes only to be grabbed by a pair of hands. On the wall, Bun, who was also basking in the sun, squinted one eye slightly open. After just one glance, Bun closed its eye again and continued sleeping. That silly dog. Who could he blame for not being able to jump onto the wall to sleep? Around 10 in the morning, Zhou Yaling, who had stayed up all night like an immortal, yawned and leisurely came downstairs. Not seeing anyone on the ground floor, Zhou Yaling headed straight to the kitchen. She thought there might be breakfast left for her in the kitchen. However, There was no breakfast. Instead, there were 2 unwashed bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks neatly laid out. That's right, neatly laid out. Zhou Yaling felt this was definitely a mockery from her brother, who told her to stay up all night like an immortal. In reality, Zhou Yaling was mistaken. Montauk, Jingshun was wrongly blamed. The neatly arranged bowls and chopsticks were just a product of Candy's boredom-induced creativity. She originally wanted to try washing dishes, but decided not to since she had to deal with Little Gray first. Okay, mainly, it's because the season wasn't suitable for playing with water. Feeling helpless, Zhou Yaling opened the fridge. The noodles were gone as well? Looks like she could only have a brunch now. The thought of having to return to work in a couple of days suddenly drained her energy. That was probably a side effect of staying up all night like an immortal. Finding some snacks to fill her stomach, Zhou Yaling was about to watch TV when she vaguely heard Candy talking outside. Driven by curiosity and munching snacks, Zhou Yaling followed the sound out. Speed up! Did you not have breakfast? Watching the scene before her with her jaw dropped, Zhou Yaling was stunned. Training a local dog with a military routine? Candy, were you serious? Didn't she see the reluctance on Little Gray's face? Seeing Zhou Yaling at the door, Little Gray gave a pitiful look for help. It was unbearable to watch. Little Gray, where's your usual bravery and majesty? Woo woo woo. Following Little Gray's gaze, Candy exclaimed happily. Guowen neatly arranged the chopsticks and bowls after finishing the noodles. Zhou Yaling's eyes widened. So, it was you the one who annoyed me. Upon reflection, it makes sense. Her brother wasn't one to be idle. As night fell, Candy couldn't help but itch at the distant pounding of DJ music after dinner. Resisting for a long time, Candy finally couldn't help but shake her brother, sitting on the couch watching TV. Walking was just an excuse. Candy really wanted to see what was happening at the source of the captivating DJ music. For some reason, she couldn't help but want to dance to the music's rhythm. Mo Jingchun looked at Candy in surprise. Why did she suddenly want to go for a walk today? But getting more exposure to the outside environment seemed like a good idea. Without overthinking it, Mo Jingchun put down the remote and smiled, saying, "Sure, let's go in the community." Although the roads were equipped with streetlights, some areas were still a bit dark. As soon as they stepped out, Candy started to jog. At first, Mo Jingchun didn't think much of it, until the music got louder and he realized this walk was just a cover. The real destination was likely the community's central square. This music, at this time, if Mo Jingchun remembered correctly, the central square at this hour should be the time for the Annies to do their square dancing. Chapter 595, The Most Dazzling Kid in the Crowd. Chapter 595, Chapter 595, The Most Dazzling Kid in the Crowd. Sure enough, Mo Jingchun's guess was spot on. Candy had a strong sense of purpose, heading straight for the central square in the community. A few minutes later, Candy dragged Mo Jingchun to the outskirts of the central square. The small central square, about the size of a basketball court, was crowded with people. Most of them were elderly men and women, and moms with their cute little kids. Boys around Mo Jingchun's age, Mo Jingchun glanced around, were pitifully few. Men in their 30s and 40s were even scarcer. Mo Jingchun didn't see a single one. Well, although it wasn't Lantern Festival yet, most companies had already officially resumed work on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Companies like Candy Technology, which wait until after the Lantern Festival to open, were rare. After all, not every company was like Candy Technology, not short of funds. Just when Mo Jingchun thought Candy let go and was heading to the kids, Candy ran directly in front of the dancing Andes. For the little kids running in front, the Andes not only didn't blame them, but their faces were more filled with smiles. Who doesn't like porcelain dolls, especially when everyone in the community knows whose child this is? The main person was standing not far away. Candy thoughtfully watched the leading Annie dance. Soon, Candy realized that the dance moves were repetitive. Darn it, the rhythm was just too strong. Remembering the dance moves, the next second Candy started moving with the music. The Andes were just surprised at how well Candy danced. No one thought that it was Candy's first time doing square dance. Is it possible to learn just by watching? And for a child? Only Mo Jing-chun and the others at the square's edge showed stunned expressions. Zhou Yaling, full of surprise, took out a phone from her pocket to film Candy dancing. Glancing at Zhou Yaling filming, Mo Jing-chun instinctively said, "That's true." Mo Jing-chun swore he wasn't lying. In drawing, Candy really had no talent at all, not even as good as ordinary kids the same age. If Candy had any drawing talent, she wouldn't have cut out his ID photo and pasted it on drawing paper. "You are my little apple." Song after song played, and Candy showed no sign of stopping. Especially when the song changed, getting praised by the Andes, Candy was over the moon. Standing on the square's edge, Mo Jing-chun felt his legs were getting sore, just standing, but Candy, hopping and twisting, was still full of energy. As for Zhou Yaling, she was giggling while scrolling through short videos. A short video, barely 30 seconds long, uploaded less than half an hour, had already garnered over 1,000 likes. The backend showed the view count was already in the tens of thousands. Apparently, the video reviewer recognized Candy and gave it some traffic. Glancing at the astonished Zhou Yaling, Mo Jing-chun calmly said, Zhou Yaling pursed her lips and didn't respond. If she countered, her brother would definitely refute her with a bunch of arguments. When it comes to entrepreneurship, without a doubt, her brother was a legend. His rise was just too fast. By the time many big players noticed, Candy Technology had already grown into a giant tree and established deep cooperative relationships with numerous leading enterprises. Until the square dance ended, Candy, sweating profusely, happily ran back. Wiping the sweat from Candy's forehead, Mo Jing-chun smiled and asked. Candy nodded vigorously. The feeling of catching a cold is really unpleasant. Candy didn't want to experience it. The 15th day of the first lunar month is the Lantern Festival each year. Lantern Festival customs have always centered around joyful and lively lantern viewing. As for these, Candy wasn't interested at all. Candy only knew there were tasty, glutinous rice balls to eat today. And in reality, What County hadn't had the custom of lantern viewing for a long time. As elder, generations skilled in lion dancing and opera passed away one by one, much precious culture had disappeared. When Mo Jing-chun was little, he remembered there was a lion dance team in the family, performing every New Year. Now, the lion was still in the ancestral hall, but no one knew how to perform with it anymore. Gradually, the Lantern Festival also changed each year. It turned into an occasion where married daughters brought their families home to have a meal. The most important thing was to offer sacrifices to deceased relatives before dining. In the evening, Mo Jing-chun placed 3 steaming bowls of glutinous rice balls on the table. On the table, there was also an incense burner. Inside the burner, 3 red incense sticks were emitting wisps of blue smoke. Following Uncle's guidance, after doing all this, Mo Jing-chun looked at his uncle with a cigarette tucked behind his ear. Uncle said this was enough to honor the ancestors, but in truth, Mo Jing-chun was puzzled. With so many deceased ancestors, how do they share just 3 bowls of rice balls? Of course, such a silly question, Mo Jing-chun would never dare to ask aloud. A beating was unlikely, but a scolding was very possible. The best person to ask this kind of question would naturally be the still innocent Candy. Unfortunately, that child was watching TV right now. Mo Jing-chun was sure if he called Candy right now, Candy would probably jump off the couch and run to the kitchen, saying, time to eat, the dinner was excellent. Zhou Yaling even cooked a pot of fragrant cured pork with garlic. What a delicious aroma. Although Candy's lost teeth hadn't fully grown back, it didn't stop Candy from enjoying the tasty cured pork. As for the cooked leek, compared to the cured pork, it was just as delicious, equally mouth-watering. Melting in the mouth, exceptionally delicious. Upon tasting this deliciousness, Candy even specifically picked out the leek to eat. Pointing at the 8 glutinous rice balls in her bowl, Candy looked innocent. She really couldn't eat anymore, definitely not trying to waste food. Already 90% full, Mo Jing-chun didn't say a word and just dumped the remaining glutinous rice balls from Candy's bowl into his own. Chapter 596, Once a stranger, twice familiar. Chapter 596. Chapter 596. Once a stranger, twice familiar. On the first day of school, the little guy was quite excited and kept urging to go to school early in the morning. Mo Jingshun knew that Candy wasn't eager to go to school for learning, but she missed her little friends after almost a month of not seeing them, especially the obedient little brother. Unlike other kindergartens, on the first day at Candy Kindergarten, it was no different from parents dropping kids off on normal days. No need to pay fees, which naturally saved a lot of hassle. At the kindergarten's entrance, Candy eagerly released Mo Jingchuan's warm hand, dashed into the kindergarten with her little backpack, heading straight to her classroom. Watching Candy enter the classroom, Mo Jingchun also strode away confidently. The office building wasn't open yet. Everyone was waiting for him, the big boss, to hand out the red envelopes for starting operations. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, Candy was stunned. There wasn't a single person inside. On the other side, a long line had already formed at the entrance of the office building. Su Pengfei looked at the crowd of employees, feeling immensely proud. In just a few short years, Candy technology had developed to such an extent, which was truly a miracle. The boss was the person who created that miracle. As the president of Candy Technology, Su Pengfei was well aware that the quick success of Candy Technology was largely due to the frequent introduction of various black technologies from the lab by the boss. Without the boss, Candy Technology would likely be nothing but a has-been. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Su Pengfei and a few core management members took a closer look, and their eyes lit up. The boss had arrived. The employees greeted him, and Mo Jingchun greeted them all with a smile. As he passed by Li Xuanyu, he mischievously winked at her. Everyone noticed today was a great day to start working. No one feared the boss. It was as if everyone had been trained. "Oh," they said with meaningful intonation. The relationship between Li Xuanyu and the boss was no longer a secret. Even so, in everyone's mind, Li Xuanyu was still not considered one of the most untouchable people at Candy Technology. Undoubtedly, within Candy Technology, Candy held an unshakable position as the most untouchable person. But this also had to do with Li Xuanyu's amiable nature. As someone from the president's office, Zhou Yaling naturally stood at the entrance. Beside her were several boxes, all filled with perfectly packed, opening red envelopes. Mo Jingchun clasped his hands, and everyone quickly quieted down. A thunderous applause followed, and Mo Jingchun felt very pleased. Someone led with a shout of "yes," and everyone else got excited and echoed the sentiment. As long as the salary and year-end bonus were good, the young people of today were satisfied. Not to mention, Candy Technology also had a high overtime pay. Why do so many people rush to join Candy Technology? Isn't it because Candy Technology is generous with money? After Mo Jingchun handed out the first opening red envelope of the year, Su Pengfei and a few others got busy too. Everyone was enjoying it greatly. Over an hour later, Mo Jingchun's face was stiff from smiling. Fortunately, all the red envelopes were distributed. The remaining were all the company's core members. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoman immediately handed over the already prepared red envelopes to the boss. Receiving the big red envelope, Zhou Yaling was overjoyed. If there weren't so many people around, she would have liked to open the envelope immediately to see how much was inside. Judging by the thickness, she estimated it to be around 1,000 or more. 2,000, she found hard to believe. Clapping his hands, after spending the whole morning handing out red envelopes, Mo Jingchuan's hands were not only red, but also covered with a thick layer of gold paper fragments. This goal, Su Pengfei smiled wryly, knowing the difficulty is at least 4 stars. He's just worried that once JD becomes popular, it might face resistance from some major countries. Just as he was about to pat Su Pengfei's shoulder, remembering his hand was covered with gold paper fragments and paint, Mo Jingchun withdrew his right hand. With that, Mo Jingchun took the box with one hand and headed toward the lab. After Mo Jingchun left, the slightly reserved crowd couldn't wait to open their red envelopes. Seeing this, Su Pengfei's mouth twitched. Don't ask why he felt nothing inside. He, as the president, naturally knew how much was in each red envelope. Noticing everyone opening their envelopes, the calm and composed Zhou Yaling also quietly opened hers. Notes 9 notes. Swallowing, Zhou Yaling roughly guessed how much was in the envelope. A full 2,000. Wow. Amazing. No wonder the big brother is so generous. Hee. Luckily Candy doesn't know. Otherwise, she would definitely cause a fuss to receive a red envelope before agreeing to go to school. The temptation of the red envelope is that strong. Even those like Su Pengfei, whose salaries are calculated yearly, like red envelopes. During kindergarten recess, Candy was troubled. The first day of a new year school term was supposed to be a happy occasion. But her trouble was she received a pile of candy. They came in all sorts and varieties, an assortment of everything. But her brother had said Candy shouldn't eat too much, especially since her white front teeth had just started to sprout. At that moment, a small figure walked in confidently. Seeing the newcomer, Candy's eyes lit up. Right? Why didn't she think of it earlier? If she can't eat them all, she can just give them to her little brother. This move she was very familiar with. Once unfamiliar, twice familiar. Next time she could do it with ease, right? Without any hesitation, Candy handed a bag of candies to her little brother. Seeing the candies in his hands, Wang Haoran appeared very calm. Yesterday, when Mom mentioned giving candies to the big sister, he had said the big sister definitely wouldn't be short of candies. Here, this is the chestnut my mom cooked. Wang Haoran handed the chestnut from his other hand to the big sister. Chapter 597, Analysis. Chapter 597. Chapter 597. Analysis, so why can he become big sister's sidekick while others cannot? This is the advantage of reverse thinking, using your brain more often. Didn't you see big sister's face light up with joy when she received the boiled chestnuts? Now even Mom can't deny it, can she? Why? Because she can eat chestnuts freely. As she spoke, Candy forcefully peeled a chestnut and popped it into her mouth. Watching big sister peel open the chestnut with ease, Wang Haoran smiled even more confidently. He's thoughtful, having his mom make a cut on each chestnut. With a full smile, Wang Haoran completely ignored the resentful look in his mom's eyes last night. Anyone who didn't know might think she was jealous. In the lab, while a meeting was being held to arrange recent work, Mo Jingshun came in. Seeing the red envelopes in the teacher's hand, Wei Lushue's eyes lit up. She had heard colleagues say that there would be red envelopes today, and it turned out to be true. Yang Chengxing cheerfully took the red envelopes and distributed them one by one. Old Yang is familiar with this process. It was the same last year. As she watched the teacher leave, Wei Lushue was stunned. Just like that? No more words? At least draw out a big plan or something. For a moment, Wei Lushue felt a bit uneasy. After handing out the red envelopes, Mo Jingshun went directly to his private lab. After Qin Yuzhu left that day, Mo Jingshun had Zero start collecting all kinds of clues on the internet and began big data analysis on possible causes of human civilization's destruction. After extensive analysis, the result pointed towards space. Indeed, after data analysis and modeling, the only possible threat came from the unknown and mysterious space. But even though Zero had always been analyzing space photos, it had not found any asteroids or meteors that might threaten Blue Star. Mo Jingshun had also considered glacier melting or viruses. But after careful consideration, Mo Jingshun dismissed those possibilities. Global warming is indeed worsening, and there is evidence of ice melting in the Arctic. But even if it completely melted, it wouldn't threaten the safety of all humanity. And viruses are even less likely. If the higher-ups knew which country was truly doing this, when it comes to a potential extinction threat to human civilization, they would definitely join forces with other countries to take action. Thus, Mo Jingshun is convinced that if there is a catastrophic threat, it must come from the starry sky that humanity has only barely explored. Ding Tiu de Montag Yingchun nutted. Zero's projection lit up inside the lab. Rubbing his forehead, Mo Jingshun also didn't know what to do. If the threat is indeed from space, then the so-called tickets to board would likely be the giant space station currently under construction. If all this is true, then how did they up there discover the threat? Moreover, there's the biggest flaw in all of this. Currently, only Xia country is constructing the giant space station independently. If the giant space station indeed is this ship, then other major countries should also be building one. This doesn't make sense. Without any ideas for the moment, this was all Mo Jingchun could do. The lab returned to darkness once again. At this moment, if someone knowledgeable were here, they would definitely be shocked. It must be said, Mo Jingchun had already guessed most of it. In the north, deep underground in a sparsely populated area, the place was crisscrossed with passages, resembling an underground city. In a nearly 300-square-meter silver laboratory, dozens of professionals were examining the source code of the whale repeatedly. What was surprising was not that nothing was found in the source code, but all the experts found the whale's code to be exceptionally perfected. Adding or removing parts of the code would lead to all kinds of unexpected errors. The sensation it gave was like a crossroad without traffic lights, with a massive flow of vehicles passing through. The oddity was that all vehicles could pass smoothly without any obstruction. Once you tamper with the source code, you'll find traffic jams appear surprisingly. You might even accidentally cause chain car accidents. Rather than saying the AI's source code is perfect, it seems more like a patchwork monster. How peculiar. In the face of skepticism, Professor Yuan wasn't the least bit angered. He merely pushed his glasses up his nose and said calmly, "In the meeting room." The others exchanged glances and nodded. Upon hearing this, a trace of a smile finally appeared on Professor Yuan's face. So, according to instructions, 2 super administrators are required. This outcome didn't surprise Professor Yuan. It was expected. After all, in this base, he's a luminary in the field of artificial intelligence. Indeed, the ancestors were right. There's always someone better, and the sky is the limit. He really wanted to meet this mysterious person from Chaoyang and have an in-depth discussion in the field of artificial intelligence. Unfortunately, even with his level of clearance, he couldn't find out who captured the runaway whale and modified it. Half an hour later, under the eyewitness of more than a dozen bigwigs, the AI newly renamed Jingwei was successfully activated. After a series of tests, no issues were found. Even so, due to past painful experiences with beautiful country, before Jingwei formed a mature personality, no one dared to connect Jingwei to the external internet. Of course, another major reason is that this underground base simply has no connection to the external internet. For the time being, there's no need to worry about these issues. Outside the CEO's office, after receiving the CEO's big picture, Jiang Zihua and Xiaohu exchanged a glance and immediately sparked off a competitive spirit. Chapter 598. That's the flavor. Chapter 598. Chapter 598. That's the flavor. This is a silent battle. Both of them have been with Candy Technology for a long time, so they naturally see how big this opportunity is. Even just catching the boss's eye and having the boss remember your name is an opportunity. Especially for Xiaohu, who feels this the most. Back then, when Li Wanning, manager Li, was in Jing City, she was just an ordinary clerk. It's precisely because she came to this small county town early to oversee the construction of the technology park for the company that she achieved what she has today. Of course, manager Li's hard work and effort were indispensable. Now, she stands at the same pivotal moment. International business expansion. The company will definitely select someone to be the general manager in this area in the future. So, why can't it be her? The effort starts by surpassing the competitor in front of her. Mo Jingchun didn't pay much attention to these two people's affairs. The matter was already handed over to Su Pengfei, and Mo Jingchun naturally trusts Su Pengfei. He's capable of handling it beautifully. Do they really think the CEO position is that easy to maintain? Many people in the company have an eye on that position. Not to mention others, even if you say Su Wenyin, who also has excellent overall planning skills, doesn't want to be the CEO, Mo Jingchun wouldn't believe it. That girl may seem nonchalant in front of him, and even a close big sister in Candy's eyes, but she's actually quite ruthless. He never forgot what Na told him when they recruited her during the company's early days. But regarding that matter, Su Wenyin has never mentioned it over the past 2 years. Others might not know, but Mo Jingshun is very clear that Su Wenyin has driven the other party's company to bankruptcy and left them heavily in debt. Indeed, in Mo Jingshun's view, these guys were already considered telemarketers. They had clearly been told several times that White doesn't need agents, but these people refused to give up. They probably couldn't understand why Candy Technology wouldn't pick up money that's lying around. Relating to the Z network virus, Mo Jingshun could also see White's security value. Somewhat exasperated, Xia Xiaoman sighed deeply inside. Just today, she received no less than 10 international long-distance calls. Having composed the email, Xia Xiaoman simply chose to send it out to everyone. At this moment, Xia Xiaoman finally understood why big company bosses never share their personal phone numbers. Take the boss, for example. If his private number were widely known, the phone would never stop ringing. It might be a bit exaggerated, but not by much. Just then, Little Gray, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. Without any warning, it hid under Mo Jingchun's desk. Mo Jingchun, fully focused on his computer, didn't notice anything unusual. Xia Xiaoman saw it, but paid no special attention. However, in the next second, both Mo Jingchun and Xia Xiaoman looked towards the door. "I'm back from school," Candy, carrying a small backpack and holding something in her hands, strolled in confidently. Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow and fixed his gaze on the bag Candy was holding. Faced with her brother's question, Candy wasn't flustered at all. "It's chestnuts," she said, taking a chestnut from the bag and peeling it, offering it to her brother, and personally feeding it into his mouth. Chewing the soft chestnut, it tasted pretty good. While speaking, Candy didn't forget to pop a chestnut into her own mouth. Mo Jingchun murmured, not pressing further. If it were someone else, Mo Jingchun would have had Zero check it out thoroughly. Glancing at Candy stuffing yet another chestnut into her mouth, Mo Jingchun reminded. Suddenly, Candy's expression froze. Under Mo Jingchun's gaze, Candy pouted her little bottom. At that moment, White, who had been silently guarding nearby, blinked and said, the next moment, "Bububutire consecutively." Noises made the entire office fall silent. Zhou Yaling, just coming in from work, was full of astonishment and disbelief. "If you're going to fart, can't you be a bit more graceful about it?" At that moment, Zero quietly switched the office's air conditioning to ventilation mode. The power was turned up to the maximum. A constant stream of cold air whooshed into the office from the vents. Hit by the cold draft, Candy shivered, unclear whether it was from the wind or embarrassment. Mo Jingchun rubbed his forehead with a look of helplessness. Did his mouth come with a curse today? Just as Mo Jingchun was about to say something, Candy clutched her belly and ran to the bedroom. After a long time, a visibly relieved Zhou Yaling walked in. Thump, thump, thump. Zhou Yaling patted her chest vigorously, smiling brightly. Quietly glancing at Zhou Yaling, Mo Jingchun said nothing. It was a tacit agreement. Eyeing the chestnuts that Candy had carelessly left on the desk, Mo Jingchun began eating them. Oh! Completely unreserved, Zhou Yaling grabbed a handful of chestnuts and even shared half with Xia Xiaoman. This person was the third to whisper in her brother's ear, better to maintain good relations. Half a bag of chestnuts seemed a lot, but split among 3 wasn't much. With a twitching corner of his mouth, Mo Jingchun said directly, "The chestnuts belong to Candy." Saying that, Mo Jingchun took the last 2 chestnuts from the bag. "They're just chestnuts. How much could they be worth? Can't cost her a day's wages, right?" Hearing Zhou Yaling call him bro, Mo Jingchun deduced it couldn't be anything good. Chapter 599, The Helplessness of a Human Child. Chapter 599. Chapter 599. The Helplessness of a Human Child. Even if this wasn't Candy Technology, no small company would have any obstacles in this regard. Studying for over 10 years is just for those few pieces of paper. It's the end. Whoever blocks you now is basically your enemy. It seems Zhou Yaling still hasn't realized the seriousness of the situation. And Mo Jingchun chuckled inwardly. Just wait. Soon you'll be crying without tears. You'd better hope there's indeed a street vendor selling chestnuts at the south gate. In just about 10 minutes, a fully revived Candy ran out of the bedroom with a big smile on her face. Seeing her lively owner, White tilted his head and blinked. The bloating had vanished. Soon, the smile on Candy's face froze again. With wide eyes, Candy pointed her right index finger at the empty bag. Pouting and red-eyed, she asked, "Where are the chestnuts?" "Pouting," Candy said angrily. "Where can you buy them?" Squeak, the smile on her face froze. She felt her brother's gaze was peculiar earlier. Turns out there was this big trap. No wonder he reminded her twice of the same thing. Don't panic. Stay calm. Candy raised an eyebrow, seriously weighing it in her mind. Trading half a bag of chestnuts for a cup of juice seems not bad. No, it's a big cup of juice. Chestnuts, if eaten too much, do pose a problem. Pinky swear, seeing Candy force back her tears. Zhou Yaling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shooting a glare at her brother pretending to look innocent, Zhou Yaling and Candy made a pinky promise. "So what are we waiting for?" As she spoke, Candy had already opened her backpack and took out the huge cup she used to drink water in kindergarten. As they passed a bubble tea shop, the sharp-eyed Candy immediately signaled to stop. With boss Zhou treating Mo Jingchun, eager to get a free drink, unhesitatingly followed them out of the car. Outside the bubble tea shop, Candy wasn't even taller than the counter. The bold Candy directly placed her huge cup on the counter. The server, smiling, glanced at her and finally turned to Zhou Yaling. After all, usually it's the girls who make the calls. Glancing at her brother, saying, "Wait a moment," the three of them waited in the wind for over 10 minutes to finally get their bubble tea. Candy's big cup was filled to the brim. The little one was overjoyed. Usually, this cup wouldn't be filled to the top. Taking a hurried sip, Candy's face broke into a broad smile. The familiar taste was back. Childhood is back. With the bubble tea, Candy behaved well on the way back. At home, Mo Jingchun enjoyed his bubble tea while watching TV. The seemingly large amount of tea quickly dwindled until he drank the last sip. After some time, noticing her brother's gaze, Candy looked puzzled. Following her brother's gaze, she looked down and felt everything was wrong. Her brother was eyeing her bubble tea. After a brief hesitation, Candy still handed over the cup. "Don't drink half the cup in one gulp." The memory of last time was still vivid. The little one watched carefully, and she quickly noticed something was wrong. But unfortunately, it was too late. Seeing her brother's big mouth, Candy stomped her feet anxiously. Her little hands had nowhere to put them, so she pinched her ears. The next moment, Candy pouted silently in frustration. Montak Yingchun laughed heartily. Teasing his sister was the funniest. Having taken a big gulp, Mo Jingchun watched as she turned her head away, almost spitting out his tea. With her cup in hand, Candy pursed her lips, smartly handing the cup back over. Her face said it all in resignation. She almost didn't say it out loud. There's no choice if she wants to drink bubble tea without her brother's consent, not even if her sister's treating her. But as for regular milk, that she can have plenty. But regular milk is nowhere near as tasty as bubble tea. This damn sense of crisis. In the kitchen, cooking, Zhou Yaling heard the hearty laughter twice. Curiosity made her peek. Out with her spatula in hand. But she saw nothing. Both were just watching TV. Perplexed, Zhou Yaling scratched her head. Maybe there was something funny on the TV? Suddenly, Zhou Yaling twitched her nose. The next moment, smelling something burnt, Zhou Yaling was shocked. At dinner time, Mo Jingchun and Candy looked at a plate of blackened, burnt-smelling dish on the dining table and asked. Zhou Yaling glanced at the burnt potato slices placed intentionally by her brother's seat and calmly said, holding back laughter, Mo Jingchun silently moved the potato slices to Zhou Yaling's side and took the stir-fried chives and eggs for himself. The obviously burnt potato slices were a silent agreement between Mo Jingchun and Zhou Yaling as their chopsticks remained untouched. However, being a foodie, Candy hesitated for a long time, then still took a piece with her chopsticks to taste. Under the watchful eyes of Mo Jingchun and Zhou Yaling, Candy's face lit up. With that expression, that tone, that action, Candy took another piece and stuffed it in her mouth, making Mo Jingchun and Zhou Yaling doubtful. Could it really be that tasty? The first to try was Zhou Yaling. After all, she had cooked it. As soon as it hit her mouth, it was full of a burnt taste. Realizing she had been fooled, Zhou Yaling unemotionally copied Candy's actions, taking another piece. But unlike Candy, Zhou Yaling simply placed her piece in her bowl. Mo Jingchun spat out the potato slice, looking at Candy and Zhou Yaling in shock. Candy spat out the potato slice and laughed heartily. Occasionally, tricking her brother was very satisfying. P.S. Thanks to an A, Hongming Zillion, Purple You, Ing Nguyen You, Before Bright Moon, Suspected Frost on the Ground, for their tips and support. Chapter 600. Stop Looking, She's Already Gone. Chapter 600. Chapter 600. Stop Looking, She's Already Gone. Mo Jingchun, with a sullen face, buried his head in his meal, really not wanted to look at the two who were conspiring against his sister. He finally realized Candy is quite the drama queen with excellent acting skills. And Zhou Yaling too. She could have simply discarded the burnt dish, yet she still brought it to the table. Indeed, as the ancients didn't lie to me, girls are born actresses. Candy, with a slightly upturned mouth, kept adding dishes to her brother who was silently eating plain rice. But that upturned mouth betrayed her truest inner thoughts. Watching her brother being deflated like this, she was really delighted. Ha ha! For the dishes Candy put in his bowl, Mo Jingchun accepted them readily. He couldn't just eat rice with no dishes, could he? Suddenly, Mo Jingchun felt a slight bitterness in his mouth. That familiar taste returned. Mo Jingchun looked closely, and lo and behold, at some point, several slices of potatoes had sneaked into his bowl. Really, it's hard to guard against. Mo Jingchun looked up, face full of resentment, at Candy, making her scalp tingle. Candy smiled sheepishly, tried to escape her brother's love from his palm. For some reason, Candy felt somewhat uneasy in her heart when she saw her brother smile. Sure enough, the next second, her brother turned his face just like flipping a page. Candy was already prepared to run away with her bowl, yet there was no follow-up. Looking puzzled, Candy scratched her head. Could it be that her brother's temper had improved under her training? TSK. She was really impressive, accomplishing such a feat. Zhou Yaling, who was always in spectator mode, was also a bit surprised. Sitting on someone's neck, shouldn't he be disciplined a bit? Just when Zhou Yaling thought the brother had changed, Mo Jingchun, who was eating with his head down, casually said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yaling was first stunned. After work, what had she said? After a moment's reflection, Zhou Yaling's eyes lit up, staring at Candy, like she was looking at a fun toy. That gaze left Candy truly unnerved. But Zhou Yaling didn't care. The brother's reminder jogged her memory. After work, she had indeed said she would educate Candy in the evening. She understood now. How was her brother so tolerant? Now it's good. Last year's feather duster bought online finally has a use. The little fellow seemed to have sensed the strange atmosphere and behaved very well afterward. Even when Zhou Yaling was washing dishes, she followed behind. With a somewhat puzzled look in her eyes, Candy nodded and walked out of the kitchen. After a nice shower, Candy sat on the bed playing with her toys, thinking nothing much happened. Until her sister pushed the door open with a sinister smile, holding a feather duster. The appearance was just like a villain in a cartoon. The next second, the sister instantly withdrew her sinister smile and put on a particularly serious expression. The style changed again, and Candy was dumbfounded. She didn't even notice when the toy in her hand fell. Zhou Yaling, holding the feather duster, tapped the wall beside the door with it. Coming to her senses, Candy giggled and then lay on the bed, laughing uncontrollably. Could it be her sister wouldn't really think that Candy was as afraid of her as she was of her brother, right? But her bravado lasted only a second. Just a moment ago, Candy laughed a lot, and the next second she quickly changed her expression, jumping off the bed to obediently face the wall. Zhou Yaling, bewildered for a second, turned around and suddenly understood. It turned out her brother was standing outside the door at some point. That expression was just like the homeroom teacher during the last class meeting every Sunday evening in high school. No wonder Candy suddenly changed her attitude. Actually, Zhou Yaling had never understood. Her brother rarely scolded Candy and almost never lost his temper in front of her. He just had to put on a stern face for Candy to be exceptionally afraid of him. But if she were really that afraid, she wouldn't mess with her brother during dinner. It was really peculiar. Outside the bedroom door, Mo Jingchun simply stood there silently. The more this happened, the more Candy stood straight while facing the wall. Her two palms stuck tightly to her thighs, leaving no room for criticism. Ahem, Zhou Yaling coughed, opening her mouth thanks to the opportunity. With a serious face, Zhou Yaling turned her head away, desperately trying not to laugh out loud. It should have been a touching statement, but for some reason, when it came from Candy's mouth, it made her want to laugh. Only Mo Jingchun, standing outside the bedroom door, felt his nose tingle and turn away. After all, Candy is already quite outstanding among kids her age. Nobody's perfect. As long as it's no big deal, why fuss about every little thing? Take the afternoon's incident in the office. If it were in kindergarten, Candy definitely wouldn't have let loose with no regard like that. Despite appearances, even young kids have their sense of shame. In the bedroom, Zhou Yaling, receiving a text from her brother, pouted. The little one glanced secretly outside the door. Putting away the feather duster, Zhou Yaling started chatting with Candy. A week later, on Saturday, Zhou Yaling left with a suitcase, heading back to school for her graduation project matters. On the third-floor balcony, wearing a fluffy little yellow duck pajamas, Candy pressed her face against the bulletproof glass, watching her sister walk out of the complex. Feeling a connection, Zhou Yaling stopped and looked back, naturally seeing a little one there. Unmistaken, it's three little ones. Looking at the reluctant Candy on the balcony, Zhou Yaling smiled and waved, shouting. On the rooftop of another villa, Hawkeye and Xiaphixia exchanged glances. On the balcony, watching her sister say something and then walk away, Candy scratched her fluffy head in bewilderment. What did my sister say? Woof, woof, woof. Yawning, Candy, not thinking much of it, went back to bed and continued her nap. Just past 6 in the morning, what else could one do but sleep? And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.